With a flick of magic, the young man filled bottle after bottle with water. As he completed the task, he gently labeled the latest one as number 999. Reaching for the next, he announced it as the 1000th bottle, marking the milestone. With that final act, the day's gathering drew to a close. Glancing at his watch, he remarked with satisfaction that it was still early, just halfway through the morning. The process unfolded more swiftly than expected. This individual firmly believed that distilled water served as the crucial element in every stage of porcelain production. Supporting his point, he explained that water played a vital role in cultivating living organisms as well. The purity of the water, in his view, ultimately dictated the excellence of the final product. This distilled water possesses exceptional purity, carefully infused with a balanced amount of magical energy, making it a remarkable product of unparalleled quality. Snapping his watch shut, the young man remarked that now he could devote his afternoons to studying. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, loudly announcing his greetings to the Rostamaster. Turning around, the young man found himself face to face with another figure. Russ identified him as Master Lihilsome. With a calm demeanor, Master Li inquired about his needs and the reason behind his visit. Lihilsome, an alchemist from the blacksmithing division, offered a tight-lipped smile, the kind that hid more than it revealed. Words seemed to fail him, leaving him silent. This trait was well known among the people in the basic research department. Without warning, the man halted and dismissed the matter, announcing instead that the head of the association wished to see him. This revelation caught Rust off guard, leaving him puzzled about the turn of events. Wasting no time, Lihilsome turned and hastened away. Lihilsome often lingered at the edges of his thoughts, their fates intertwined in subtle, inescapable ways. Russ continued by emphasizing his unwavering dedication to managing the budget for the Department of Basic Research, where he serves. Meanwhile, Lihilsome holds a position in the Department of Blacksmithing for Armor Manufacturing, a division renowned for generating the highest profits. Curiosity sparked in Rust as he eagerly tried to figure out what had put Lihilsome in such high spirits. With a quick motion, the man snatched a box of water and declared his intention to purchase distilled water. Raising his voice, he told the maids to simply sit down and mind their own affairs. Rust made his way to the association leader's office, uncertain about what awaited him. As he stepped inside, the head wordlessly tossed a sheet of paper his way. With an expression that revealed nothing, the man informed Rust that the Department of Basic Research would soon face budget reductions. Rust accepted the papers, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Across from him, the man raised his voice in disbelief, stunned by the news that no funds had been allocated. Russ remarked that the Basic Research Department consistently supported other teams, yet accomplished little on its own. The department head responded calmly, explaining that in that case, the budget would naturally shift toward those divisions delivering higher profits. Rust insisted that this was precisely why they could take action. Before he could continue, the head abruptly cut him off, declaring with finality that the Fundamental Research Department was now dissolved. The only option left for its members was to transfer to other departments. The head remarked with certainty that he would feel grateful for not being dismissed so far. Once their next steps became clear, he could resume attending fitness classes. Frustration simmered within Rust at the sheer absurdity of arguing with the man. Without the Department of Basic Research, producing tubes for these devices would have been impossible. Clutching the papers, the man turned sharply and hurried off down the corridor. Rust believed this achievement stemmed from a collaboration between the Department, Basic Research, and the Formula Development Division. The Department of Fundamental Research supplied all the essential solutions and substrates needed for the preparation. A weary sigh escaped Rust as the realization settled in. Misconceptions held by the association's leader and outsiders, unfamiliar with the intricacies of this field, unfairly cast the Fundamental Research section as unproductive. Entering his office, the man settled into a chair and gazed up at the ceiling. Reflecting on his tenure as head of the association, he considered how significantly the number of employees had dwindled. Nevertheless, he had consistently found ways to carry out their work. Rust continued, emphasizing the pride they feel in their Department of Basic Sciences, noting that every successful development has relied on its contributions. Every single one demanded only the finest materials. With a weary sigh, the man assured himself that he had laid all the preparations in place. Rust mentioned the recent budget cuts and the downsizing of the Department of Basic Research. Confidence faded from his voice as he admitted his inability to speak with the current chairman. Rest moved away from the hum of the information and communication equipment. Curious about the sender of the message, the young man directed his attention to Rest, while she studied the letter emerging from the typewriter. This piece exemplified the pinnacle of contemporary metalworking, its craftsmanship nearly flawless. Rust mentioned that their department had likely produced the essential materials for it as well. The man accepted the letter, holding it carefully in his hands. Rust's mood brightened as he explained the letter came from Karine. News of an upcoming school graduation filled the page. Describing their camaraderie, Karine pointed out how effortlessly they shared the same understanding, an unusual but pleasant connection. Impressed by this, she concluded with an intriguing proposal for him. In their younger days, they transformed the classroom into a wild jungle, leaving chaos in their wake. The professor assigned me page after page of written apologies. Rust remarked that it wasn't the brightest idea. Meanwhile, the man believed she had fought in the border war. Russ recounted the events, and Karine made a note of her certainty that Russ believed she was acting rudely in her moment to speak. Nevertheless, she resolved to be honest with him. News reached Russ that Karine had been granted a fief on the border. Invitations soon followed, requesting his assistance in developing this new territory. Now, faced with a crossroads, Russ saw two distinct paths unfolding before him. Gradually, he started to weigh his options. On one side lay a future filled entirely with household chores stretching endlessly before him. On the other, an ancient parchment promised a life brimming with possibility, where the unknown awaited at every turn. Gazing out the window, Rust wondered aloud whether it was time to step away. Meanwhile, the man imagined the three of them, himself, Rust, and Karine, enjoying good times together once more. The former president of the association would have handled the task exceptionally well, given the admiration he inspired and the affection felt for him. Among them, O. Hallhammer, the association's former president, stood out for his rigorous training and deep appreciation of fundamental research. Rest leafed through the pages, recalling how many of the recipes had been crafted side by side with Hallhammer. Luzudo, along with the rest of the fundamental research team, forms the very core of the association, driving its spirit and purpose. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, the man exited the office. In his mind, memories surfaced of the recent political upheaval, after which Mr. Hariyama had been reassigned to a different department. Stepping into his place now was the chief from Cooperative M, an individual with a background in public service. Rest paused outside the head's office, where Lihilsome and the head engaged in a quiet discussion. Rather than knocking, Rest chose to eavesdrop for a moment. Lihilsome placed a stack of documents on the table, explaining that everything he had about the gunsmith's profile was included there. The head confirmed the news, promising to allocate all the funds to the Armor Development Department. Lihil's voice rose with gratitude, enthusiastic about the support. Confident in his talents, he already envisioned establishing a thriving employment agency. The head encouraged him to keep refining the samples taken from the arsenal, urging him to push the work forward. Frustration simmered within Rest, wishing the others would lower their voices. Without waiting for a reply, the young man rapped on the door and strode inside. The boss's voice rang out, sharp with anger, insisting this wasn't a place anyone could just enter at will. With deliberate calm, Rust placed his letter of resignation on the table. Meeting the boss's gaze, he declared his intention to leave the company, his words carrying a steady confidence. The head, visibly stunned, demanded Rust repeat himself. Ignoring their protests, Rust strode determinedly toward the exit. Lihilsome's voice rang out, challenging Rust's decision to walk away alone. The head's desperate shout filled the room, insisting that Rust stay. Coming to a halt, the man silently passed over the stack of papers. With a flat voice, he remarked that leaving was always an option for him. As the head and Lihilsome turned their attention to the documents, their initial composure quickly melted away, replaced by a look of genuine fear. Russ explained that his employment contract pertained solely to the Department of Basic Research. With a resigned tone, he added that due to another person's actions, the entire fundamental research section had been dissolved. With these words, Russ gained the freedom to walk away from his job that very day. Offering a casual wave, he turned to take his leave. Lihil, his face clouded with irritation, demanded to know who would now handle the household tasks and prepare his distilled water. The man glanced over and explained that he needed to prepare the dish on his own. After all, this wasn't the kind of task one could hire out, and as a necromancer, he should find it easy enough to handle. The head announced in an oddly detached tone that it was time for him to leave. Calm and composed, Master Lihilsome assured him that his presence was no longer needed. Casting a careful glance at Lihilsome, the head inquired if that was really the case. With a hint of reluctance, the man confirmed, saying yes naturally. The association's leader made it clear that anyone unable to grasp the depth of their welcoming spirit was not wanted. Even for a simple handyman role, the piercing gaze alone sent an unmistakable message to leave at once. Rest refused the offer of kindness, insisting he needed nothing. With a brisk farewell, the man stormed out of the office, the door banging shut behind him. Rest then strode down the corridor. His steps halted before the painting, transfixed by the sight of a massive dragon arching its head toward a lone figure. The enigmatic man in the artwork extends his hands toward the beast, creating a moment suspended between them. A heavy sense of finality weighed on Rust as he realized this would be his last glimpse of the painting. With quiet gratitude, the man acknowledged Rust's support before stepping through the door, taking his leave from the association. Rust wandered beyond the city limits, his voice ringing out in a jubilant declaration of resignation. A surge of exuberance carried him onward, the lightness in his step only matched by the relief of having just wrapped up the cancellation of his apartment lease. With a quick motion, the young man unfurled a scroll and inquired whether their journey to Karine would proceed. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed the words, Deployment, Manifestation, Behemoth, Rust, as his hand brushed against the scroll, causing it to gleam with light. The colossal behemoth Kamostival emerged, towering above everything in its path. With a broad grin, Rust clambered onto his back and called out energetically, urging him to move forward. The creature darted swiftly toward the edge of the territory. Rust pictured the settled lands of Kali Lung, stretching along the northern fringes of the nation. Rust reached out to Kali Long to inform her that he would be taking care of her. Kali assured him warmly that they were eagerly awaiting his arrival. Despite her enthusiasm, Rust found her reaction a bit excessive. He felt powerless to change her mind about it. Riding atop the colossal behemoth, Rust pressed forward into the heart of the forest. The young man commented on the long time that had passed since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Rust turned his attention to the surrounding landscape, studying the intricate details of the natural world around him. Memories of a previous visit to this paradise stirred within him, recalling the time he had gathered materials here. Flowers dotted every corner, a gentle breeze danced through the air, and the fresh scent of young shoots created a remarkable fragrance. With a bit of free time on his hands, Rust decided to begin gathering supplies, hoping to find a few settlements still standing near the lake. The behemoth began to swing its massive head and tail, then burst into a sudden dash. Rust watched in shock, realizing these frantic movements signaled trouble, something serious was unfolding. Rust cautioned Behemoth to stay alert. The man suspected that the wooden crackers rigged to the alarm might be the handiwork of His Majesty. At that moment, Rust spotted a girl sprawled motionless on the ground before him. Leaping down from the behemoth, the young man called out a warning, urging everyone to stay alert. His keen eyes swept the surroundings with caution. Rust considered the unlikely risk. A traveler might be deceived by imposters pretending to be outsiders, though in a remote spot like this, such a scheme seemed almost impossible. Rust studied the girl intently, noting that she was a member of a rare and distinguished group known as the Knights Priests. Crouching low, the man reached out and gently touched her, hoping to reassure himself of her safety. Rust observed closely, murmuring his conviction that this was the true form of the priest, the embodiment of the goddess of revenge, revered by their community. His hand pressed lightly against her skin, alarmed by the intense heat that suggested a severe fever. The man mentioned he believed she had lost consciousness. Rust spoke of a fever-reducing herb they would find along their route and asked if she was familiar with it. With careful hands, the young man gently rolled her onto her side, explaining that he needed to make sure her airways were clear and assess her state. He offered a quiet apology for having to touch her. Rust's eyes widened as he studied the girl's face, her skin flushed with fever, her body burning from illness. Frustration surged within him, recognizing the severity of her condition and the unmistakable signs of compression. A sense of urgency grew. Saving her became his only priority. With a swift motion, Rust unrolled the ancient scroll, its magic shimmering as it draped itself around the girl. Encouraged by the young man's words, Rust began the process of creation. The scroll started absorbing details from the young girl, effortlessly drawing in her information. Observing her flushed cheeks and weary expression, the man realized she was running a dangerously high fever, her health diminishing with each passing moment. Tough times had descended on the alchemist, and Rust quietly admitted that her ordeal must have been anything but easy. The words on the scroll captured his attention as he pored over each line, and with growing certainty, he realized that he had uncovered the source of the fever. Rust realized the severity of the wounds along her side, instantly grasping the situation. This was no ordinary toxin, but a rare poison known as a familiar. His usual remedies, he knew, would offer no cure for such a condition. Gazing at the forest's flourishing plants, the guy listened as Rust explained the necessity of crafting a fresh batch of healing potion. Setting off to gather suitable herbs, Rust called back to the behemoth, instructing it to watch over the girl. Delving deeper into the dense forest, he quickly found himself short of breath, forced to halt as he struggled to regain his composure after the run. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Rust regretted neglecting his daily workouts, realizing how much he relied on that routine for moments like this. From that moment forward, training became essential for him. The young man promised he would drink the potion and regain his breath. Without hesitation, Rust drained the bottle, letting its contents work their magic. Gazing into the distance, he spotted a small lake encircled by tall grass. Delighted, he called out, declaring this was exactly what he had been searching for. Rust noticed the thinning patches of grass, evidence of a slow but steady disappearance. The man explained matter-of-factly that someone came to collect them on a regular basis. With practiced hands, Rust sifted through the collection of herbs, explaining their purposes one by one. Some promoted overall recovery, others specifically targeted healing for wounds, while another specialized in flushing out toxins from the body. After a moment's consideration, Rust selected the final plant from the group. In his mind, a simple plant offered only minor benefits to the body, but once transformed into a potion, its power shifted dramatically. A gentle smile crossed his face as he mused that, had this occurred much sooner, stopping the poison would have posed a far greater challenge. Confidently, he promised that creating a potion was within his abilities. Gazing at the water, he recalled a time when his brother had suffered through the same predicament. With determination, Rust set to work on developing a cure. Bringing forth the scroll once more, he carefully began preparing the medicine. Rust explained that creation, liberation, the pull of gravity, and 5 essential objects are all required. A massive droplet of water materialized, signaling the start of the cleansing ritual. Whenever Rust set about brewing a potion, Araman X lingered in his thoughts. To avoid any trouble, he always made sure to prepare everything ahead of time. The man admitted he struggled with the overwhelming urge to create things constantly. The water seemed to embody an idea itself, adapting its form to become whatever she needed. Unlocking the perfect concept requires a few clever techniques. Rest explained that his daily routine involved reading 1,000 books, crafting 1,000 bottles of potions, and continuously refining his skills with a new method designed to produce the purest potion possible. A satisfied smile played on his lips as he reflected on the remarkable properties of the purest liquid, knowing it held unmatched restorative power for the body. With focused intent, Rust began blending the potion's components. Once this flawless water met the healing herbs, the mixture reached its final state. Achieving the ideal harmony among the ingredients results in water shimmering with a delicate violet hue. Rust pressed his finger to the drop, murmuring that it felt pure. The potions stood complete. Watching them, he assumed this marked the end of the potion-making ritual. All of these efforts had one purpose: to help the injured girl lying unconscious nearby. Carefully, the young man poured the medicine into the bottle, making it easier to give to the girl. A pleased smile crept across Rust's face as he remarked on a job well done. With his task complete, it was time for him to head back. Rust made his way back to the girl, his attention drawn to the massive behemoth pounding the earth nearby. Amazement flickered across his face as the creature began leaping and tossing its head from side to side. Clearly agitated, it stomped and twitched, uncertain if it was frustrated or merely fooling around. Curiosity stirred within him as he watched the beast's antics, trying to guess its intentions. The behemoth's leaps grew wilder, its stamping echoing with newfound fury across the ground. Watching in uncertainty, Rust wondered if the beast was now simply venting its rage on the earth, and tried to piece together what could have driven it to this state. Rust hurried over, his face alight with concern, and asked eagerly if everything was all right and what had unfolded while he was gone. The hippopotamus lifted a massive paw, motioning the boy closer with a gentle nod of his head. On the ground lay an enormous behemoth footprint, marked by a distinctive black spot. Rust, clearly taken aback, recognized it as the sign of a familiar. He urged the behemoth to stay with him, instructing it not to release its hold. Upon touching the mysterious liquid, he observed its sudden appearance with curiosity. Rust suspected that he had indeed been trailing her, which explained his unexpected presence. Drawing closer to the girl, Rust quietly offered an apology. Carefully, he dripped the medicine over her, focusing intently on the task at hand. Helping her took precedence over everything else. As the final drops landed softly on her face, his sense of duty sharpened. The wounds faded from her skin, slowly vanishing until not a mark remained. Gradually, the girl stirred, awareness returning to her as she tried to sit up. A few quiet words slipped from her lips, uncertain and weak, seeking answers about what had transpired. All at once, her eyes grew wide with surprise. Rising swiftly to her feet, she sprang back from Rust and braced herself in a defensive pose. Wariness filled her gaze as she cautiously asked the man if he meant to do her harm. Rust had imagined a simple exchange when she regained consciousness, a quick thank you, then a quiet farewell. Instead, her reaction surprised him. Gesturing toward the large, clear hippopotamus footprint pressed into the earth, Rust explained that if she meant the creature trailing her, its tracks led straight to this very spot. For several tense seconds, the girl kept her gaze fixed on him, unwilling to let him slip from her line of sight. Summoning her courage, she took the risk and slowly turned her head. To her uneasy relief, she found that a strange creature truly was watching her from nearby. Gripping her sword tightly, the girl turned to Rastui and inquired about the situation. The young man first claimed he belonged to the association, but quickly corrected himself, admitting that wasn't the case anymore. Russ explained, a bit uncomfortably, that he was simply a traveling alchemist without any money. The uncertainty showed in his manner, as if he had expected to say something different about the association. Despite having left the association, he continues to cling to this old habit, carrying it with him now through his days of unemployment. The girl stepped nearer and, raising her voice, accused him of dabbling in alchemy. Rust flailed his arms in a flustered panic, urging her not to shout so loudly. Russ apologized for acting without her consent, explaining that while he had managed to heal her wound, traces of poison still lingered in her body. No other actions had been taken. Offering her a flask filled with potion, Rust watched as the girl inspected it with focused attention. With a respectful bow, she expressed her gratitude for his help and the healing medicine. Rust acknowledged her thanks with a warm smile, his gaze lingering on her. With sparkling eyes, the girl eagerly inquired about how she could repay him for his assistance, expressing her willingness to do anything as a gesture of gratitude. Rust scratched his head, feeling a wave of awkwardness as he realized she had misunderstood his intentions. Gratitude was the last thing he sought. In her eyes, he must seem like someone who had only offered a partial remedy and expected payment to finish the job. Rust, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, assured her he meant no harm and urged her not to misinterpret his actions. He insisted that she owed him nothing in return for his assistance. Producing a vial of potion, the man indicated it with a purposeful gesture. He remarked that he preferred she regain enough awareness to drink the potion herself. A wide smile spread across the girl's face as she assured him that an apology was unnecessary. Instead, she offered her own, admitting she was always on her guard. Wanting to break the tension, she simply asked what he needed. Faint blush colored Rust's cheeks as he took in the girl's beauty. His smile mirrored hers, a silent agreement that their earlier misunderstanding had been laid to rest. With a gentle voice, the girl remarked that it seemed his intentions were truly sincere. Eyes fixed on the bottle, the girl remarked with certainty that his potions must be truly effective. Their quality suggested they could never be given away for free. Her voice radiated unwavering confidence. Surprise flickered across his face before a wide grin spread over his lips. From his pocket, he produced a small bag filled with medicine. Russ replied that if those were her true feelings, then perhaps they could strike a bargain. With a hand pressed firmly to his chest, Rast introduced himself as a wandering alchemist. In calm, steady tones, he explained his role as a retainer to Karine, the lady of the northern border. Should trouble arise, Rast assured them, he could call upon her strength and the might of her sword. With a cheerful wave and a bright smile, the young man turned to the girl, his eyes filled with curiosity as he gently inquired about her name. With a gentle smile, Rust produced a small bottle of potion, quietly letting her know she would be in his debt. The girl returned his smile, her eyes reflecting a silent understanding. A sword was placed in his hand as she introduced herself as the goddess of revenge, Tora, one of the legendary three-knight swords. That name, she insisted, must never be forgotten, for she stands as the force that drives away all evil. Taurus met his gaze, explaining that every achievement was accomplished by her sword alone. Rust offered a hesitant smile, privately noting how much confidence she seemed to have in herself. Without saying more, he passed her a bottle of potion, telling her she was free to take it. Tora lifted the cup, taking a careful sip. A gentle sigh escaped her lips as warmth spread through her body, catching her off guard. Staring down at her hands in astonishment, she murmured that the heat was unexpected. Tora pressed her hands to her cheeks, feeling the unfamiliar sensation. Sliding her sword from its sheath, she angled the blade to catch her reflection. Her eyes widened as she stared at her own face, struggling to accept what she saw. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she declared with joy that her curse had finally lifted. Rust averted his gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment at witnessing such a vulnerable moment. Tears streamed down Dora's face, unstoppable, as she whispered that no holy water could ever wash away this curse. Rust suspected that the potion, meant to break curses, had brought about this unexpected consequence. The young man persisted, maintaining that the potion was nothing more than the purest water. He claimed that, precisely because of its divine nature, it surpassed holy water in potency. A gentle smile played on Rust's lips as the girl's happiness lit up the moment. Climbing onto the behemoth's broad back, he considered the removal of the curse an unexpected gift. Should she welcome it, he has a special offering meant just for her. The behemoth surged ahead while Rust called out for Tor to hold back, pleading for a moment's pause, just a single minute. The girl reached out in vain, her hands missing their mark as she called out after him with urgency. Rust paid her no mind, his focus set on his purpose. Determination drove him forward, his thoughts already searching for where to locate what he desperately required. Tora studied the bottle intently, recognizing the shimmering gold liquid inside as the legendary elixir. Discovering such a rare potion meant she owed Rust an immeasurable debt, one that would bind her gratitude to him for the rest of her days. Lifting the bottle, she examined it closely, sunlight glinting off the glass. Tora commented with a soft chuckle about the remarkable man who had freed her from the curse. A tingling sensation pulsed through Tora's hands as she spoke. After he mentioned that it lay on the northern border, the girl turned away and started making her way out of the forest. With determination in her voice, she declared that her first step would be to seek revenge, and only then would she head north. Thora and Rast drifted apart, their paths slowly diverging. Throughout every chapter of life, love remains the force that gives meaning to this world, yet only a few truly understand the world's secrets well enough to share them with others. As darkness settled across the land, the behemoth slowed to a halt and Rust gracefully dismounted. With a gentle hand, he patted the creature's side and announced this would be their resting place for the night. Overhead, the stars shimmered with an unusual brilliance, casting a sense of wonder over the quiet scene. Rest by the crackling fire offered solace as he resolved to journey straight north after parting ways with Tora. The vast, ancient sky overhead and the gentle warmth of the campfire created the perfect backdrop for sorting through tangled thoughts. Reflecting on the night, the man realized it had been ages since he had experienced anything quite like this. Back at the association, nights would slip away as he delved into exploration until the first light of morning. Now those same restless hours found him wandering through the shadowy forest. Spreading the map before them, Rust pointed out that another village likely lay just ahead of the northern border, and predicted they would arrive shortly. The man bit into his candy bar, while the behemoth lumbered over in a bold attempt to snag a piece for himself. Rust reminded the creature that this treat was not meant for him. Throughout his journey, he expected meals just like this one, a simple bar crafted from a blend of dried grains and fruits. The recipe had emerged by chance during an earlier experiment, an accidental invention from his research days. Karine christened him with a peculiar name. Rust recalled the moment she dubbed a candy bar a grass brick. Yes, that was it, she used the same name for him. The boy took a cautious bite and admitted the taste wasn't all that unpleasant. Lifting his gaze to the glittering stars above, the young man recalled Rust's words about reaching the village by the following evening. Realizing the hour had grown late, he quietly made up his mind to settle down for the night. Morning arrived and their journey continued until an abrupt halt interrupted the silence. Rust dismounted and retrieved a map from his pack, scrutinizing it with focused attention. Genuine surprise colored his words as he realized the reason for the behemoth's pause. They had reached the village of Tom. Cautiously stepping into the deserted town, the young man glanced around, uncertainty weighing on his shoulders. According to Karine, this was supposed to be the village she had mentioned. Still, doubts lingered in his mind. The empty streets felt unsettling. He had pictured a place bustling with life, not shrouded in silence. With a gentle touch, Rust ran his hand along the behemoth's side and offered a warm smile, remarking that since they had arrived, it was worth taking in their surroundings. Any need for assistance had passed. Deep gratitude filled his words as he acknowledged all that had been done. Turning his focus, he began to weave magic, announcing that the moment had come for his departure. Rolling up the magic scroll with a practiced hand, he promised they would cross paths again and embark on new adventures together. Rust acknowledged that he could now tend to his own affairs. Just then, a stranger stepped forward, demanding to know his identity. Startled, the man glanced at him and admitted he had indeed spotted Rust. Unfazed, Rust introduced himself as a traveling alchemist. As Rust began to explain further, the man abruptly cut him off and exclaimed his disbelief at hearing Rust call himself an alchemist. The man wondered aloud if Rasta wished to avoid visiting their headman to offer a greeting. Rust took a few moments to consider before finally consenting with a nod. Wandering through the city streets, Rust observed his surroundings with careful attention. Dilapidated shops lined the way, their windows clouded with dust. Houses stood silent and forgotten, while neglected wells sat unused and crumbling. The entire scene felt shrouded in the weight of ages past. Rust found the place unusually deserted. Many homes appeared abandoned, their residents long gone, and such empty houses had grown in number. Arriving at an impressive, spacious residence, the man brought his steps to a halt. Surveying his surroundings, the young man noticed bundles of dried herbs, twigs dangled near the entrance, a likely sign that this was the headman's residence. It seemed that life had recently stirred here, leaving traces of recent activity throughout the village. With a firm knock at the door, the man called out to the headman, announcing that an alchemist had arrived. An elderly man, leaning heavily on his cane, emerged from the house. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired whether this stranger was truly an alchemist. The other man admitted that he hadn't verified it yet, though the newcomer certainly appeared to fit the part. Producing a medallion adorned with the image of a tree, balanced scales, and the symbols of the moon and sun, Rust offered a gentle smile and greeted them. Introducing himself as Rust, a traveling alchemist, he explained that the medallion marked his trade and served as proof of his profession. Leaning in for a closer look at the locket, the man furrowed his brow with surprise. Apologizing for any lack of tact, he explained that he needed to clear something up. Introducing himself as the village headman, the old man explained that only true alchemists possessed medallions like the one on display. Judging by its intricate design, and trusting his memory, he believed this particular medallion ranked among the highest. Gazing at the medallion, Rust realized it did not embody the dignity of an alchemist, but instead merely served as a confirmation of his official rank. The medallion received only a passing glance from him. As a symbol of first-rank status, its significance was clear for those who remembered. He explained further, describing how the Alchemists Association organized its members by rank. Most individuals, he noted, already held the highest rank available, including even the Lihils of the first rank. Russ concluded that his old organization still ranked among the finest in the nation, leaving little reason for secrecy. With a calm smile, he assured the headman that the rumors were accurate. He truly was an alchemist of the highest order. Gesturing toward his own home, the headman offered an apology for his subordinate's lack of respect. Extending an invitation to come inside and share some tea, he quietly revealed that he wished to ask Master Rust for a favor. Rust surmised that the abandoned homes scattered throughout the village were probably reserved for different kinds of services. The respectful way the villagers treated top-ranking alchemists also spoke volumes about their level of education. With gratitude, he expressed his thanks to the headman for the warm invitation. The group stepped inside the house and settled around the table. A woman approached, carrying a tray of tea, and politely apologized for its modest quality. Russ glanced at her, unsure if their upcoming discussion would proceed smoothly. Offering a gentle smile, he expressed his appreciation for her efforts. Bringing the mug close, he inhaled the fragrant steam, and a contented smile spread across his face. After days of surviving on nothing but bland rations and tea brewed from plain leaves, this comforting, warm drink felt remarkably delicious. The headman promised to inquire personally. Turning to Rust, the man questioned whether he possessed any reserve magic stones of the older variety. Rust, caught off guard, inquired about the desire for old-type stones. The young man set his mug down on the table and calmly replied that his answer would hinge on the specifics of the request. Turning to the headman, Rust pressed him to explain why he sought such outdated stones. With a gentle smile, the man inquired what Rust understood about the sweeping reforms enacted for all magical weapons just last year. The young man nodded, recalling a vague memory. According to Rust, it appeared that last year, Lihil from the blacksmithing department had spent an entire week boasting. He proudly claimed with a laugh that this weapon was crafted by his own hands. According to him, this weapon would elevate his stature and command greater respect. Yet, when Rasta encountered a disgruntled man, the man dismissed the so-called reform as nothing more than a name change from the old to the new. In his eyes, the weapons had been reduced to mere sticks, stripped of any real power or effectiveness. The headman reminded Zara to mind his manners, though there was no fault in his words. The old man then turned to Zara, requesting if he could guide them. With a silent nod, Zara agreed. Rust, curious, requested that the headman explain things in greater detail. 2 pistols were set on the table, nearly identical at first glance. The leader gestured toward the plainer one, explaining it belonged to an older generation of firearms. His attention then shifted to the pistol, adorned with ornate details, noting that this model harnessed a new kind of magic. According to the headman, magic weapons once served as a crucial resource for those lacking a thorough understanding of traditional arms. All that shifted dramatically after the reform, altering the landscape entirely. According to the headman, the old model not only proved reliable, but also required minimal upkeep. As for fuel, the magic stone rarely needed replacing. Its outstanding performance made it the perfect companion for those residing along the border. Crafted several years ago, the H32 model stands out for its exceptional quality. The Immortal unit has quickly become a trusted favorite, earning the unwavering confidence of those who rely on her. Rust gripped the weapon, recalling the early days when he joined the association, and this model existed only as a sketch in his mind. Back then, Master Hallhammer led the blacksmithing department. Together, they brought this design to life, and Russ remembered thinking that, with a weapon like this, a soldier's greatest enemy would be the passage of time. Despite experts dismissing this efficient and surprisingly powerful model as nothing more than ordinary scrap, Rust regarded it as a thing of beauty in the eyes of everyday people. The young man expressed his admiration, saying such craftsmanship was exactly what he expected from Master Hallhammer. The young man began to compare this divine weapon to the latest R001 model, suggesting its superiority. Czar cut him off with a burst of irritation, insisting such an idea was absurd and that nothing could be worse than a weapon. The headman intervened, reminding Czar to mind his manners. The old man regarded Rust with a nod of approval, admitting that his assessment was right on target. While the weapon did gain a modest boost in power, it crumbled and broke apart after about a dozen shots. The headman explained that the situation had grown even more dire because of the increasing need for fuel. Only the latest, high-grade magic stones could recharge the R001, and their soaring value made them difficult to obtain. Supplies dwindled quickly, never lasting as long as needed. Zar pointed out that the old model possessed more than enough strength. The headman nodded in agreement, but explained that production for those older models, along with their magic stones, had already ceased. The headman explained that while the old magic weapons continued to work just fine, their value vanished without magic stones to power them. Czar added that purchasing the new guns had been unavoidable, yet they served no practical purpose. Regardless, maintaining them drained their finances considerably. He continued, explaining that this forced everyone to tighten their belts and turn a blind eye to the destruction caused by monsters. Yet, no matter how careful they were with their resources, weapons would still sometimes shatter or explode without warning. Zar noted that because of this, attacks from wild beasts and rampaging monsters have grown far more frequent and destructive. According to the headman, fear took hold of the villagers, especially among those who supported their families. Rust cut in, remarking that these breadwinners had no choice but to seek safer lands, confirming his understanding. At last, the purpose behind the old stones became clear to him. The headman, beaming with anticipation, inquired about the promise to provide these stones. Rust, feeling embarrassed, sheepishly explained that he couldn't fulfill the offer. He simply did not possess any stones. Disappointment clouded the faces of Czar and the headman as they exchanged frustrated glances. A gentle smile played on Rust's lips as he assured them he would handle the task himself. Both Czar and the headman stared at him in stunned silence. The old man quickly offered reassurance, saying it was perfectly acceptable. Czar, however, spoke up with enthusiasm, declaring it was actually pretty impressive. Rust found himself unexpectedly pleased, realizing he had made quite an impact. He informed them, with measured calm, that his assistance would come at a price. Shock and dismay flickered across their faces as they assured him they understood. Rust requested permission to use the resources of their forest, assuring them he would act within sensible limits. He politely inquired about their opinions on the matter. Czar exchanged a startled glance with the headman, both taken aback by his proposal. Czar inquired if this was truly all Rust desired. Within their forest, countless kageli trees thrived, yet he wondered where such wood might find purpose. Rust mentioned that many had gathered in this place, which seemed remarkable. This response seemed typical of those unfamiliar with alchemy, yet recently, settlers found it increasingly challenging to cultivate kagel in their villages. Rust insisted on his claim, recalling tales from ancient folklore he had once read. In those stories, it was said that every village should have at least one kageli tree growing within its borders. Stepping outside, they were soon approached by the villagers. The headman assured them that the request would be gladly granted. If he agreed, they would then escort him to the kagel grove. Rust surveyed the villagers, quietly noting the small size of the community and the lack of amusements that made any gathering an event. A careful glance revealed another detail. Very few children mingled among the crowd. Upon arriving at the kagel grove, Rust glanced around in awe, remarking on the forest's breathtaking beauty. Turning to the crowd, he asked if anyone would be willing to lend a hand in gathering materials that had fallen from the kagels. The headman addressed the gathered residents, explaining that since everyone had arrived, cooperation was expected. Each person needed to assist with gathering the branches and fruits of the kageli and carry them back to the meeting place. The receipt was filled out in record time. Rust expressed deep gratitude, assuring everyone their help was more than sufficient. With the kagel fruit now in hand, the young man remarked that everything had worked out perfectly. Rust mentioned that most people probably already understand what goes into making magic stones. He explained that the first step involves using a monster's magic stone as the base for a processed version. According to Rust, however, that's only the beginning of the process. While resting among several scrolls, he quietly uttered the word that brought creation into being. Curiosity piqued, the young man inquired about his actions. The response identified the object as a scroll, crafted through the guarded techniques of the alchemists. A voice from the crowd called out the astonishing fact. He was channeling 3 creative abilities in unison. Such a display captivated everyone watching. Overhearing their conversation, Rust chose to remain silent. Many people, he realized, had little understanding of alchemy. He considered offering them a glimpse into his creative process, but decided that, for the moment, it was a trivial concern. The word purification rang out clearly as the guys raised their voices together. Light danced across every surface, casting a shimmering brilliance throughout the space. A quiet smile crossed Russ's face as he considered revealing his unique crafting technique. His method involved drawing magic particles from the air and using a monster to shape them into a solid stone. The young man explained that stones typically harvested from monsters do not simply materialize. Instead, over an extended period, these stones slowly crystallize within the monster's bodies, formed from magical particles drawn from the surrounding atmosphere. Rust envisioned a method where stones formed by filtering air, drawing out magical particles, and then crystallizing these elements. Following this approach, stones could be produced efficiently, eliminating the expense and effort of monster hunting. Black fog began to swirl in the air. Rust believed it was nothing more than concentrated magic particles, tightly packed and swirling with unusual density. A wave of startled whispers rippled through the crowd as surprise registered on their faces. While confusion lingered, recognition flickered in their eyes when they caught sight of Rust's cleansing scroll, the mark of his unique mastery. As a result, the ability to create stones lies solely with him and the universe itself, making the confusion of others entirely understandable. Rust continued to ponder, realizing that the process he uses to form stone, while mysterious, holds immense significance and worth. A kageli fruit sailed through the air and vanished into the black mist, where its shape started to shift and change. The kageli fruit, Rust considered, frequently finds its way into countless recipes as a favored ingredient. With the sturdy kagel, he intends to craft a vessel suitable for crystallizing magical particles. Dropping to his knees, the young man began to speak as he set to work polishing. Suddenly, a powerful wind swept through the area. A voice rose above the crowd, marveling at the sight of a small wind funnel. Another quickly corrected him, naming it a tornado. Rust offered a quiet smile, silently hoping that forming the stone would not prove too challenging. The response from those around him took him by surprise. With measured movements, Rust dropped kageli fruits one by one into the funnel. As he worked, he explained that he was channeling magic particles into each fruit, using them as vessels to mold and shape the magical energy. Rust realized that achieving the perfect finish for the stone required one more crucial step, the artful process of cutting. The polishing scroll conjures more than a mere miniature tornado. Its true power lies in the diamond dust swirling within the vortex. By carefully adjusting the density of the sparkling particles and controlling the speed at which they spin, the scroll allows for precision cuts, delicate enough to carve flesh down to the finest detail. Rust extended his hand, sensing the moment had come. Diamond dust thickened in the air, casting a brilliant shimmer. The tornado swelled, growing larger and flashing with sparkling light. With admiration in her voice, the girl remarked how beautiful it looked. Observing their reactions, Rust awkwardly mused to himself that, no matter where he went, women seemed to respond to glittering objects in the same way. 3 main parameters determine the quality of magic stones. Of these, the stone's size and strength carry particular significance. Without a balance between these 2 qualities, the magic stone loses its effectiveness. Ultimately, the true strength of the stone relies on how skillfully it has been shaped. Fortunately, Rust recalled with precision the proportions of the old stone design. Taking a moment to assess his work, he decided a few adjustments were needed to avoid making it too small. Once again, Rust conjured the scroll and called out for the ritual to commence. Everything appeared to be in position. With careful precision, he set about completing the final touches needed to seal the particles within the kageli fruit. With a gentle smile, Rust glanced down at his hand, where the magic stone glimmered in his palm. Rust clenched the object in his hand, murmuring that it was ready. Satisfaction glimmered in his eyes as he recognized the result surpassed his expectations. Onlookers stared at him, astonished by the reality he had indeed crafted a magic stone. Rust offered the weapon to the headman, inviting him to be the one to test it at the age of 32. With a touch of hesitation, the headman agreed, assuring Rust he would do it. With trembling hands, the old man accepted the weapon, the weight of many eyes upon him. Steadily, he fitted a magic stone into its chamber. The headman, standing tall before the crowd, lifted his pistol and sent a sharp shot skyward. A resounding shot echoed through the air, followed by cheers as the crowd realized the stone had done its job. Relief spread among the people, who began to celebrate their newfound sense of safety. Rust allowed himself a quiet smile, watching their joy. In that moment, witnessing such happiness, he understood that every hardship endured had truly been worthwhile. The young man announced he'd take things a step further. Summoning the scrolls, he commanded the creation process to start without hesitation. 3 promotions unfolded at once. The onlookers could only gape in astonishment. Baskets brimming with magic stones materialized before Rust. With a weary smile, he brushed the sweat from his brow and declared, satisfied that this haul would suffice. Onlookers gaped in silent astonishment, words failing them as they took in the scene. Rust shut his eyes, reflecting that even with his experience, the entire process demanded nearly an hour of careful attention. Soon, he would guide others through the art of crafting stones by their own hands. With a measured glance at the magic stones, Rust declared that ownership had passed to them. Each stone brimmed with an abundance of magical energy, their surfaces shimmering with untapped potential. The young man explained that his stones now held twice the capacity of the old ones he used to deliver. The headman, surprised, confirmed whether they truly possessed double the power. Approaching the scattered stones, the old man remarked that there must be at least 5 baskets worth gathered here. Such a quantity, he mused, would serve a single village for more than a lifetime. Before making any decisions, he insisted on seeking the Lord's guidance. Rust gazed at the old man, surprise flickering in his eyes. The elder cleared his throat, admitting that throughout his many years, nothing had ever caught him so off guard. He confessed that the outcome had taken him entirely by surprise, stirring a touch of concern within him. Turning to Czar, he announced they would bring the stones to the village. Czar promised to handle all the preparations. The man hurried over, pushing a cart, eager to begin work. Rust studied the bags now filled with the precious magic stones. A crowd had gathered, and the people briskly divided the tasks among themselves, which the man found impressive. As the conversation shifted toward plans for their future, the headman offered assistance, promising to send the idle villagers to help gather materials. Rust declined with a casual wave, assuring everyone that, having begun the task, he would see it through on his own. Rust summoned the scroll, his thoughts lingering on their willingness to assist with the materials. Gratitude filled him for their eager initiative. Raising his voice, he gave the signal to begin polishing and release the project. As the wind intensified, materials were swiftly gathered and tucked away into the waiting bag. Rust watched with a quiet smile, certain there was no longer any need for diamond dust. Soon, they would reduce its presence to nothing. The thought lingered as he convinced himself further. Every branch and fruit of Kageli had been swept up and whirled into a storm, leaving nothing behind. With the final touch complete, Rust packed his tools into the bags as a man's voice rang out, praising the impressive display. Amid the crowd, someone remarked on how swiftly Rust had handled everything, admiring the work of a true master. Watching the animated audience, a quiet smile formed on Rust's lips, pleased by the energetic atmosphere surrounding him. Amazement filled the headman as he witnessed Rust's magic firsthand. Without wasting a moment, Rust suggested they find a more private place to continue their conversation. The headman, regaining his composure, agreed enthusiastically and welcomed the idea. The old man announced their return would follow. Fixing his gaze on Czar, he entrusted all remaining tasks to him. With a resolute voice, the man affirmed he would handle everything. Rust let out a breath, sensing that the headman grasped his meaning even from his position on the floor. A quiet amazement lingered in Rust's mind. This village never failed to astonish him. Here, mutual understanding flowed effortlessly among the people. With bonds like these, their future seemed secure. Together, they made their way back to the headman's house. Once more, tea was poured for Rust. Savoring the warmth, he realized with a smile that tea always tasted richer after a long day's work. Watching others truly appreciate his efforts filled him with a distinct sense of fulfillment, one that only became clearer at moments like these. Rust mentioned his readiness to begin the discussion. With assurance, the old man responded that he was fully attentive. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face as he took in the headman's anxious expression. Despite his intimidating appearance, the old man's nerves were evident. Sensing the tension, Rust reassured him, inviting him to sit back and relax. Whatever conversation lay ahead would not be as troubling as the headman feared. The discussion shifted to the ancient type of stones. When just a single village draws from these reserves, the supply can endure for many years. The old man, taken aback, expressed his astonishment that the reserves could truly last so long. The headman modestly brushed aside any praise, insisting that his role was less significant given the sheer quantity of stones at their disposal. With a tone of assurance, he added that these resources would easily sustain them for many years to come. At a loss for words in the face of such generosity, gratitude weighed heavily on his heart. Rust simply waved his hand, signaling the headman to hold off. He explained that these stones were needed not just in their village during these troubling times, but also in the distant border regions. The headman affirmed that it was true. In these borderlands, everyone longs for the restoration of the old stones. The discussion now turned to Rust's remarks as they prepared to revisit his words in detail. The young man expressed his interest in discussing a potential agreement to supply old-type stones for the newly acquired territories under Karine's rule. The old man expressed his astonishment, recalling what their lord had shared about the famed Karine knight. Stories circulated of her powerful swordplay, said to be strong enough to fell 3 heavily armored soldiers at once. Tales praised this remarkable girl as a key force behind recent victories in war. The old man remarked that, although her hands appeared delicate and slender, an inhuman strength dwelled within her, earning her a peculiar nickname. Before the old man could continue, Rust lifted his hand in a silent request for him to pause. Praise for Karine's hands echoed in his memory, a compliment he had encountered countless times. Each time, the words left a bitter aftertaste, particularly when the speaker likened her to a monster capable of slicing through dragons. Rust shared with the elder that Karine had once been his girlfriend back in their student days. Now, he was making his way to see her. Bowing his head, the old man quietly apologized for his harsh words. Russ explained this as the reason he wanted him to speak directly with the local lord about the matter. In his estimation, developing Karine's new territories would require a considerable investment. Russ considered the possibilities, confident that a solution for earning money existed and convinced that no challenges would arise, unless, of course, Karine decided against placing him in charge of the project. Confident in his assessment, Russ believed that Karine and the local lords would easily strike a deal over the minor job at hand. He emphasized the importance of using this opportunity to establish the groundwork for future alliances. The young man believed his delivery of the magic stones had already fulfilled the village's needs, considering it a personal gift. The headman received it with genuine gratitude, and they settled in to enjoy a fresh pot of tea together. With a grateful nod, the older man expressed his thanks, acknowledging how much the assistance had truly meant to them. Rust expressed his desire to write a letter. At once, the old man raised his voice, instructing Mr. Rust to fetch some paper and a pen. The young man suspected there might be a different problem. A root canal is what he truly needs. This letter will be sent to one of his old schoolmates, not just Karine. Rust persisted in his argument, insisting that his place was now in the army. The situation revolved around a dispute involving magical gems and a conflict of interest. Suspicion lingered in his mind that Lihilsome could have a hand in the matter. Rust pictured Lihilsome's face and shrugged off any concern, showing little interest in the man. Instead, his thoughts gravitated toward the military, which held far more significance for him. Amid the chaos of war, a fresh breed of magic weapon emerged onto the battlefield. He continued his explanation, pointing out that weapons and equipment always serve as lucrative assets for the military. Soon enough, once streams of old Rasta magic stones begin to circulate again, the powers that be will surely seek to stamp them out. After scribbling the last words onto the parchment, Rust set down his pen, satisfied with his work. The elder glanced over and inquired what Rust wanted in return for the message. Rust simply expressed his gratitude. Silently, the young man realized he ought to consider it carefully. With a firm hand, Rust pressed his medallion onto the scroll, sealing it. Rising from his chair, he announced that it was time for him to be on his way. The elder urged him to wait, requesting that Rust spend the night. With a gentle smile, Rust insisted he truly had to depart. Stepping outside, villagers gathered, expressing surprise that he was already preparing to leave. Approaching him with a stack of plates, a woman commented on his apparent knack for making things gleam. Without hesitation, the man replied that his true wish was to see his axe turned into gold. Nearby, a second man chimed in, inquiring whether it would be possible to clear the weeds from his garden using a miniature tornado. Surprise flickered across Rust's face, yet he followed instructions without hesitation. Sensing the moment to depart, he offered a final wave to everyone before exiting the city's gates. With a quiet call, he summoned the behemoth, and together they began their journey anew. Upon reaching the border, Rust sat atop the behemoth and surveyed the surroundings. Surprise flickered in his eyes as the landscape contradicted all he had heard. Rumors had painted this place as barren of life, inhabited solely by monsters. Yet here plants and animals thrived, challenging everything he believed. The wasteland teems with strange creatures and unfamiliar plants, each one new to his eyes. Their danger remains a mystery to him. A monstrous beast lunged at them, and in the chaos, the behemoth's massive foot came down, crushing him beneath its weight. Rust climbed off and gently patted his head, expressing his gratitude. The young man explained that hippos are quick to sense hostility, and that understanding had made a significant difference. Rust leaned closer to the mangled creature, his voice edged with curiosity as he wondered aloud about its identity. He stated the need to remove it from the area. Slipping on his collection gloves, he pulled out waterproof cloth bags and began carefully preparing them. A man nearby suggested the creature could prove valuable for their purposes. After securing the odd creature, Rust released a tired sigh and remarked that this area had become a wasteland, its original inhabitants driven out by relentless monsters. Gazing at the bag with a gentle smile, he mused about the possibility of encountering countless unfamiliar monsters. The thought of studying such mysterious creatures filled him with anticipation. Unfolding the map, Rust observed that a watering hole lay just ahead. Once they crossed it, Karine would be near, and their paths would finally converge. Rust mounted the behemoth once more, and together they resumed their journey. Soon, they arrived at the reservoir. The man, curious about their destination, asked what this place was. Stroking the beast, he suggested they take a break. Rust wandered over to the water's edge, and, his curiosity piqued, inquired if any monsters lived in the pond. A sudden noise caught the young man's attention, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Gazing down at the water, he noticed black smoke swirling above its surface. The sight left Rust astonished. Recognizing the fluctuations of magical elements, he wondered what could have caused their appearance in this place. Without warning, a mysterious shape burst forth from the water. The creature lunged at Rust, but he twisted aside in time. Eyes flickering to the ground, he noticed, to his astonishment, a baby lizard. Despite its earlier threat, the tiny beast now appeared completely harmless. As Rust studied the lizard, he realized it belonged to a rare species seldom seen. Unsettling sounds drifted toward him, drawing his gaze to the water, where tentacles slowly emerged from beneath the surface. The assault on Rasta began, prompting him to weave and twist to avoid the sudden blows. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he tried to grasp the situation. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed an unexpected sight. The tentacles were lashing out at a nearby lizard instead of him. Uncertain, he pondered whether their true target was the creature all along. With a mixture of pity and expectation, the beast gazed at the young man. Some silent hope for assistance shimmered in its eyes. Rust met that gaze, peering steadily into her eyes. Despite his innocent, childlike features, the young man remained convinced of his own monstrous nature. Such a fragile appearance offered no promise of safety, nor did it assure anyone that he was truly harmless. Rust kept his gaze fixed on the lizard as the tentacles struck mercilessly. In his mind, he considered how deceptive maneuvers could sometimes distract an opponent, yet knew that among monsters, the unyielding law of nature always reigned. The strong consume the weak. With a mournful gaze, the lizard met Russ's eyes once more. Russ attempted to hold his ground, but his resolve quickly melted away. Sympathy welled up in him for the creature. Rust called out, urging the behemoth to come to his aid. With a low rumble, the magical beast responded, hurling itself onto the writhing tentacles. Terror flickered in the lizard's eyes as she gazed up at the behemoth towering above her. With effortless force, the giant creature stomped down on the writhing tentacles, ripping them to shreds beneath its immense weight. A few of the tentacles lingered on the ground, while others slipped beneath the surface of the water. Rust expressed his gratitude for the assistance. The young man retrieved his gloves and bags once more. Rust reached out and rested his hand on the lizard. The creature lay still and unresponsive, yet something about it suggested it was not truly lifeless. The others picked up a section of the tentacle, eyeing it with clear distaste. One of them remarked on how revolting it was, while another hesitated, uncertain whether he should actually consider the tentacle a food source. A magic scroll materialized in the air, unfurling itself over the lizard's form. Rust's voice gave the signal to start, setting off the process of deployment, decoding, and manifestation. The scroll gathered data from the beast, then drifted back to the young man, its purpose fulfilled. Rust studied the notes scrawled across the scrolls, suggesting that perhaps animals differed too much from humans for him to read them correctly. However, the other man sensed the real issue lay elsewhere. His line of sight was simply obstructed. With a cheerful grin, Rust gestured toward the scroll, announcing that he could make out the words even from where he stood. Everything seemed clear to him at last. The lizard, he observed, had reached a point of total exhaustion. Mitochondrial activity fell to its lowest point, making it nearly impossible to accurately assess the current state. The hippo slipped into the water for a swim. Rust watched from nearby and offered a word of caution. The young man went back to check on the lizard, who still showed no signs of waking. Surveying the scene, Rust realized that with the lizard in such poor condition, making a truly great potion anytime soon would be far out of reach. While the monstrous behemoth clashed with the writhing tentacles, Rust remained absorbed in his research, oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. Uncertainty clouded his understanding of her typical condition, making any precise assessment impossible. In moments like these, he decided it was wisest to rely only on safe, proven potions. Emerging from the water, the hippopotamus lumbered toward the plant, a fragment of tentacle caught between its teeth. Russ stared in disbelief, recognizing the remains as those of the creature he had just encountered. Working quickly, Russ concocted a potion and let a few drops fall onto the lizard. Eyes fixed on the beast, anticipation mingled with tension, yet the creature remained motionless. The young man, confusion settling on his face, remarked that the lizard showed no sign of waking. Russ examined the scroll once more, noting that mitochondrial activity had noticeably surged. The readings now approached those typical of an ordinary human. The young man pressed on with his argument, revealing that his true goal far surpassed what anyone had imagined. The gap between his aim and expectations was unmistakably vast. The behemoth gently brushed its massive form against the lizard. Russ found it strange to see a hippopotamus showing such affection toward a creature typically considered a monster, especially since the animal was always quick to sense any trace of hostility or malice. The man suspected that this lizard was just another of those common creatures. Still, he understood that simply abandoning the situation wouldn't change anything. Uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding her chances for survival. To him, the spot appeared to be an oasis amidst the barren wasteland, yet a cluster of monsters had already claimed the territory. Now, with the tentacled beast gone, the chance of fresh threats showing up grew even higher. Abandoning her there without anyone to watch over her meant almost certain death. Rust gazed up at the towering behemoth and inquired why they planned to bring Soap along. They began their journey as the guy unrolled the map, eyes scanning the lines with careful concentration. After a moment's thought, he suggested they trace the path of the river that flowed out from the watering hole. The massive creature came to a halt before a modest settlement nestled in the steppe. Russ commented that this must be the place. After their long journey, Karine's camp finally stood before them. The behemoth began to emit a series of peculiar sounds, prompting the man to inquire about its behavior. Descending from the massive behemoth, Russ drew out a medallion to show his credentials. Proclaiming his name in a bold voice, he announced himself as a master-rank alchemist. On behalf of Knight Karine, whose summons had brought him here, he requested permission to be allowed entry. The sand shifted as young women emerged, their faces veiled by cloth. Gripping spears tightly, they stood ready to defend their homeland against approaching invaders. Rust's eyes widened in surprise as he listened. One of the girls stepped forward, expressing relief and happiness at his arrival. She explained that monsters lurking along the border often mimic humans, which made them wary, and apologized for the cautious greeting. The scene matched exactly what the hippopotho had warned him to watch for. Had they gone a step further, they would have crossed into the dangerous territory. Trouble would have been inevitable. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face as reassurance filled his words. The girls, he noted, possessed impressive skills when it came to disguise. The cloth bandages covering their eyes, he explained, owed their effectiveness to a touch of magic. Despite claims that subtlety wasn't their strong suit, their presence was easy for him to spot. Mrs. Karine's high praise for him now made perfect sense. The girl mentioned, almost offhandedly, that these bandages were nothing more than ordinary strips of cloth. Rust observed the blue and red eye patterns adorning their headbands, noting their striking resemblance to enchanted artifacts. Curiosity sparked within him as he considered what purpose such items might serve for them. Spotting a lizard perched on the hippo's back, the girl cried out in alarm, declaring that a strange creature had appeared on her companion. Roa tried to soothe her anxious friend, urging her to calm down. Addressing her as Ari, the girl confessed that something felt off. Ari pressed her to explain, questioning if this meant they should keep Master Rust away, suspecting she might even want to challenge Master Rust herself. Rum, with a hesitant voice, admitted it was fine. Ari turned to Rasta and offered a quiet apology on her sister's behalf. Guy assured him that everything was fine. Relief washed over Rust, pleased that their encounter hadn't escalated into a pointless fight. Starting trouble on his first day at a new job was the last thing he wanted. Rust observed Ari, sensing an unusual sharpness in her gaze. It seemed she possessed a rare talent for perceiving things beyond the ordinary. Her younger sister likely watched their arrival from a distance, and Rust couldn't help but speculate whether Ari could see straight into a person's capabilities. The sight of the white lizard lingered in Rust's mind, stirring a quiet unease that refused to fade, leaving him wary of its mysterious presence. With a wide grin, the young man slipped the locket back into his pocket. Turning to the girls, he reassured them that their worries made perfect sense to him. Both the mysterious white lizard and the locket would remain under his careful watch, and he promised to handle whatever came next. Expressing her gratitude for his kind words, the girl reminded him that it was now time to act on them. Without delay, they would accompany him to Mrs. Karine, who awaited his arrival with great anticipation. Upon arriving at the tent, the girl gave a small wave and directed him to enter. Rust complied, stepping inside and quietly apologizing for the inconvenience. Inside the tent, several individuals busied themselves with different projects. Amidst the commotion, a man urged his coworkers to dispatch the documents without delay. Someone called out that a message from Point D had just arrived. Meanwhile, another reported that there was still no word from points A and G, marking the fifth unsuccessful attempt at contact. Russ studied the surroundings with meticulous attention. Before him stood what appeared to be advanced communication equipment. The realization dawned on him. He was standing in the heart of their centralized information headquarters. Bursting with excitement, a girl emerged and called out, delighted that Rust had finally shown up. A warm smile spread across the young man's face as he looked at her. A warm handshake marked their meeting. Smiling, Karine mentioned they had been expecting his arrival. With a friendly wave, she broke into laughter and remarked on how much time had passed since they last met. Smiling, the girl teased him about looking older than she remembered. With a tired sigh, Rest insisted that this didn't matter and calmly urged Ms. Karine to let it go. A light laugh escaped the girl as she remarked that the rust hadn't changed a bit. The young man noted that, even though this place was far off the beaten path, reaching it had been surprisingly simple. Karine turned to Ari and Roa, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she inquired whether they knew the man. A broad smile spread across her face as she addressed him directly, gently checking if everything was all right on his end. Rest glanced at the girls, who immediately averted their gaze. Surprise flickered across his face as the realization dawned that they might have come out specifically to see him. Realization dawned on Rust. Any issues between himself and the camp were now the responsibility of these two to resolve. By coming to meet him, they had already accepted the possibility of stirring up further trouble within their own ranks. The young man ran his fingers through his hair, quietly deciding he didn't need to rely on Karine's decisions just yet. Meanwhile, Russ reassured the girl that everything was fine. With a gentle smile, the girl explained that this was the true meaning, assuring that it was indeed a good thing. Approaching the magic machine with firm resolve, she declared an end to the pointless discussions. Russ's presence was now required. Turning to face her people, Karine raised her voice and called for a brief pause. The group, caught off guard by her command, halted their work and stared at her in astonishment. As the staff filed out of the tent, Karine observed the absence of a table. Without hesitation, she decided to create one herself. With a swift motion, the girl used magic to whisk away the enchanted devices, clearing the stacked boxes beneath them. Rust watched her at work, quietly noting how she still embodied the same spirit as ever. A delighted smile spread across Karine's face as she declared that it would be perfect. Calling out to Roa and Ari, she asked them to prepare some tea. Taking a seat, Karine settled herself across from Rust. With an awkward tone, the young man wondered aloud why she had been so thorough in seeing everyone out, as if there was some hidden issue. A gentle smile played on her lips as she admitted that this was exactly the kind of response she anticipated from him. The girl then remarked how he always cut straight to the point, wasting no time on unnecessary formalities. A smug smile crossed Russ's face as he pointed out he had been right all along. She truly planned to save everyone. Russ mused that this was meant to be the untroubled existence of an explorer, a quiet life in another dimension, where evening settled gently over a world untouched by magic. In the end, events had unfolded that way. Karine explained the urgency of eradicating this magic, stressing that without it, the dawn of the harvest would remain unseen. Yet, surprise lingered in his mind that she would approach him for such a straightforward mission. The girl explained that Master Rust's primary task would be to treat a local illness that had become widespread throughout the camp. Karine chimed in, expressing her hope that he could also investigate the root cause of the outbreak. A tent awaited him, set up for his exclusive use. Rust nodded in agreement, signaling his understanding. Stepping outside, he made his way toward the tent with the hippo trailing behind. The animal stayed close, wary of losing its guide in unfamiliar surroundings. The young man pondered Karine's mention of a local disease, curious if the symptoms started appearing only after reaching the camp. Instead of jumping to conclusions, he decided it would be wiser to first observe how these symptoms actually presented themselves. Without warning, Rust became keenly aware of the townspeople's gazes fixed upon him. A wide grin spread across his face as he offered a greeting. Meanwhile, the young man stiffened, uneasily noting how intimidating their stares were. Silence hung in the air as the crowd simply began to drift apart. Suspicion was etched across their faces, making their caution unmistakable to Rust. Yet he knew that curing the illness would not be enough. Earning their trust would also be essential. Led by the girls, he was escorted to a tent, which Ari explained belonged to Master Rust. A gentle smile played on his lips as he regarded the group. Quiet gratitude welled up within him as he realized how fortunate he was to have met them before anyone else. Beside him, Roa firmly declared her intention to keep a close watch on Master Rust. Any dishonor brought upon Mrs. Karine would be inexcusable. Ari, her patience worn thin, demanded an end to the conversation. Meanwhile, Rust mistakenly believed he was retracting his words. With a gentle hand, the young man patted the hippo, remarking that his single-person tent was surprisingly spacious, far larger than he had imagined. A voice rang out, declaring the presence of an important figure. Rust suspected this announcement served as a discreet signal to the rest of the camp, and that interpretation appeared quite fitting. Rust stepped into the room, his eyes scanning the space. According to the man, the place held nothing but empty earth, not a piece of furniture in sight. Karine, for her part, appeared to be quite familiar with him. As Ari and his sister readied themselves to bring the first patients, Russ unrolled a scroll and declared his intention to make thorough preparations. The ritual of cleansing commenced. In his mind, treating the carpet and spreading it across the floor seemed like a sufficient solution. Persistently, he maintained that this straightforward method would keep the floor safe from dust and moisture. Russ gently placed the lizard on a soft blanket, making sure it would be safe while he tidied the room. He mentioned that she would stay there for now, though the space had seen little use lately. Gathering his magical supplies, he declared that the moment to use them had finally arrived. With a firm touch on the scroll, Russ raised his voice, commanding the rose to unfurl and reveal itself. Beside the slumbering lizard, a delicate rose unfurled its petals. This bloom, known as the alchemical rose, radiated a quiet beauty. Kneeling on the ground, he pondered how, beneath her looks, she proved herself just as capable as a hippopotamus. Russ then instructed Rosa to begin by reinforcing the cub's sleeping area with extra care. The rose extended its thorny stem, coiling gracefully around the bed where the lizard rested. The thorns formed a natural barrier, creating a cage that offered protection, shielding her beneath a canopy of sharp petals. Rust expressed his gratitude, pleased with how everything had turned out. Only the task of organizing the area to resemble a typical campsite remained. Quietly and without drawing attention, he started planning the camp setup in his mind. To begin, he constructed insulated flooring that allowed air to circulate freely. Next came a sturdy bed frame, a comfortable chair, and a practical writing desk, followed by a separate table dedicated to their experiments. Rust had crafted similar setups back in his student days. Support during field research and various tasks had earned her a spot by his side on every expedition. Now, those days linger in his memory as a cherished part of his past, when a handful of companions, led by Karine, joined his journey, gradually becoming a close-knit circle around him. Out of nowhere, a stranger appeared at the edge of the camp and announced that a patient afflicted with the illness had arrived, granting them permission to enter. With a quiet nod, Rust accepted, realizing that his new responsibilities were now truly underway. Rust busied himself with the patients, listening attentively to their grievances and symptoms. He assured each person he would prepare an appropriate potion. Watching him, I realized that the process of diagnosing and treating everyone took the better part of an entire day. For now, the focus needs to be on immediate relief, with healing as the top priority. Once stability is achieved, unraveling the underlying cause and beginning careful research can come next. The patient mentioned experiencing numbness in his right arm since the day before. Rust listened with surprise, acknowledging the report and quietly considering the possibility of paralysis. The threat of lasting injury loomed large. Examining his hand, concern stirred as he realized the situation might be far more dire than first assumed. It seemed a contest of speed awaited, not just for him, but for the fate of his hand as well. Once the patient left, Ari called out to Roa, signaling for the next person to come in. The pace was relentless and time slipped by quickly. Before she knew it, daylight faded into evening, and evening melted into the hush of night. As Roa stepped into the tent, she announced that this would be the final patient of the day. In her mind, Rust's rapid pace seemed almost methodical as he examined each patient. A gentle smile crossed his face as he expressed gratitude for her efforts. By the day's end, he had managed to administer initial care to every patient in need. Suddenly, the last patient called out, mentioning exhaustion and a strange numbness spreading through his arms and legs. Rust listened carefully, assuring him that he understood. With practiced hands, Rust began preparing a potion designed to restore the patient's body to normal. Throughout the process, he carefully observed the patient, watching for signs of improvement. Rast carefully examines the unique symptoms of each patient, drawing on knowledge of their medical histories. He then prepares standard auxiliary potions tailored to their specific needs. For now, his efforts focus solely on this task, a form of care known as symptomatic therapy. Acting swiftly remains crucial for her, as identifying the underlying cause of the problem could make all the difference. Rust passed the potion to the patient, urging immediate action, since delaying the start of treatment might lead to consequences that cannot be undone for certain patients. With renewed hope, the patient swallowed the potion and soon exclaimed with delight as movement returned to his hands, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the doctor. Rust responded by saying it sounded wonderful, though he wasn't a doctor himself. The idea that even a simple potion could inspire such happiness seemed almost unbelievable to him. If he had ever been through something like that while part of the association, he doubted he could have endured it. Rust faced Roa, gratitude evident in his gaze as he thanked her for the day. Roa replied matter-of-factly that she was simply fulfilling her duties. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face. Offering Roa the potion, he explained that it was meant to relieve exhaustion and suggested that both Roa and Ari share it. Roa inquired about when Rust had found the time to finish it. With a calm shrug, Rust mentioned he'd had a few minutes to spare. Flushed with embarrassment, Roa mumbled a quick thank you and hurriedly slipped out of the tent. To Russ, it appeared that opening her heart to others was no easy task. Determined to be patient, he resolved to give her time. As he became momentarily distracted, he mentioned there was still one more matter he needed to address before the day ended. An interim report for Karine required careful attention. Notes taken during patient admissions became essential. Russ unrolled the scroll and patiently recorded a summary of each patient's condition, drawing from the observations made during decryption and examinations. The summary also encompassed the latest findings about the likely root cause. After slipping on his jacket, he exited the tent, carrying with him a brief report concerning the treatment. As he reflected on his notes, a reminder surfaced to include information about magic stones in his next report. Rest tore his gaze away from the report, startled to find the sky already swallowed by darkness. As the realization set in, the voices of two men broke through the evening quiet, expressing their gratitude for his assistance. Amazement filled one of the men as he admitted he never would have believed Rust could have everyone back on their feet in just half a day. Such remarkable skill was only fitting for Miss Karine's longtime companion. At noon, soon after arriving, Rust sensed only the weight of stern, scrutinizing gazes. Lifting his head, he coolly advised them to look after their own well-being. Drawing closer to the tent, he announced himself as an alchemist, bringing the latest progress report on the battle against the disease. Rust requested that the guard inform Miss Karine of his arrival. Without much ceremony, the guard simply looked up and told Rust to go ahead and enter. Perrin glanced toward the entrance, his voice low with concern, wondering aloud if anything had occurred given the late hour. Rust announced the completion of his preliminary work on the cases, passing over a concise report. Karine expressed her astonishment that he had managed to finish in just half a day, marveling at his usual brilliance. The report delivered excellent news, yet it also revealed that the risk of lasting injury had been present all along. Rust acknowledged this quietly, admitting it was true. Gratitude filled Karine's voice as she thanked Rust for rescuing her people. The sincerity in Karine's brief words of thanks caught Rust off guard. A respectful bow accompanied his humble reply, insisting he was simply fulfilling his duty. From that moment onward, Rust resolved to stand alongside the others as an equal in their endeavors. Laughter escaped Perrin as he agreed with her, his mood lightened. Shifting the conversation, she announced her intention to have a snack and invited him to join her. Though he insisted he wasn't hungry, Perrin moved ahead and began preparing enough treats for them both. Russ considered the question for a moment before admitting that he relied solely on what he always carried during his travels and while waiting between patients. Karine chuckled at his reference to the familiar grass bricks, teasing him about still eating them. She wondered aloud if Russ couldn't find a more appealing way to feed himself. Karine stifled her laughter, admitting it had been ages since she laughed so freely. Dabbing at the corner of her eye, she suddenly pressed her finger to the report, signaling her curiosity about its contents. As they waited for their food, she asked for more details, and Rust readily launched into a thorough explanation. The following morning, as sunlight crept through the fabric of the tent, Rust sat at breakfast, his eyes drifting to the cage. The white lizard remained still, lost in its slumber. After finishing his meal, Rust slipped into his jacket and stepped outside. Waiting just beyond the entrance, Ari and Roa stood quietly, an unexpected sight that caught him off guard. Turning to face them, he greeted everyone with a calm good morning, quietly appreciating how they had waited patiently until nightfall. Curious about their well-being, he asked how they were holding up. Roa replied that things were going well, crediting his own hard work. Ari expressed her gratitude to Rust for the potion, only to learn from Roa that he was the one who had actually provided it. Their exhaustion had vanished without a trace. The transformation was truly remarkable. Curiosity stirred within him, longing to catch a glimpse of their faces. Perhaps they appeared genuinely content. Ari and Roa mentioned that Mrs. Karine had instructed them to join him for the day. They explained further that she requested they give Russ a tour of the neighborhood, noting that Russ himself was eager to take a look around. This made him pause, lost in thought. Rust voiced his preference to begin at the storeroom, where all the food supplies were kept. Understanding his reasoning, the others allowed him to take the lead and trailed after him. Before anything else, the power of the hippopotamus emerged. A colossal hippopotamus materialized before their eyes. Russ noticed that his guides seemed amused by the strange hippopot. They led him to a food warehouse within the borders of Karine's camp. Ari and Roa explained that their storeroom could be found at this location. For the time being, everyone hurried toward the manager. Russ had taken the storeroom for a dugout, suspecting it had once served as a monster's lair before being transformed into a place to keep supplies. From a practical standpoint, repurposing the space made sense and conserved precious building materials. Sinking to one knee, Russ turned to the hippopotamus, requesting that it alert him to anything unusual. Delving into his bag, Russ retrieved the deployment scroll. From within, he drew out the biolocation pendulum, preparing to gauge the concentration of magical energy in the air. Russ believed the biolocation pendulum served as a unique instrument for detecting magical energy. According to his reasoning, intense fluctuations indicated a higher concentration of power. In his mind, he imagined the pendulum's readings, passing straight to the decryption scrolls. The first step was to familiarize himself with the warehouse surroundings. Rust settled onto the floor, set his focus, and calmly began to swing the pendulum. Rust observed that the very soil in this place was infused with magical particles, creating an environment too saturated for microorganisms to endure. As a result, the land remained remarkably sterile. Turning his head, Rust caught sight of Ari and Roa pressing their noses to the ground, their behavior oddly reminiscent of a hippopotamus. Amazement flickered in his eyes as he quietly marveled at how much they were truly assisting him. Some time later, Russ climbed the mountain and reached out to touch its rocky surface. Magical particles filled the air at a steady, noticeable density, yet nothing seemed out of the ordinary to him. In selecting the best spot to store supplies, considerations extend beyond just a cool, dark environment. Organizing storage in this manner ensures optimal preservation and practical advantages. Such an approach has become the norm in food management. Thoughts of different dishes danced through his mind as he pointed out the unusually high concentration of magical particles around them. Such an abundant presence, he reasoned, could prove useful. Since these particles are known to eliminate bacteria, preparing and eating food here would be much safer. Visualizing the possibility of local microorganisms infiltrating human bodies through food posed a challenge for him. Perhaps, he mused, the true cause lay elsewhere. He speculated further, suggesting that remnants of the monster that once ruled this territory might still linger here. Russ turned to Roa, curious if the rumors were true about a monster lurking within the cave. Leaning in, he pressed further, eager to learn if she had any idea what kind of creature might call this dark place home. Roa took a deep breath, catching the faint traces on the air, and quietly confirmed that this was almost certainly the den of a bear. The interrogation carried on as he inquired about the type of bear and its unique traits. The stranger offered a nod to Rasta, while Ari introduced the newcomer as the individual responsible for overseeing the food supplies. The person in charge expressed sincere gratitude for the opportunity to meet and for the assistance provided to his brother. He mentioned how his brother had struggled with numbness in his limbs and had been feeling quite depressed, thanks to Dr. Rust's dedicated efforts. That troubling condition had finally been resolved, and the family remained deeply appreciative. Unsure of how to help, Rust resolved to give his utmost effort. He recognized that his brother appeared to be among those who had arrived the previous day. Addressing the person in charge, Rust remarked that it would truly be impressive. Requesting permission to examine the vault's interior, Rust received a question from the supervisor about his intentions. Together, they stepped inside. With careful precision, Rust set his pendulum in motion, focusing intently as he searched for the specific items he sought. Rust soon discovered that the stored meat came from monstrous beasts, while fruits and other resources harvested from plant-based monsters underwent meticulous processing. He found himself genuinely impressed by how well everything was preserved. Furthermore, no signs of poison or lingering evidence from the creature that once inhabited this place surfaced. Russ expressed his gratitude to Ren, the supervisor, saying it was now safe to seal the vault. Ren considered the situation, questioning whether everything had truly been resolved. Hippopo called out, his voice echoing as he beckoned Rust to join him. Startled by the urgent summons, Rust hurried over, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he inquired about Hippopo's discovery. Upon hearing the explanation, Rust offered a grateful nod, expressing his thanks for the helpful information. That was the extent of my contribution, revealing that the origin of the outbreak has no connection to this location. Rust drew back, admitting that it was still too early to make any definitive judgments. He went on to explain that their first priority should be to thoroughly investigate each of the surrounding areas, one by one. Roa wondered aloud about their next destination. Without hesitation, Rust raised the scroll and gestured toward the horizon, announcing that their next objective awaited in that direction. In saying this, he referred to a container specifically designed to cleanse and make drinking water safe. According to the man, this water tank supplies water specifically for drinking and cooking purposes. Given its limited capacity, the Council has established strict allocations to ensure each site receives its designated share. Russ examined the scroll, verifying its contents as accurate. The vessel before him resembled nothing like an old, obsolete magical artifact, yet it completed the cleaning task with remarkable efficiency. Each component appeared to function smoothly, with no apparent flaws or issues. Suspecting that toxic substances might have entered the body through contaminated water or food, he chose to examine the food supplies before anything else. With a grimace, Rust murmured that finding a solution would likely prove challenging. Roa suddenly suggested taking a short lunch break. As she moved a little too close to Rust, her proximity startled him. Fear flickered across his face as he muttered that it would be nice. Roa remarked how Rust became completely oblivious to conversations whenever he was lost in thought. A grimace crossed Rust's lips. Even he knew there was no point in protesting the truth of her words. Receiving a lunch invitation from these two remained an uncommon occurrence. Pulling himself from his reflections, he assured them of his understanding. In a sudden tone, he questioned whether Karine had instructed them not only to accompany him, but also to ensure he ate his meals. Rust calmly lifted his hand, assuring Ari and Roa that there was no cause for concern. He was looking after his own well-being. Memories from Rust's student days drifted back to him, especially those moments when Karine, in the midst of a busy project, would press bites of food to his lips to keep him fed. He assured them he would take their advice to heart and have lunch. The group moved forward, and Roa suggested they stop for a bite in the camp's canteen. Ari explained that meals were prepared in the nearby tent, and since everyone ate here, she would go fetch their servings. Roa offered to accompany her. Rust smiled, expressing his appreciation for being able to count on them. Turning to the side, Rust remarked that the hippopotamus appeared famished as well. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a potion that magically transformed crushed stones into a dish. With a gentle gesture, he signaled the hippopotamus to begin its meal. Alchemically created animals could experience discomfort if exposed to either an excess or a shortage of magical particles. The hippopotamus snapped up his meal with abrupt enthusiasm. At the same time, Ari and Roa returned, announcing that they had brought their food as well. Rest considered the menu to be rather straightforward, yet the chef's clever touch stood out, making lunchtime a pleasant experience. Rust inquired whether everyone in the camp shared their meals in this place. Ari explained that she did not. Those with families often dined apart, choosing to eat with their loved ones in their own living quarters. The room mostly served as a gathering spot for singles. As he sampled the meal, its taste and appearance reminded him of the bland offerings from his university days. Once his plate was empty, Russ retrieved a scroll and immersed himself in its contents. Rest calmly turned the pages of his book, yet the persistent attention from Ari and Rua became impossible to ignore. Their faces were hidden behind layers of cloth bandages, but the intensity of their gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric. Without a word spoken, an unspoken message hung in the air, and Rest could almost sense the weight of what they longed to say. Rest points out that certain patterns emerge among the patients. In addition, they are already aware of who has fallen ill today. Ari suggested taking it easy, at least for the duration of lunch. The day had brought no reports of new cases, and as for any noticeable similarities, nothing had caught her attention. Russ expressed his gratitude, adding a warm thanks, while Roa mentioned that many in their group happened to be single. Ari acknowledged the truth in the statement. While not everyone was entirely unattached, the observation held for the most part. Roa explained that she chose individuals from the single tents to bring to him, and Rust characterized them as simply being loners. The young man mentioned to Ari that most of the patrons seemed to be single individuals. Ari nodded in agreement, confirming his observation. Meanwhile, Rust carefully unfurled the scroll above the meal, his voice carrying the words needed to unlock its secrets and bring forth the magic hidden within. Someone eagerly leans in, curiosity shining in their eyes, seeking to know what just transpired. With a satisfied glance at the scroll, Russ broke into a smile and announced his discovery. Raising his voice, he called out for the girls to pause their meal. Traces of monster venom linger here, albeit in small amounts. According to what the man explained, it disrupts the nervous system, which aligns with the symptoms that have appeared. An announcement urges everyone to immediately stop eating, warning that the food could be contaminated with poison. With a smile, Rust confirmed that he had indeed figured it out, recalling that he had encountered it before. Rilla inquired whether any new information had come to light. The young man answered with a gentle smile, confirming that he had been present. Rust considered how many of the sick seemed to come from individual tents and noted that a large number of them took their meals in the canteen. Since the water purification tank had no issues, he was nearly certain he had identified the source of the problem. Ari's astonishment was clear as he realized the truth had already been uncovered. Rella, intrigued, leaned in to inquire about his discovery. Just then, a young woman approached, introducing herself as the one responsible for the kitchen. With eager anticipation, she pressed them to reveal what might be wrong with the meal she and her team had prepared. With an apologetic tone, Russ acknowledged his abrupt entrance into the kitchen. Introducing himself as a rust alchemist, he explained his presence. He was investigating the recent worsening of a local disease, following direct instructions from Knight Karine. The group stepped into a room overflowing with dishes in every corner. Russ explained this was her kitchen, leaving no doubt about their location. Unrolling the scroll, he considered the readings, which turned out to be exactly as predicted. Rust approached Roa with a request to pass along a message to Mrs. Karine. He then directed his attention to the head of the kitchen, urging that the matter be attended to without delay. The girl nodded her agreement. Rust offered a gentle smile, assuring them all they would gather at Mrs. Karine's tent in an hour. There, he promised, the full story would finally come to light. An hour passed before everyone assembled outside Karine's tent. The kitchen manager and the person responsible for the single occupants' tents approached the group. With a nod from Karine, Mr. Rust was given permission to begin. Curiosity flickered in the girl's eyes as she inquired about his claim that the issue with the disease had been resolved. Rust nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting that it would be best to begin by outlining the initial cause. Continuing his explanation, he mentioned a pond located just upstream from the camp along the river. In that pond lived a creature whose venom had a dangerous effect on the nervous system. Karine paid close attention, taking in every word. According to her, river water is indeed in use. Doubts linger, however, about whether the storage tank is capable of purifying it properly. While they might lack the latest technology, she believed they could at least handle neutralizing any toxic substances. Ruff nodded in agreement, acknowledging her observation. The water in the tank had been thoroughly cleaned, so cleanliness wasn't the underlying issue. Sensing the conversation deepening, Karine leaned in, genuinely curious about what the real problem could be. The young man clarified that the issue wasn't about drinking water, but rather the water used for daily household tasks. Karine raised her voice in agreement, insisting that this was the true situation. Rest confirmed that, as it happened, the water used for washing dishes in laundry came straight from the river. Earlier, he had also taken time to check on the loner's tent. Continuing, he revealed that remnants of the same nerve-affecting toxin had been found on both the dishes and the freshly laundered clothes. That was the source of the trouble. Rust described how the poison slowly built up in the body, entering through the skin and the food people ate. Ari mentioned that, for this reason, many of the afflicted resided alone in separate tents and took their meals in the canteen. Loud apologies echoed from the kitchen as its supervisor expressed deep regret. The person overseeing the single tent quickly offered to shoulder all the blame. With a calm gesture, Karine lifted her hand, gently urging them to stop apologizing. The girl declared that the purified water in the tank was carefully rationed, and she alone had made that decision. Fixing her gaze on those present, she made it clear that the responsibility did not lie with them. With a commanding voice, Crenshaw declared their newfound clarity of purpose. Careful examination of the standards for every section became their next step. The origin of the infection had to be addressed. Specifically, the monster dwelling in the pond upstream required their immediate attention. Rust mentioned with a grin that the tentacled monster had already been taken care of. The real credit, though, belonged to the hippo, who had handled the creature while enjoying a swim in the pond. All eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to him. Rust stumbled over his words, insisting it was all a terrible misunderstanding and nothing more than an accident. Karine, her voice trembling, wondered aloud if he truly possessed the ability to foresee the future. Rust shook his head and admitted he had no idea how to attempt such a thing. Gesturing towards his scrolls, covered in arcane symbols, he explained that the poison's formula matched exactly what was recorded there. Karine recounted how, in a single evening, he managed to heal all the afflicted. By the following day, he had already uncovered the source of the illness. According to the girl, he went even further and eliminated the monster responsible for starting the outbreak. Russ mentioned that the matter was only addressed yesterday. He believes it's best to avoid using river water for now, and he also urges those in charge to dispose of any water currently used in daily routines. The girl explained that the cause of the infection had been removed, assuring everyone that it would be safe to use the river water again after a few days. Roa then turned to the hippopo and confirmed that no more monsters remained in the pond. The young man announced with satisfaction that he had completed her request to uncover the source of the outbreak and provide care for those who had fallen ill. A gentle smile spread across Karine's face. With a flourish of her hand, she proclaimed that Master Rust had performed his task to perfection. His work exceeded anything she had dared to hope for, accomplishing feats beyond her imagination. Grateful, she offered him her heartfelt thanks. With a calm smile, Rust explained that the poison worked in subtle increments, building up in the body over time. This slow accumulation was what eventually caused the illness, making it possible that symptoms might appear in those previously exposed, even years later. The man mentioned that if there were any shifts in their condition and treatment continued, she should inform them. Karine responded that it was not a problem, she would relay the message. Meanwhile, the rest of the group realized this was an ideal opportunity to make their own requests. His comment referred to the purification water tank. The man inquired if there were plans underway for an expansion. Raising his index finger with a confident smile and a spark of determination in his eyes, the young man, Rust, declared that with the necessary funding, he could make it happen. When Heron expressed a need for funds, she agreed to supply them without hesitation. In this way, Rust concluded his inaugural mission in his newly appointed role, entrusted to him by Karine. Life unfolds quietly now, far from the relentless noise of the city. Optimism does not come easily to him. His outlook remains cautious and reserved. Meanwhile, the affairs of the Alchemical Association continue without his knowledge or involvement. Ari steps forward to share her story. Serving within the Admiralty under Mrs. Karine's command, she introduces herself once more as Ari Saad. Roa approached her sister, her gaze thoughtful as she mentioned that Master Rasta occupied her mind. At that time, Ari realized they stood together in a narrow alley called Potter Street. The girl considered that their mission involved buying bottles of water. The sizes mentioned by Master Rust seemed enormous. Ari remarked to Roa that she might describe him as rather unconventional. At first glance, Ari sensed that Master Rust's fighting ability was something she could gauge, yet even teaming up with Roa would not have been enough for them to claim victory over him. Gradually, she explained how it dawned on her that they stood no chance against his astonishing alchemical hippopotamus creature. The realization left them genuinely stunned. Among Lord Karandra's retinue, Roa and he hold a prestigious place, recognized as the elite of their ranks. This distinction likely stirs a blend of admiration and resentment in her heart when it comes to Master Rust. Roa's extraordinary strength often drew admiration, something Ari recognized as a mark of pride born from their shared training. Yet her curiosity was equally piqued by someone whose mastery of alchemy set them apart, wielding talents entirely unlike their own. As an older sister, it might be her duty to disapprove of such an attitude, yet she finds herself unable to voice any criticism. Hidden beneath the surface, she understands those feelings all too well and quietly keeps her own concerns locked away. Ari gestured toward the shop, curious to know her thoughts. Together, they stepped inside and requested a few bottles. On a small slip of paper, Ari carefully wrote the address, instructing them to deliver the order here. The shopkeeper agreed and expressed gratitude for their business. The mood on this street feels heavier than on Potter Street. A somber crowd lines the sidewalks, their expressions dark and distant. Ari insisted there was no negative energy at play. Roa, however, disagreed and claimed she sensed it herself. The girl admitted it was nothing more than a hunch. Surrounded by countless magic shops, curiosity stirred among the group as they tried to guess what it might mean. They realized they could be directed to the shop in question. The sisters stepped into the magic shop, where a young girl welcomed them with a warm smile, inquiring how she could assist. Ari recalled that they had discovered this place thanks to Master Rust. Observing the saleswoman behind the counter, it became clear she was surprisingly young. All around, genuine magical tools filled the shop, though a closer inspection revealed several empty spots scattered across the shelves. Ari explained they were interested in presenting an offer. The salesgirl's eyes flickered open, and a gentle smile curved her lips as she inquired about their affiliation. Meeting her gaze, the girl searched the saleswoman's face for a hint of recognition. The salesgirl's dark eyes lingered on the group, her gaze sharp and assessing. Ari sensed the scrutiny, suspecting it had everything to do with their attire, which gave away none of the clues of an alchemist's trade. Without a word, the girl retrieved a scroll and placed it neatly on the table. Carefully unfolding the message, the girl placed it on the cellar table. As her eyes scanned the document, a flash of surprise crossed her face upon spotting Mr. Rust's distinctive seal. Turning to the others, she inquired whether they served as his messengers. Ari confirmed it was true. Master Rust had dispatched them to sell a potion flask. She inquired whether the saleswoman would accept their product or if it was unsuitable. The woman responded enthusiastically, assuring her that high-quality potions were a rare treasure these days. Furthermore, potions crafted by Mr. Rust consistently boast exceptional quality. She mentioned her eagerness to purchase one, though admitted a lingering sense of uncertainty about something. Roa leaned forward, placing both hands firmly on the seller's desk, and inquired about the document's contents. The woman examined the scroll carefully before explaining that, according to its instructions, the potion must be sold at a fixed price. She then pointed out the specific passage, detailing the conditions of the sale at the stated rate. Ari responded, explaining that these were the orders from the Rasta master. Despite this, she admitted her dissatisfaction with the price that had been established. The woman responded that, in fact, quite the opposite was happening. Prices for alchemical goods continued to climb. She explained that, for reasons unknown, deliveries from the association had slowed considerably, causing the cost of such potions to multiply several times over. Ari observed the store owner speaking candidly with the seller, realizing at last why Master Rust had vouched so confidently for this person's trustworthiness. Ari assured her that the usual price would be fine. A smile spread across the woman's face as she replied with understanding. Without delay, she began gathering the money needed to purchase the potion. The girls stepped out of the shop, their arms weighed down by a hefty coin-filled bag the salesgirl had just handed over. Roa eyed the bulging pouch and remarked on the surprising number of coins packed inside. Ari confirmed with a nod, expressing disbelief that the price was fixed. She explained that such an arrangement was natural, given that the potion belonged to Mr. Rust. Roa mentioned she had received instructions to spend the money on travel expenses. Ari turned her gaze toward Roa. With curiosity, the girl wondered aloud what her sister desired. She mentioned that she herself didn't wish to sample anything tasty. Roa merely shook her head in delight, expressing her contentment. The pair entered a cozy cafe, where Roa wasted no time and immediately started on her meal. As Ari watched her across the table, her mind drifted back to the incident that had set them on this mission. The memory felt as fresh as if it had occurred just yesterday, though in reality, another half-day had since passed. Persistent in her argument, the girl explained how, before the Rasta Master of the Lord appeared, Karine had summoned several healers to their aid. Yet one by one, each of them surrendered, unable to overcome the illness. Many who feared infection chose simply to run away in terror. Credit for this widespread panic likely belonged to the early doctors who had spread the initial rumors. With the Healers Guild still refusing their pleas, the situation grew increasingly dire. At that critical moment, Master Rust arrived, appearing almost as if conjured, and offered a timely rescue. Following Karine's instructions, Roa and Karine split the sick camp residents between them and escorted each group to Master Rust for examination. Several patients struggled to move, their limbs numb and unresponsive. The haze of fever had once clouded his mind, yet as the next patient was ushered into Master Rust's tent, the previous visitor stepped outside, now lively and refreshed. In a matter of moments, Rust skillfully tended to the ailing, swiftly uncovered the origin of their illness, and eliminated the monstrous culprit behind it all. His abilities stood out, marking him as a truly exceptional figure in the world of alchemists. Ari mentioned to Roa the possibility of seeking Master Rust's help with their eyes. As the words left her lips, Ari noticed her sister freeze, her meal left untouched mid-bite. Gazing at each other through the thin fabric, the girl quietly reasoned with her companion. In that silent exchange, they both nodded, recognizing a glimmer of hope. At last, they saw the chance to remove the cloth from their faces. Continuing the tale from Lihilsome's perspective, he made his way into the Alchemist Association's special equipment warehouse. Upon entering, a peculiar sight awaited him. A thick layer of slime stretched across every corner of the room. A startled cry escaped his lips as the strange sight unfolded before him. Without hesitation, Lihilsome produced a peculiar vacuum cleaner and set to work, diligently sweeping up the chaos. Watching this, the man's frustration simmered, demanding to know why such a task had fallen upon him, especially when the mess appeared so dreadful. With a sharp edge in his voice, Lihilsome declared that Rust bore the responsibility for all their troubles, pointing to his lack of respect for the Alchemist Association. According to Lihil, the organization had been plagued by endless issues, forcing the masters to abandon their positions. Many of the items stored in this vault carried risks far beyond the ordinary, demanding meticulous care in every interaction. Certain materials harvested from monsters proved volatile. A single careless move could trigger a disastrous explosion. Lihilsome recalled a time when a true expert managed this facility, but budget cuts brought an end to that era. The memory of who stepped in afterward had faded, especially when it came to the basic research department. With growing frustration, the man explained how the basic research department had been shut down, leaving dangerous materials unmonitored. As a result, a series of issues surfaced, starting with an eruption of thick scavenger slime. Lihilsome raised his voice, declaring that access was off-limits because dangerous, first-class threat material had been discovered inside. Only those holding the rank of master were allowed to take on such peril. Had this restriction not been in place, he would have simply assigned the task to his subordinates. The door burst open as Tortake rushed into the room, his voice sharp as he announced urgent trouble. Lihilsome fixed him with a furious glare, demanding to know the cause of the disturbance. In every eye, Lee's significance was unmistakable. With urgency in his voice, Tortake announced that the situation could not wait. Meanwhile, the vice president of the Armament Association raised his voice, demanding that Master Lihilsome be summoned at once. The man raised his voice, insisting he should have been informed sooner. Examining the massive pool of slime, Lihil instructed that if anyone of master rank came back, they should be told to take care of everything in this place. Tortake pressed a hand to his mouth, recoiling from the dreadful stench. Hesitance colored his words as he admitted he couldn't go through with it. Lihilsome, showing only the slightest annoyance, cast him a sharp glance and strode off without a word, leaving Tortake standing there, unsure and alone. With a trace of bitterness in his voice, Tortake remarked that a novice like him had no place instructing masters on matters of cleanup, finding the idea simply absurd. Furthermore, he doubted anyone would bother returning to this place to set things right. With a weary voice, the young man stepped out of the room, reminding everyone that the door should be closed to keep the magical elements from seeping in. Tortake reached out to touch the door, but a glowing magical symbol flared up under his fingers. Irritation colored his voice as he announced the door was sealed. Tortake soon understood that shutting it required a master rank medallion, leaving him at a loss. Puzzlement clouded his thoughts while he lingered before the door, uncertainty stretching each moment. With a heavy sigh and nowhere else to turn, he finally walked away. Tortake mentioned he would position himself at the entrance of the association, keeping watch for anyone returning. Meanwhile, Lihilsome made his way toward the office of GAN, the vice president of the Armament Association. A voice rang out, demanding to know how much longer the wait would be. All the deadlines had come and gone. In response, the other man calmly reminded him that he had already explained the situation. Most of the essential materials needed for the transformations had been delayed. Gan's voice brimmed with irritation as he cut in, insisting he had heard enough. The issue, he claimed, lay solely with them. Every detail about the deadlines, down to the final second, was clearly outlined in the contract. All equipment and supplies were supposed to be in the army's possession by now, ensuring everything stood prepared for the coming conflict. The vice president inquired about the length of the delay, warning that neglecting their responsibilities under the agreement would lead to more severe consequences than a standard penalty. Eyes fixed on the man before him, he raised his voice, demanding that someone summon Lihilsome at once. Just then, a man burst into the office, breathless and apologetic for the wait. At last, Lihilsome had made his entrance. The distinct scent of slime from Lihilsome reached Gan and his companion. Curiosity sparked as the man started to move closer, intending to ask Gan about his purpose. Before he could get any further, the vice president called out, commanding him to stay where he was. Frustration simmered within Gan as confusion clouded his thoughts. The situation felt far from ordinary. A master alchemist should never appear at an important business meeting in such a careless, disrespectful manner. Across the room, the man bluntly informed Lei that his odor was almost unbearable. Raising the jacket to his nose, Lihilsome caught a whiff and assumed the odor came from the scavenger. Despite hurrying over as quickly as possible, he had still taken a moment to freshen up. Spending so much time in the warehouse, perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to the lingering stench. With an uneasy expression, Lihil muttered an apology to Vice President Gan, explaining that he needed to change his clothes immediately. Gan, however, raised his voice, declaring he would no longer put up with waiting for Lihil to fulfill his promises. Lihilsome fixed his gaze on Sabas, the very man he had shouted at earlier. Hoping to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he tried to silently communicate his question, seeking an update on their situation and any developments that had occurred. Sabas clamped his hands over his nose and mouth, then turned away. Lehi glanced over, trying to decipher what Sabas intended by this gesture. The message was clear, there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the man assured Gan that preparations would be completed by the next day. Gan raised his voice, determined to keep his words at the forefront of his mind. Sabasa, caught off guard, stared at Lihilsome in disbelief, unable to comprehend why those words had been directed at the vice president. With resignation, Sabasa pointed out that there was no way everything would be completed by tomorrow. The weapons alchemy department buzzed with energy as people hurried about their tasks. Whispers spread through the corridors, fueled by the news that the laboratory had been meticulously prepared and even the most skilled high elves had been summoned back from their days off. Curiosity grew with each passing minute as everyone speculated about the purpose behind all this sudden commotion. Without hesitation, Lihilsome stated plainly that the attribute-altering magic circuits must be delivered to the Armament Association. This critical responsibility demanded swift action, and he trusted Sabas to carry out the task promptly. Sabasa confirmed the information, explaining that they had indeed placed an order for magic circuits capable of transforming magical energy into fire elements. Evidently, the army had requested firearms from the Armament Association as well. Lihilsome wondered about the delayed delivery, noting that while precise calculations are sometimes required, this was a task he had handled many times before. Sabasa explained that their supply of distilled water was running low. Typically, they reserve the highest quality distilled water for drawing intricate circuits onto the boards. Lihilsome mentioned the necessity of distilled water, highlighting its fundamental role among all other components. Alchemists learn to make it at the very beginning of their training, and even novice students can manage its creation. A hush settled over the crowd as curious whispers filled the air. Porjate approached Lihilsome, curiosity apparent in his eyes. Upon inquiry, Porjate placed a magic circuit into Lee's hand, along with a device designed to test the circuit's functionality. Tordek explained that the board was crafted from specially distilled water. Without hesitation, Lehi took hold of it and slid it into the device. Calmly, he inquired about the issue at hand. According to the man, this crystal already contained a sufficient amount of magical energy. All that remained was to trigger its power, and those hidden elements would ignite into flames. Lihilsome attempted to activate the crystal as instructed, yet no visible transformation occurred. He informed the staff that the energy level remained insufficient, and the release of magical elements lacked stability. With a tone of regret, Tordek admitted the truth of these shortcomings. Continuing, he suggested that if all else failed, Master Rust distilled water could serve as the base for crafting solutions. Ideally, though he hoped it might also prove valuable in purification efforts. Lihil clenched his fist and brought it down hard on the table, his voice rising sharply as he warned them against uttering the name. To the staff, his jealousy toward Master Rust seemed to have crossed every imaginable limit. Lihilsome promised he would craft distilled water far superior to what he had managed before. The magic diagrams must be completed without delay, or serious complications could arise. Several hours later, Lihilsome entered the department, carrying a case filled with distilled water. Sabasi met him at the door, holding out a stack of documents. He explained that the report included the latest measurement readings from the device. Lihilsome turned aside, remarking that the results stood above average. In contrast, Sebest believed the findings only slightly surpassed the norm and remained far from reaching any safety thresholds. This marginal increase, he noted, raised the likelihood of a decline in the product's quality. He continued, pointing out that any incident could jeopardize the association's reputation for dependability. Such were their methods for handling surprises. Observing all these signs, appreciation grew for the exceptional quality of Master Russet's distilled water. Creating it demands far more time and effort from Master Lihilsome, yet all these thoughts remain unspoken. The very idea of voicing them fills him with unease, as if the consequences could be unimaginable. Sabasa confirmed the indicators were up to standard. Lihilsome nodded in approval, urging the team to press on with the project. Watching this familiar exchange, the employee sighed inwardly, recognizing the same routine yet again. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Tortek as night had long since fallen. A nagging sense of something forgotten lingered in his mind. Without warning, the door burst open, and a surge of slime flowed into the room. A chill ran down Tortek's spine at the thought that the vault door might truly be open. There was a real possibility that the slime had absorbed the magical elements and begun to move. Trouble was brewing for them now. Shouts erupted as the door began dissolving beneath the touch of the slime. Some wondered aloud if this creature was truly a scavenger slime, one rumored to grow larger with every morsel it devoured. Sabasa bellowed an urgent command, urging everyone to strike back with anything within reach. One fighter quickly seized a device powered by magic circuits and summoned a blaze. Battle erupted, with slimes clashing fiercely against each other. The Lihilsome announced that the wooden box contained magic circuits that had to be transported. Still calling out for them to stop, he watched as a few lost their footing and tumbled into the slime. Quickly, the others reached in and began dragging him out. Slime coated him from head to toe, leaving his clothes in tatters. The task of cleaning the department dragged on endlessly. Strangely enough, some claimed the work was finished, yet exhaustion kept everyone rooted in place. The oppressive stench lingered in the air, making the atmosphere nearly unbearable. Nothing seemed to improve. Misery hung thick in the room. Question arose about Lihilsome's whereabouts. The reply revealed he had departed, his entire body smeared with slime. At that moment, Skeeny, a young girl, stepped into the room. Sabaz noted her arrival, commenting that she had finally shown up. He emphasized the urgency of the task. The magic schematics must reach the Armin Association by early morning, and the transformed beast will serve as their swift means of transport. Skinny approached the crates, inquiring whether she was supposed to gather everything. Casting a tired glance around the ward, she urged them to finish the task quickly. Karine's tale picks up at the break of day. Morning light spilled through her window as she stirred, finding her hair a tangle from sleep. She chose to leave it as it was, untouched. Sooner or later, they would find a place to settle, she felt certain of it. As the first rays of morning crept in, she rose and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. A perfectly toasted steak remained her favorite way to start the day. Food options remained scarce, forcing her to share the same snacks as her subordinates. Afterward, she joins their training session, pushing herself alongside them. Once finished, he heads off to wash away the sweat from their exertion. Somehow managing to get through the paperwork, Karine greets every new challenge with a calm smile. She reassures everyone around her, promising that everything will turn out just fine and urging them not to worry. As she drifts into sleep, dreams sweep her away. In her vision, Karine kneels beside a wounded comrade on the battlefield, gently clasping his hand. She murmurs soothing assurances, promising that all will be well and there is nothing left to fear. With the enemy vanquished, she urges him to find peace and rest. Nights for Karine unfold in a familiar pattern. She jolts awake, a lingering sense of déjà vu settling over her as she remembers the same recurring dream. The weight of debts owed to others never leaves her mind, and each day brings new burdens she alone must face. Karine suspected that her subordinates faced a danger different from the fighting, gradually becoming aware of her own helplessness. At that moment, Rust stepped in to shield her. In her heart, there is a sense of justice, believing it was right for him to rescue her younger siblings when their lives nearly slipped away as easily as water running through her hands. A fellow enthusiast, equally driven by the thrill of discovery, departed from the association the moment she managed to reach out to him. His supervisor appeared laughably incompetent by comparison. Recognizing his dedication, she chose to grant him more freedom and offer the encouragement he had always earned. Karine mentioned to Russ that he had woken up early today and seemed prepared to head out. Pausing, he remarked on how she was always up with the sunrise. Karine responded, noting that it was unusual for him to be awake at this hour. Russ explained that, with nothing occupying his time these past few days, he decided to venture out in search of materials. Karine accepted his plan, reminding him to take care while he was out. Expressing sincere gratitude for his assistance with the illness, the girl assured him that Karine, the Dominion's admiral, would fulfill any wish he had. Rust reflected silently, curious about the events that had unfolded since those words were spoken. Karine expressed that she simply wished to remind him of the support available from those nearby. While handling everything independently highlighted one of his strengths, it also revealed a certain vulnerability. The girl remarked how he likely believes tackling everything alone is the quickest and simplest route. Her concern lingered, fearing that handling all responsibilities by himself might eventually wear him down, especially since most people fail to see the toll it takes. Karine encouraged Russ to rely on those who shared his vision, promising they would not disappoint him. A smile spread across Russ's face as he realized how much Karine had grown into a true leader. Russ assured Karine that he understood completely, accepting her offer to spoil him a little. Her laughter rang out as she expressed her genuine hope that he truly would. Side by side, the two set off on their journey. Sunrise finds Karine already awake, determined to shorten the endless stretch of her nights. With a warm smile, she assured Russ that things were going well and encouraged him that they both give their best effort today. Rust and Behemoth moved swiftly through the dense forest, the sound of their steps muffled by the thick undergrowth. After spending a few days away with the hippo, the young man now returned to his task. Karine had entrusted him with a budget, expecting him to find a solution to the village's water storage issue. Karine handed over the money, admitting with a sheepish smile that numbers weren't her strong suit. Russ glanced at their collection, satisfied they had gathered all the monster materials needed. Once they secured the jugs of water, they could immediately begin their work. With a satisfied grin, the guy explained how he'd managed to capture several monsters in addition to his intended target. Thankfully, he had come prepared, bringing along scrolls suited for all kinds of creatures. Russ believed that even if a scroll wasn't matched perfectly to a particular type of monster, its materials could still be relied upon to produce effective results. A settlement appeared on the horizon, catching Rust's attention. The man informed the hippo that their camp was just ahead. As he stepped into the village, a wave of joyful voices greeted his return. Villagers called out warmly, expressing relief at his safe arrival and eager curiosity about the outcome of his hunt. Rest offered a wave in return, noticing the flurry of greetings surrounding him. The energy of the crowd hinted at their eagerness, everyone buzzing with hope over the prospect of expanding their water reserves. Lynn approached, carrying the air of someone accustomed to managing provisions. His voice rang out as he called to Russ, welcoming him back at last. Russ offered his thanks, adding that he had been meaning to speak with Lint. On his way, the young man hunted several monsters, and guessing that some parts not fit for alchemy could still be eaten, he decided to bring those pieces along for Lent. Rust mentioned they could boost the food supply. Lint, caught off guard, voiced his astonishment and quickly agreed to purchase the goods. Rust explained he had already removed the required materials from the stock, though he hadn't done much refining to them. The young man inquired about where he should place the items. Lint responded by directing him to the area where the monsters were being slaughtered. Rust stepped into the tent, immediately drawing the attention of those inside as curiosity pulled them closer around him. Awkwardness flickered across the guy's face as he noticed the curious gazes all around. Lint turned to Rust and inquired about the location of the monster meeting. The guy offered a gentle smile, assuring them it would become clear soon. With a sweep of his magic, Rust conjured creatures resembling enormous bulls and, grinning, inquired about their impressions. The group's interest was immediate. They expressed their desire to purchase them. The crowd called out, identifying the creatures as 4 male two-line horns. Known for their danger when traveling in packs, these beasts commanded caution. Lint expressed his astonishment, noting how remarkably healthy and unscathed they all appeared. Calling out for assistance, he beckoned 2 men to join him. With an easy smile, Rust remarked that even more creatures awaited, so he'd simply keep pulling them from the fray. The man continued to produce a staggering number of monsters. Russ observed that rats rated at 3 stars can be consumed carefully due to the risk of poisoning, though their meat offers a surprisingly pleasant flavor. The hellhorse, with its fearsome 3 heads and a 4-star rating, remains safe to eat raw within a day of its death, and its tough hide is often fashioned into garments. Mole bear, valued at 6 stars, is highly prized both for its organs, sought after in medicine, and for its luxurious fur, frequently transformed into elegant jewelry. Lint let out a startled cry, overwhelmed by the sight before him. Rust observed as the bald man strode confidently toward the horde of monsters. With a steady voice, he listed their numbers and types. 1,000 rats swarming, a menacing hellhorse, a massive mole bear, and several unidentified creatures lurking among them. Russ listened as he recounted stories of vanquishing mole bears and hell horses, formidable beasts feared by many. A spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes, showing his deep desire to challenge Russ in battle someday. With an uneasy smile, Rest said he would leave the rest in their hands and asked to be informed once the assessment was done. Without lingering, the man made his way to the exit, eager to avoid any conflict. Stepping into his tent, the young man glanced over at Rose and announced his return. Rust expresses his gratitude for her attentive care of the lizard. It turns out she had been administering the potion he had forgotten. Rust explained that his condition remained stable, which at least meant it had not deteriorated. Maintaining this state proved difficult, especially since he was unable to use the same potions infused with magical elements that others relied on for him. The young man realized that an overabundance of magical elements could actually be fatal to monsters. When the excess wasn't sufficient to end their lives, it had another dangerous effect, sending the creatures into a frenzy. Rust continued, emphasizing the importance of maintaining control as time went on. Given Rose's meticulous nature, he knew he could rely on her completely during challenging moments like these. Urged by the young man to maintain her speed, Rosa pressed on as Rust emerged from the tent, announcing his need to return to work. The young man's gaze flickered to the water jugs, taking note of their presence. Rust's attention shifted to Roa, and he walked over to express his gratitude for the jugs she provided. The quality impressed him. Roa responded modestly, insisting it was a simple task. Rust placed his hand on the jug and remarked with satisfaction that it showed not a single scuff. The man then turned to Roa, inquiring whether she had faced any difficulties. Quiet confidence filled the air, as they believed their keen eyes could avert any trouble before it began. Roa mentioned that tension filled the air in the capital, with prices on certain goods beginning to climb. Rust found this intriguing and wondered aloud if an incident had actually occurred. Rust inquired about Karine, to which Roa assured him that Mrs. Karine had already been informed. Realizing Karine was in the loop, the young man seemed satisfied and at ease. With all the ingredients prepared, Rust announced it was time. To set up the purification system, everyone was asked to step back a little. The process ahead would simply involve a conversion. A tiny whirlwind materialized as Rust explained that, with the diamond dust adjusted to its highest hardness, the task would be simple. The only step left was to introduce crystal-clear water. By preserving the water's purity, magical energy flows forth. Crystal-clear water returns to the realm of physical laws. Its entropy, once driven to absolute zero, now gradually rises again. As the nearest particles dissolved, a fine powder from a magic stone settled at the bottom. Rust reached for the bottle, announcing that the ink for crafting magic diagrams was finally prepared. Roa watched, still amazed by the entire process. Rust observed the girl, sensing a spark of interest in her eyes. The man spoke up, explaining that his lifelong ambition was to break free from gravity's hold by unraveling the secrets of a powerful magic scheme. With a gentle touch upon the book's cover, he commanded it to seek out information on water purification. Pages fluttered in rapid succession as the book responded. Rust instructed me to begin unraveling the water purification blueprint. Rust believed he was incorporating the magical solution, skillfully weaving the diagram into the very essence of the vase. With pronounced enthusiasm, he declared its excellence. With a careful touch, he positioned the glittering magic crystal into place, channeling power into the device and completing his task. With an easy smile, the young man announced he would now use a different vase, treating it with the same rusty finish as the others. With a bright smile, Roa declared that they were free to use the water as much as they liked. Rest calmly responded, explaining that this was merely the first step. Roa's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he questioned the man's meaning. Calmly, the man explained that for the time being, the device simply functioned as a water container. He shared his ambition to craft a new magical item, one so ingenious that carrying water on their journeys would become unnecessary. With eager eyes, Roa asked if he could give it a try. Rust noticed her own intensity might have unsettled him a bit. He assured her that it was absolutely fine. The girl's face lit up as she expressed how much she wanted to watch. Rust announced that it was time for them to leave. Everything seemed ordinary to him, with no sign of danger lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the man and Roa reached the edge of the pond where the monster once made its home. Gently stroke the beast once more and request that it double checks, just to be sure. With a skip of delight, the hippopotamus plunged into the water. Nearby, the young man announced his plan to craft a magical tool for gathering water from the pond. After setting up the device, he felt confident, knowing it was constructed from the camp's sturdy, waterproof supplies. A layer infused with the scent of catfish tentacle poison coats the surface, serving to ward off other creatures. Embedded within lies a magic stone belonging to a rare and extraordinary beast. The great behemoth lumbered out of the water, clutching a giant fish between its jaws. Rust flashed a smile and gently patted the hippopo, expressing his gratitude. As it turned out, only these smaller creatures made their home in the pond. Anxious thoughts clouded Russ's mind, as the absence of the catfish monster seemed to invite a surge of new creatures. Meanwhile, the man carefully adjusted the device, announcing that it was now set right. Curiosity sparked in Roa's eyes as she inquired about its purpose. The answer came swiftly. The device harnessed the power of a rare monster's stone. Rust confirmed his intentions, making it clear he needed to track down that monster. Meanwhile, my own journey led me toward the volcano. Roa inquired about the creature's identity. Rust explained it was known as a paralyzing cloud. The girl, startled, exclaimed that the monster held a unique danger classification. Physical attacks proved useless against it. Rust confirmed in a calm tone, assuring them of the arrangement. If the pond runs dry, they will be notified without delay. The task will be configured to ensure it switches over to the backup connection automatically. With a cheerful nod, the young man announced that everything was set. The final step was simply to activate the device. As soon as the switch was flipped, a peculiar magical artifact shimmered into existence before their eyes. Roa inquired about the nature of the magic item. Rest responded that, since he created it himself, it remained unnamed for now, though he would refer to it as a cloud water dispenser. Rust carefully set the object into the water, and a misty vapor began to rise from its surface, forming cloud-like wisps. Roa watched, her voice tinged with amazement, remarking that it seemed to turn water into clouds. The girl, curiosity piqued, wondered aloud if the object was producing heat. Rust answered calmly that it would be far too costly, noting they already possessed a paralyzing cloud stone for such purposes. Roa's curiosity sparked, and she inquired about the nature of this mysterious item. According to the young man, the paralyzing cloud is actually a creature known as a cloud monster. Possessing a tangible body and a magic crystal, this being wields the power to alter the very laws of physics in its surroundings. Utilizing its mystical abilities, it transforms ordinary water into clouds and maintains their shape, preventing them from dissipating. At first glance, the creature resembles a typical monster, yet its body is actually formed from a magic crystal. Calmly, it explained that the clouds had begun to gather, drifting steadily in the direction of the camp's paintings. Drawing a new magic circle onto the jars, he designated them as the final destination. Once the clouds arrived, the spell altering their physical nature dissolved, and they reverted to ordinary water. Rust believed that deeds carried more weight than countless words. He encouraged Roa to give clearing the clouds a try. The girl agreed, gripping her spear as she focused on sweeping the clouds away. According to the man, one key advantage is immunity to attacks. In this area, monsters often break pipes if they attempt to use them. The group would have lacked the strength to fend off the creatures all along the pipe's length. Captivated by the drifting clouds overhead, the girl lost herself in quiet awe. Observing her fascination, Russ concluded she was deeply engrossed. Moving closer to the hippopotamus, he gently informed her that they needed to head back to camp without delay. Alchemy encompasses 3 distinct techniques. The first involves the intricate control of life itself, culminating in the artful transformation of living creatures. Mastery over the magic element follows as the second step, culminating in the creation of potions. The third influence comes from the elements that shape daily existence. This powerful connection ultimately brings forth magical items. Alchemists capable of mastering all disciplines walk the road to true wisdom. Rust and Roa arrived at the camp and made their way over to the vases. A grinning young man greeted them, announcing that their vases were already filled. The task had been completed. Ari approached and called out to Rasta. The young man inquired about the reason, and Ari responded with relief, expressing her gratitude that he had arrived, as Lady Karine was seeking him. With a nod, Rasta assured her he would head over immediately. Russ stepped into Krin's tent where she handed him the scrolls, her voice tinged with apology for summoning him. Despite her regret, she insisted he needed to see them. He took the messages from her hands. He noticed 2 communication parchments, one already unsealed, the other still securely closed. Karine smiled, acknowledging his quick wit and adaptability, just as she had come to expect. According to her, most alchemists would waste days fussing over vases and purifying old water. Rust mentioned the need for time to draw up the necessary magic diagrams, suggesting they could delay the verification process until he was ready. Assuming the open letter was meant for Karine, the young man hesitated for a moment. Typically, he would have waited for her consent, but with her having already handed it to him, there seemed little harm in taking a look. His mind shifted briefly to his earlier conversation with the feudal lord regarding the sale of crystals. Karine acknowledged his warning, admitting her surprise despite it. The man observed that the circumstances appeared favorable. Karine went further, insisting that, in truth, they were nothing short of extraordinary. With a quick motion, Karine seized his collar, drawing him nearer. Curiosity flashed in her eyes as she demanded to know what kind of trick he had employed. Rust, caught off guard, responded with genuine surprise at her suspicion. The young man warned that she might rip his clothes. Karine released his collar and offered a quick apology. Rust straightened his outfit, quietly thinking that with her strength, a single pull could have easily taken his head off. Karine remarked thoughtfully that the expense was nearly insignificant, suggesting they might have overlooked something or made a miscalculation. Rust mentioned she might soon be approached by a neighboring feudal lord with a proposal to trade magic crystals, though he hadn't expected it to happen this way. There was a strong chance that the feudal lord would reach out to her directly. The young man calmly explained that while the offer was rather vague about the specific kind of crystals involved, Russ reassured Karine there was nothing suspicious about it. They both believed the crystals in question were simply the old magical ones. Astonishment filled the girl's voice as she demanded an explanation about H32. With a confident smile, Rust affirmed that accomplishing it was precisely his intention. With a hand pressed to her forehead, Karine admitted in a weary voice that yes, naturally, he could. She went on, confessing that she had come to understand such people simply did not exist. At that, Rust pressed her, wanting to know if she meant the H32 or the magic weapon. The girl shook her head and said no. Most of the military worked under her command, and they were well acquainted with their duties. Rust's response was exactly what everyone anticipated. Karine dismissed the issue, convinced that it had no real significance. Her certainty lay in the fact that this situation would inevitably cross paths with the desires of the capital, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. A small smile crossed the young man's face as he answered, admitting it was something like that. Karine commented that he didn't seem troubled at all. Realizing she had spoken her thoughts aloud, she quickly caught herself. Rust let out a quiet laugh at her remark. Straightening her hair, Karine awkwardly inquired if he meant for her to take some kind of action. Rust mentioned he had already discussed the matter with Harold, and the reply was contained in this scroll. With a swift motion, the guy tossed it to Karine, who caught it without trouble. Rust recalled that Harold was a friend they both shared from their days, studying together at the academy. Karine inquired about the origin of the message and learned it came from Harold, who is employed at the treasury. With that piece of information, the situation became clear to her. Turning her full attention to Harold's words, she studied the message closely, determined not to overlook even the smallest detail. Karine mentioned that trouble might be stirring in the capital. Ari and Roa had warned her, yet she hadn't believed the situation could be that serious. With a cheerful smile, she mentioned how wonderful this opportunity was. Rust responded that he had to move quickly. All she needed was to give the word, and he would be ready. Placing the scroll gently on the table, she announced that everything was ready and that all that remained was to wait. With a hint of promise in her voice, she assured him she would reward him with more than he could possibly carry. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face as he accepted, prompting the girl to return his warmth with her own delighted grin. Joy lit her features, her happiness unmistakable. Memories of their school days resurfaced for Russ during conversations like these. Morning arrived at the camp, bathing the world in gentle light. Rust rested atop the behemoth's broad back beneath the vast sky, savoring the soft, refreshing breeze that swept through the air. At the break of dawn, Rust stationed himself at the camp entrance, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Today marked the beginning of their crystal trade with the neighboring dominion, and he awaited the arrival of Ari and Roa. The young man insisted, describing how the gentle sunlight made the wait feel almost enjoyable rather than frightening. With a sudden burst of energy, Roa announced their arrival, urging everyone to rise quickly. Rust leaped down from the behemoth, straining his eyes to catch a glimpse of whatever lay ahead. Roa's gaze stretched into the distance, focused intently on something out of sight. For Rust, the view revealed nothing but empty space, yet the sense lingered that whoever they awaited would arrive before long. The girl informed Rust that she witnessed everything. Among them, one stands out for remarkable strength. Leaning in for a better view, the man searched for any clue to confirm his suspicions. Meanwhile, Rust kept quiet, having left all discussions in Karine's capable hands, since he remained unfamiliar with the finer points. A smile played across his lips as he confirmed his understanding. Before their departure, Karine remarked on how tedious the negotiations had become, especially with such undeniable advantages at play. Rust suspected he already knew the details of the contract. What stung the most was the sense of betrayal from an ally within the team. The young man realized he could transform Kagero fruits into valuable crystals and earn a substantial income without any limitations. All that was required of him was to report any changes in production volume, an arrangement that appeared extremely lucrative in his eyes. The men guiding their mules approached, which made sense to Rust. With little infrastructure in this rugged land, travel by wheeled carts would prove nearly impossible. In these conditions, mules served as the most reliable means of transport. He continued by explaining that when considering the future, building roads would naturally become their top priority. Developing a distant region, almost entirely lacking in resources, demands clear decisions about what comes first, both politically and economically. Rust mentioned that it was Karine, his boss, who orchestrated everything. The young man glanced over the guests, surprise flickering across his face as he asked what had happened. Several appeared to be hurt. Roa responded that it certainly seemed so. Someone must have launched an attack against them. Rust observed the scene and remarked that the destruction seemed minimal, suggesting the people here had managed to defend themselves. Among the group of travelers, one quietly removed his hood, revealing Czar, the same man Rust had encountered in the village on his way to Karine. A friendly greeting passed from the young man as he approached. Za hurried over, his face lighting up with excitement as he recognized Master Rust. Eagerly, he expressed how thrilled he was to be part of the upcoming transaction. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face as he reassured him. There was no need for concern. Their conversations could be just as comfortable as they once were. With an apologetic tone, Zahar admitted he was unaccustomed to situations like this. Rust expressed his relief upon seeing everyone in reasonable shape, though his gaze lingered on the wounded among them. If they wished, he possessed the power to heal them. Zara, stunned by his abilities, exclaimed her admiration, unable to hide her astonishment. Rust treated everyone with his recently crafted potion, assuring them that this universal elixir would bring effective relief. Rust glanced around and judged that none of the injuries were severe. The potion lacked potency, yet it ought to suffice for now. While some of the people suffered wounds, the mules seemed untouched. Most likely, a few animals had to be left behind. Roa mentioned that Master Rust was looking forward. At that moment, the man turned and caught sight of Tala, the sacred knight. With a wide, cheerful grin, the girl offered him a warm greeting. Rust admitted her presence caught him off guard. Joining the delegation was not something he expected from her. The girl explained that her reason for being there was to speak with him. She had run into Toma recently and learned about their plans to travel to this place, so she requested to accompany their convoy. Zar, a bit uneasy, admitted that she had helped them out of a number of difficult situations. A gentle smile spread across Rust's face as he nodded in understanding. The other man felt as though he had reunited with two long-lost friends. Approaching the hippo, Zara called out in astonishment, trying to grasp what stood before her. Rust turned to Tala, offering a warm welcome to the borderlands. In his mind, a fresh chapter was just beginning. Rust inquired about Tala's well-being. Tala assured him she felt wonderful and credited him for her happiness. She expressed her gratitude once more for his timely rescue in the forest. Rust responded modestly, insisting that he owed her thanks instead for protecting them during their journey. Rust noted the weariness in the girl's eyes and suggested she take a break. He proposed letting her unwind with a soothing cup of tea after some rest. It appeared to the young man that she had something on her mind, something she preferred to keep private from the others. Wanting to offer her some space, he suggested that Hala might like to retreat to her tent. With a grateful smile, she accepted his offer and agreed to join him. Rust reached out to Roa, inquiring about the situation. The young man requested that she bring some garrote fruits to the square within the camp. Roa assured him she would handle the task right away. Tala stepped inside Rasta's tent, her eyes widening at the sight before her. The place was simply astonishing. Curiosity sparked in her voice as she marveled at the furniture, noticing how all of it seemed to be skillfully crafted from vines. Rasta chuckled softly, assuring her that none of the vines had thorns. There was nothing inside that could cause harm, and Tala was welcome to take a seat. Rust gently set 2 steaming cups of tea on the table. He mentioned he had something to ask Miss Tala. The girl broke in, explaining that simple conversation would suffice since he had saved her life. Tala went on to say she had sworn that her sword now belonged to him. With nothing else in the world besides the god she serves, she saw no need for formalities between them. On hearing this, the young man suggested she could simply call him Rust. Without delay, Tala picked up her cup, knowing the tea needed to be enjoyed while it was still warm. With a gentle smile, the girl expressed her gratitude to him. Bringing the cup to her nose, Tala inhaled deeply and remarked on the tea's wonderfully rich fragrance. Rust believed that sharing the gentle fragrance of rose tea and spending peaceful moments side by side would gradually thaw the tension between them. The girl approached Res, expressing her wish to discuss matters concerning the shaman. Rust inquired whether the shaman had dispatched the familiar to pursue her. The girl confirmed with a quiet nod. According to Tala's, her footprints guided the shaman straight to the capital after she fled. The shaman's actions brought about the ruin of her church. Bound by his curse, he always remained aware of her whereabouts. The girl continued, explaining that his ability to lift the curse had allowed her to trace his steps and uncover the hidden location of his secret lair. Tears welled up in her eyes and her voice trembled with sorrow as the girl named Tala revealed that, despite everything, he managed to slip away. Tala placed a magic diagram into his hands, explaining that she had discovered it nearby and that there was an abundance of such diagrams scattered around. Rest inquired about what he should examine. Without hesitation, the man slipped on a pair of gloves designed to dispel curses. Suspecting a possible curse, Rust examined the object the girl had handed him with great care. The young man then inquired of Tala whether she had already presented it to the Metropolitan Alchemical Association. The girl admitted she hadn't managed to do it. Although she had intended to, upon arrival she found the place in complete disarray. The walls bore ragged openings of all shapes and sizes, clearly the result of a hurried assault. Tala added that the air carried a sharp, acrid odor, while the workers wandered about with vacant stares, their movements resembling those of restless corpses. Rust considered the possibility that the slime was rampaging in that place. Doubt lingered in his mind. He couldn't imagine that they would simply abandon him. The girl warned that this object might bring even greater trouble, especially given its origins. Trusting my personal friends with what remained, I stepped back. Tala mentioned that she chose to deliver it to someone well-versed in matters like this, someone she trusted deeply. In the end, that was how she arrived at this place. Rust acknowledged the choice with approval, describing it as a wise decision. Curiosity sparked in her voice as she raised her question, eager to know if it was truly the case. Rust assured them with confidence that this was indeed a magical device, expertly designed to transform magical elements into fire. Its purpose was clear, meant for deployment on the battlefield. The young man confidently asserted that the Alchemical Association was undoubtedly behind its creation, noting that transmutations bore their distinctive mark. Tala added that the cache also contained a considerable number of magical weapons. The girl mentioned that overall, there was a strong likelihood of a link between the Alchemical Association and the shamans. Rust answered with steady assurance, agreeing that the entire situation seemed highly suspicious. A weapon that could unleash magical elements struck him as especially lethal against beings that weren't human. Monsters, after all, could be killed if exposed to a concentrated surge of these magical forces. He calmly assured everyone that even accidental harm to another person would not lead to disaster, and that things would ultimately turn out all right. For this reason, magic cannons have earned the reputation of being straightforward weapons favored by those without formal military training. Rust explained to the girl that when elements are converted, a phenomenon known as conversion loss occurs. This tool was essential for facing monsters. The young man explained that anyone wishing to transform magical elements into flames should follow this method. Tala cut in, pointing out that their plan was clearly to turn him into a weapon against others. Rest acknowledged that it was true, yet admitted there was a hitch. The girl, her curiosity piqued, inquired about the nature of this problem. His response suggested that using it might lead to an explosion. Explaining the situation, he noted that the destruction engulfing everything in the vicinity appeared unintentional, more like a flaw than a deliberate design. Tala remarked on how terrible that was. In response, he quietly agreed. Surveying the circuit's condition, Rust suspected that slime had chewed away at it. Having once worked in that place himself, he found the careless oversight particularly aggravating. During their conversation, she explained that coming here had been the right decision, expressing sincere gratitude for the help she received. In response, Rest assured her that, in fact, the valuable information she had provided was of great use to him. The girl mentioned she needed to see his boss, Lady Karine, and asked Russ if he could bring her to him. Russ assured her he could, adding that he intended to introduce her to Karine as well. With a warm smile, Tulas complimented the exquisite flavor of the tea, expressing her gratitude to his enchanting, transformed beast for its role in the experience. Having finished, the girl quietly departed the Rostaten to attend to her other matters. Rust positioned himself before a pile of fruit-filled bags, a gentle smile lighting up his face as he announced it was time to return to work. Tomorrow marks the arrival of Za and the others, so the Kagro fruits must be converted to magic crystals before then. Mentioning he would need to miss the welcome party for their guests, he expressed that this opportunity was too important to pass up. Handling business matters promptly seemed like the wisest choice. Rust scooped up a berry, determination flickering in his eyes as he realized he couldn't let this chance slip away. Now was the moment to begin, and he resolved to give his all to succeed. Tala's tale unfolds as a young girl sits before a plate overflowing with an array of savory dishes. Each bite promises a new flavor, evoking anticipation and quiet delight in her eyes. In her mind, the setting was that of a grand dinner party. Across the table sat Lady Karine, the esteemed ruler of these lands, her gaze steady and unyielding. On either side sat those she considered her most trusted companions. The dishes spread across the table appeared incredibly appetizing. Karine spoke up, addressing Tala to draw her focus. With a warm smile, Karine welcomed the Dominion Admiral, remarking how the world truly felt small, and that kindness often came back in unexpected ways. It surprised her to see an old acquaintance from Rasta standing guard over their endeavors, sensing the challenges that must have brought. Karine shared that a special meal had been prepared just for her. Tala shut her eyes and expressed heartfelt gratitude for the gesture. Carefully, the girl took a small bite of meat. Tala believed she was tasting the flesh of a cow monster. The meat melted on her tongue, followed by a rush of aromatic herbs from the sauce that filled her senses with their rich fragrance. Warmth spread through her as she described the flavors dancing within her, where seasonings and herbs blended flawlessly with the richness of the meat's juices. The magical essence within this monster's meat radiates exceptional quality, a clear indication that it belonged to a creature of considerable rank. Talat mentioned to Karen that this meat carried a rich concentration of magical elements. Curious, she inquired about the creature with two horns. With a cheerful smile, Karine answered that she was something of a gourmet. Karine confirmed that it was indeed a two-horned creature. Meanwhile, the girl realized that the steak had been prepared from an adult female. Tala expressed her astonishment upon learning that females are believed to possess the greatest number of magical elements, even in the case of those with two horns. She went on to remark that this explained the powerful currents of magical energy coursing through her entire body. According to Ari, this specimen had been captured by Mr. Rust himself. Tala, searching her memory, was fairly sure it had actually been Miss Ari. Still, the girl remarked on Mr. Rust's prowess, observing that his talent for hunting equaled his expertise as an alchemist. Ari nodded in response, confirming her answer. Tala considered what the girl had said, her own surprise lingering in the air. The atmosphere around them shifted subtly. A waitress arrived, set a drink down on the table, and expressed her appreciation for their patience. Tala lifted a hefty mug, expecting the refreshing taste of chilled ale. She brought it to her lips and took a sip. The refreshing, rich flavor of fragrant hops gently washes away the lingering savoriness of two-horned beast meat. Placing her empty mug gently on the table, the girl remarked on the ale's exceptional taste. She confessed her surprise at discovering such a refreshing, cold brew in the lands of Ramost. The warmth it brought seemed to reach right to her core. In the lands under her rule, such things came as no surprise. Tala observed that the people here seemed to possess advanced cooling devices. Karine explained that most of the creations came from Mr. Rust. Whenever he found a spare moment, he would invent clever new items to make life at the camp a little better. Gazing into Tala's eyes, Karine explained that everything she did was for their sake. Even though the girl suspected Karine might be trying to justify her actions, she felt no anger or resentment toward her. Curiosity flickered in Karine's eyes as she inquired about Tolo's purpose inside Rasta's tent. Understanding dawned within the girl. At last, the situation made sense. Devotion to her friend guided her actions now. In the aftermath of the attack, such loyalty to her comrades had faded, but slowly she remembered what it meant to care. Tala remarked that, despite having lost all her comrades, the girl possessed a surprising radiance. Calmly, the girl explained to Karine that she was pursuing the shaman to seek revenge for her friends' deaths. Tala explained that she had stumbled upon a clue rooted in alchemy, prompting her decision to seek him out. Karine added that this was the reason for her journey to the borderlands, though she believed the capital must have no shortage of skilled alchemists. She confessed that she had never met anyone more talented than Rust, and once again, he had guided her actions. Trust in the capital's alchemists seemed impossible, especially since their connections to the shaman remained uncertain. A warm smile spread across Karine's face as she praised Rust's remarkable talent. To Tala, Karine's expression sparkled with a joy that made it seem as though the conversation revolved around her. An undeniable radiance surrounded her. With a hint of sadness in her voice, Tala admitted her envy toward Karine. Friendship had once surrounded her as well. Karine quietly inquired about the shaman's actions. The girl confirmed that it was indeed him. Perhaps the alcohol played a part, Talia mused, while recalling how the moonlight illuminated everything that night with unusual brilliance. Lost in the swirl of unfolding events, memories of her fallen comrades at the hands of the shaman slipped from her lips, their stories pouring out before she even grasped the weight of the moment. Several guns back within the old churches of Urla Parish in Turnigeld, a voice reached Tala's ears, softly summoning her through the quiet halls. A gentle embrace from behind enveloped the girl, courtesy of a young child named Chia. The doll passed from her hands to Tala's, and the girl's eyes lit up as she realized the gift was meant for her. Grateful, Tala wondered aloud how she could repay such kindness. Cheta simply smiled, assuring her that she already had. Admiring the craftsmanship, the girl remarked on how well-made the doll was. Tala, curious, asked if sewing had ever been difficult for her. Naturally, pricking her fingers brought pain, yet the desire to sew a dress for the doll she had been given outweighed any discomfort. The girl nodded, signaling her understanding, her kindness shining through. Even the doll seemed content. Cheetah mentioned a trip to the city. In response, Tala confirmed, explaining they needed to pick up their usual supplies. The girl mentioned she would like a cute bow for her doll. Tala crouched beside Chita, gently running her hand over the child's hair before assuring her everything was fine. From behind, a girl wrapped her arms around Tal in a gentle embrace. Turning her head, she caught sight of Forte. Mentioning to Tala her plans to go shopping, she earnestly requested that she pick up some mole bear cookies. Forte mentioned that both she and Elle would be waiting. Tala responded with a gesture that meant everything was fine. Believing the church stood deep in the woods beyond the city, Tala was accustomed to long walks whenever they needed to go shopping. That day it fell to her to handle the errands. With a lengthy shopping list in hand, she hoped to leave as early as possible. Just as she prepared to go, Lady Sala, Abba's Sala manning herself, called her name. Tala mentioned her plans to go shopping, while Sala requested that she head to the city first before making her usual trip to the forest. The girl nodded, explaining that they indeed required medicinal herbs and that a trip to the city presented an ideal chance to gather them. Curious, the sailor inquired further, wondering if the concern centered solely on the cost of medical treatment. Caution guides her through each training session, mindful that an unexpected injury in solitude could spell trouble. To Tala, Lady Sala embodied the warmth of a mother. Her unfailing intuition and gentle kindness earned her the affection and admiration of all who knew her. Scylla asked the goddess Erla to watch over her closely. Tala inquired if Karine was familiar with the three faces of Erasla. Karine nodded, replying that she was love. Tawella interjected, mentioning that wisdom and revenge also played a part. The girl spoke on, explaining that her unique power placed her in a rare position. She was absorbing two paths at the same time, love and revenge. This dual focus meant her training could stretch on for quite a while, and that particular day, darkness had already settled by the time she returned. It was then that the shaman launched an attack. Wandering beneath the canopy of the dense forest, Tala felt the weight of the hour pressing on her shoulders. A gentle smile touched the girl's lips as she mentioned possessing a cubo and some unusual ingredients. Perhaps with these in hand, forgiveness would not be far from reach. The girl braced herself, certain that Lady Sella's temper would flare just as it always did. Meanwhile, Tala spotted a sudden, brilliant flash that lit up the sky beyond the hill. Her voice quivered with astonishment as she wondered aloud about the mysterious light. Driven by curiosity, she made her way swiftly toward the church. Tala froze in place, disbelief etched across her face as the scene unfolded before her. The entire church blazed with roaring flames. Without a second thought, she let her bag slip from her grasp and dashed inside. Pausing in her tracks, she stood before Chita, who rested on the ground beside her loyal dog. Thoughts of her intense hatred for pain drifted through the girl's mind as life slipped away from her. Nearby, her doll sprawled on the ground, limp and discarded like a forgotten rag. Glancing upward, Tala noticed how flames crawled relentlessly across the room, their reach growing with every passing second. Flames devoured the assembly hall more fiercely than any other place, suggesting to her that the blaze had begun there. The doors had been barred from outside, and through the shattered glass, shifting shapes appeared amid the fire, moving with a purpose as if encased in armor. Tao glanced around, searching for someone who could offer assistance. The girl confessed to Karine that she was powerless to help. Dawn arrived soon after, and the flames quietly died down. The first person she discovered was Mother Superior Sala. According to the girl, her body on the ground had suffered severe burns, yet her facial features remained recognizable. Even in death, a smile lingered on her lips, and when she reached out to touch it, the shaman's trap was triggered. A curse mark stained the surface, a sign of the shaman's desecration of her body. Fully aware of how dearly everyone treasured her, he twisted her death into a weapon, ensuring that his curse would haunt all who drew near. Tala declared she could never pardon their deaths, insisting that he was toying with Lady Sale. The marks from the curse blooming across her face became a stark emblem of the disgrace he brought upon Lady Sela, filling her with remorse. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she apologized softly. Regret weighed heavily on her words. She believed her own life was meant to end first, since the others were destined to outlive her by many years. With gentle steps, Karine approached and softly clasped her hand in her own. Quietly, she apologized to Tala for causing her to revisit such painful memories. Tala listened quietly, wiping away her tears as she gathered her resolve. She explained to Karine that this was something she needed to do. She was changing, finally growing up, ever since he lifted the curse. Once her revenge was complete, she would brandish her sword before him, its gleam a silent testament. Karine responded with steady resolve, assuring him that they would be ready when that moment arrived. Tears welled up in Tala's eyes once more as she expressed heartfelt gratitude to Karine for all she had done. With a sense of closeness developing, Tala realized she too had started addressing Karine by her first name, just as Rust did. In the midst of his work, Rust labored over the crystals, fatigue etched across his features. A weary admission escaped him. He had accomplished a great deal already. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and judging by his growing thirst, several hours must have slipped by since he first began the transmutation. Ari approached Rust with a curious look. Setting the tray aside, the girl explained that she had brought something to eat and drink. She then asked whether he would like to pause for a while and have a break. Surprise flickered across Rust's face as he thanked her. Parched and worn out from his efforts, he set down his burdens and accepted the tray of food. Easing himself onto the nearest seat, Rust began to eat, his movements betraying just how hungry and tired he truly was. Ari mentioned that their tents are close, offering to fetch a chair for him if he'd like one. Making her way to the tent, the girl returned with 2 chairs, one for herself, the other for Rasta. The young man apologized, his tone uncomfortable, remarking on the trouble. Ari brushed it off, assuring him it was no bother at all. Taking that as his cue, Rust announced he would begin and quickly drained a mug of ale. Delight washed over him as the ale soothed his throat, weary from hours of constant use, leaving him feeling refreshed and ready to speak again. Recently, Ari invited Linda Brudet to a welcome banquet. The girl remarked on his deep pride in his work, explaining that he strove for perfection in every detail. Ever since arriving in this place, he had diligently refined his craft, learning and improving through persistent trial and error. Rust praised the ale, remarking on its impressive quality. I hadn't expected him to craft a brew with such a rich aroma. It seemed likely that he had incorporated ingredients sourced from plant-type monsters. The young man explained that his responsibilities extended beyond managing meals. He also prepared drinks. Ari recalled that, if memory served her right, he had beamed with excitement the day they discovered the barley monster. Driven by enthusiasm, he eagerly joined the hunt for it. Rust examined the meal before him, recognizing it as two-horn steak. Though he recalled tasting it on a few occasions, he had never encountered a piece quite this thick and rich before. The young man remarked that the camp's meals always tasted delicious. Despite using the same ingredients, each dish felt fresh, their flavors renewed by creative preparation. Ari responded, explaining that cooking was one of the few pleasures they could savor in this place. In a soft voice, the girl expressed her wish to speak with Mr. Rust. Setting his spoon aside, the man looked up and calmly inquired about what was on her mind. Ari acknowledged that he had observed unique abilities in both his sister and her. Russ added that he started to suspect their powers when they orchestrated an ambush near the camp. Rust explained his belief that Roa possesses the extraordinary ability to gauge the strength of people or monsters from great distances, deciphering their power in ways that remain a mystery. Ari gave his approval with a satisfied nod, remarking that the explanation was nearly perfect. According to Roa, her abilities allow her both to perceive distant events and to gauge the strength of others. However, her glimpse into the future remains restricted, unable to unveil everything that lies ahead. Russ admitted it made sense. Possessing such a power seemed astonishing. Magical eyes remained exceedingly rare, yet Roa had them as well, granting her a glimpse into the future. Powers like these once lived only in the stories he had heard as a child. Ari admitted that her vision of the future remains faint. When potential conflicts arise, he responds by granting her a brief glance a few seconds ahead. Yet, as she mentioned, his power remains confined within these limits. Russ declared loudly that he did not. His skill was remarkable. He asked her what it meant for her to know his fighting style. The girl turned her gaze toward him but remained silent. Although a cloth concealed her face, the young man could almost picture the smile she wore beneath it. Russ changed the subject, hoping she would let his earlier question slip from her mind. Her quiet confidence intrigued him far more. Continuing, he mentioned how she had often spoken to him about her mysterious eyes, describing in detail the specific conditions required to activate their power. Ari responded that her choice was shaped by what he had done. To her, family meant not just a hidden part of herself, but also those courageous enough to put their lives on the line to build a future in these untamed lands. His unwavering support had eased their burdens countless times. Trusting in his kindness, she resolved to share everything with him. Rest nodded in understanding, encouraging her to continue speaking. Gently brushing her fingers over the mask, the girl voiced her wish to share its story with him. Observing the subtle stirrings of magic in the air, the young man sensed an unspoken significance. He explained to her that the mask was no ordinary artifact, but a magical object created to function as a seal. Ari confirmed that she did. His knowledge seemed boundless. These were no ordinary objects. They were rare artifacts of magic, with only 2 in existence throughout the world. The girl mentioned that Rust could usually figure out their purpose at a glance. Rust replied modestly, explaining that it wasn't all that remarkable. He simply made educated guesses, which often turned out to be correct. Rust offered his help, but Ari silently declined with a gentle shake of her head. The girl explained that these enchanted items were designed to keep their powers in check. Ari added that, over time, their effectiveness has slowly diminished. Rust expressed his astonishment, noting that their lack of need for repairs suggested their abilities continued to evolve. The young man mentioned he had been considering ways to craft 2 new magical items, though he admitted it would require some time. Ari's eyes lit up with delight as she asked if he truly meant it. Lowering herself to her knees before Rust, she voiced her gratitude clearly, vowing never to remain indebted for his assistance. In response, Rust lifted his hand, gently urging her to rise. The young man pressed her to recall what she had just mentioned. Ari, caught off guard, wondered aloud if she had really said anything. Rust confirmed it, reminding her that those were indeed her words. She had declared that they were a family, united in risking everything for the progress of these lands. With a gentle smile, he mentioned that this made both her and Roa a part of his family as well. He promised to lend his support in any way possible. Appreciation for the meal lingered in his mind, but duty called him back to his tasks. Russ mentioned he planned to observe both him and Roa more closely the following day. Ari replied with a cheerful nod, confirming that it would indeed be tomorrow, then offered a respectful bow before leaving. Watching her go, the young man decided it was time to return to his studies of magic crystals. Morning light revealed the fruits of their labor, and Xiar gazed in disbelief at the collection of crystals, barely able to comprehend that he had accomplished so much in a single night. Rust, shifting uneasily, wondered aloud whether transporting the entire horde would even be possible. Zars could hardly believe what he was seeing. With a commanding voice, he ordered his men to begin harnessing the mules. Above the noise, someone announced that everything would be ready right away. Zara informed Russ that his actions involved more than they appeared, hinting at something deeper at play. The village headman, greatly impressed, acknowledged Russ as a remarkable alchemist, one who had surpassed every expectation set before him. A warm smile spread across the young man's face as he listened. With enthusiasm, the man shared the idea that had sparked in his mind, suggesting Rust allow him to summon a significant individual. Rust, taken aback, responded that there was no need to take such action. Ignoring his protests, Zara led Rust and Karine into a tent where a figure of authority awaited them. The man, introducing himself as a representative of the Dabbleton Dominion, greeted them warmly and expressed his pleasure at making their acquaintance. As a notable city official and a mammal, his presence carried an air of significance. Rust found himself taken aback by the realization that he had orchestrated the entire deal. Mammal confessed his own astonishment, openly admitting his disbelief. Truthfully, neither had imagined that a massive heap of Kagero fruits would transform into sparkling magic crystals by morning. The mammals mentioned that it was finally time to discuss the reward. Russ considered the possibility that the village headman had already spoken to the feudal lord about him. Perhaps the headman had assured the lord that Russ could finish the job overnight, encouraging the lord to have the payment ready ahead of time. Rust observed Membles as he scribbled away, his attention drawn to the feather clutched in Membles' hand. To Rust, this was no ordinary quill, but a remarkable magical artifact. Enchanted by elemental forces, the quill ensured every word remained permanent, protected from tampering or forgery, especially on vital documents. Russ examined the seal delivered by the servant of the mammals. Recognizing the seal's mystical aura, he assumed it too was a magical artifact. Curious, the young man glanced at the letter, eager to uncover its details. Rust smiled to himself, realizing the sum mentioned in the document exceeded twice the entire annual budget allocated to the Department of Basic Research the previous year. Karine expressed her approval, remarking that it was very good. In her view, this action balanced the scales between them. She then passed the documents to the assistant, instructing him to settle Mr. Rust's share as stipulated in the contract. Rising from her seat, the girl declared in a firm voice that she was officially founding an alchemy research department within the Dominion. This new division would operate under her personal supervision, with Mr. Rust stepping into the role of chief. Surprise flashed across the young man's face, yet he soon dropped to his knees and placed a hand over his heart. Rust considered this gesture a formal declaration, though he had grown accustomed to Karine's unpredictable ways. Gratitude toward Karine now weighed heavily on his mind. With a commanding voice, Karine announced her declaration as the representative of this dominion's ruler, Admiral Karine. The proceeds from selling the magic crystals would, for the time being, bolster the department's budget, with the exception of the portion owed to Mr. Rust as previously mentioned. The man tasked with documenting her every word could hardly conceal his astonishment at her declaration. Meanwhile, Rest found himself uncomfortably aware of the challenges involved in establishing a new department. The very thought of the mountain of paperwork awaiting him left him inwardly wishing he could offer up a prayer on the new department's behalf. With a warm smile, Karine assured Mammals of her readiness to resume their conversation. As they had arranged earlier, the crystals, along with his belongings, would be delivered to the location they specified. Any minor details he would handle on his own. Eager anticipation filled him at the thought of utilizing these valuable resources strategically. In Rust's eyes, Karine's true abilities shone brightest when making plans, though in truth, he simply found it more convenient to entrust everything to them. Karine then announced it was time to end the discussion, yet suggested Rust linger a while longer. Expecting a conversation about the new department, the young man watched as Tala approached him, a warm smile lighting up her face as she greeted Rust. Curiosity growing, Rust waited to hear her purpose. Tala offered her congratulations for his recent promotion. Caught off guard, Rust admitted he was so surprised he couldn't even begin to process it. The girl admitted her curiosity to witness his skills firsthand, yet explained that she needed to act on the information about the shaman he had provided. Tulas offered a gentle smile, announcing her departure with warm wishes for his well-being. With a glance at the Taoist's departing figure, Rust offered a hurried reassurance, insisting he would be all right. Deep down, he wished her the strength to one day avenge all the wrongs inflicted by the shaman. Rust refocused on his conversation with Karine. With a steady hand, she indicated the document before him, outlining the responsibilities awaiting him. She expressed her expectation that he would fulfill each task to the highest standard. Rust assured them he would handle everything. Based on Karine's explanation, he believed his responsibilities would remain much the same. Satisfaction surfaced at the thought of continuing his core research as part of his existing role. Karine insisted he carefully record every expense in his report, making sure to note both the amounts and their purposes. Rust recalled she had also mentioned that he could spend his own money however he wished, as long as he did so sensibly. As Karine turned to go, she hesitated and spoke up. She acknowledged that, for now, this was just a department, but her vision was to gradually bring more people aboard, allowing it to expand. In time, Karine hoped it would evolve into a truly independent organization. At the girl's suggestion, the boy considered what name might suit him. Rasta mulled over her words, pondering the significance behind choosing the right name. Karine slipped out of the tent, leaving Rust alone. His gaze wandered over the cluttered table, stacked with books and scattered utensils. The name still bothered him, something about it just didn't sit right. He certainly hoped it wouldn't suggest any ties to the Alchemical Association. Rust pressed his point, insisting that the organization remained firmly under state control, regardless of appearances. The question lingered, should he reveal the organization's name, so intrinsically tied to the Admiral's dominion? Resolving not to act on impulse, the young man summoned the scroll at Rust's suggestion. There was no need to rush. For now, he would concentrate on the tasks within his reach. Two shadows emerged, silently positioning themselves before Rasta's tent. Although they made no move at first, their intent to step inside was unmistakable. The figures revealed themselves as R.E. and Roa. Quietly, one of the girls explained that they were waiting for the Rasta master to grant them permission to enter. The girls stepped into the room, their nerves evident. The young man greeted them with an apologetic smile, expressing regret for having pulled them away earlier. He explained his intention to inspect the matter Ari had previously mentioned. In response, Ari offered a respectful bow, her voice sincere as she thanked him for his understanding. Fully aware of his hectic schedule, Rust recalled that during Roa's previous visit, she scarcely paused, her attention repeatedly drawn to every corner of the tent. Most likely, she was surveying the rows with a magic eye, a tool granting her the power to see through solid objects. Rust turned to Rosa, requesting that she make 2 chairs for Ari and Roa. Instantly, 2 chairs materialized beneath the girls, compelling them to take their seats. Settling into a chair, Rust announced his readiness to begin. He aimed to examine the movement of magical elements as they passed through their eyes, as well as to understand how the magical tissue that tempers these elements operated. Ari acknowledged it with a nod, finding nothing surprising in the situation. Roa responded with an easy acceptance, assuring that all was well. Rust explained his plan to layer the new sealing scroll over the one already in place, assuring them it would form a perfect seal. Mentioning his intent to study their magical tissues in the meantime, he set to work. As the girls exchanged uncertain glances, Roa broke the silence by asking who would volunteer to go first. A small smile flickered across Rust's lips as he recognized the fear hidden within the question. The concern was understandable, yet the idea itself brimmed with danger. Removing the magical artifact that had become a constant presence on their faces would not come without risk. The young man suggested they begin with Roa, noting that Ori's magical eyes could be more taxing physically. With a calm smile, the girl assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Roa explained that everyone placed absolute trust in him with their very lives. A gentle smile played on Rust's lips as he extended a small scroll toward Roa. He explained that she should wrap the scroll around her head in such a way that it would shield her eyes from view. Ari picked up the scroll and examined it with focused attention. Approaching her sister, she quietly announced that she was ready to begin. Gently, the girl raised the blindfold and shielded her eyes with the scroll. Ari informed Rust that all preparations were complete. Russ signaled his approval and prepared to begin. Reaching out, he placed his hand on the girl, and with a gentle pulse of magic, started to draw information from her. Russ withdrew his hands and announced that everything was set. He inquired about Roa's condition. With a hint of worry, she admitted she couldn't see anything at all. The young man explained that his scroll was functioning as intended. With a quick adjustment of her hair, Rust assured Ari it was safe, urging her to remove the artifact from her sister. Ari responded calmly that it was all right and agreed to handle everything herself. With steady hands, the girl removed the cloth from her sister's face. Rust and Ari stared at her, astonished by how uncommon it was to see her face without its usual mask. Tears streamed down Roa's face as she insisted to Ari that she had no need to see anything, yet confessed that everything felt strangely out of place. Rust listened, caught off guard by her confession, unable to fully grasp the depth of Roa's emotions. Ari hurried over to her sister and wrapped her in a gentle embrace. A soothing hand rested on Roa's head, fingers gliding through her hair with soft, calming strokes. Nestling her face into her sister's stomach, Roa sank into an unfamiliar sensation. With quiet reassurance, Ari murmured that everything was all right. With a gentle smile, Rust turned his attention toward the rower artifact, deciding it was best to examine it without delay. Rose received a call from the young man, who asked her to bring him a magic element tester. Stretching out her branches, she gracefully passed the device to him. With the tester now in his hands, he thanked Rose for her assistance. Setting his sights on the task ahead, he strode to his desk and started arranging all the necessary tools. The magic element tester operated by releasing faint magical waves, designed to assess the properties of artifacts. Its emissions closely mimicked those naturally produced by the human body, allowing for an accurate examination of elemental flow and the inner workings of magical items. With a look of astonishment, the young man remarked that the magic stone revealed nothing. Placing his hand gently over the bandage, he explained that the true source of magic rested within the fabric itself, precisely where the bridge of Roa's nose would be when she wore it. Typically, the origin of magic for face-worn artifacts could be found at this very spot, nestled on the bridge of the nose. The young man gripped the pendulum, raising it deliberately toward the mask's surface. Rust realized that it was time to gauge the magic-infused sweat by using the art of pendulum dowsing, just as he had done during his investigation into the illness. The pendulum halted precisely where the fabric brushed against the bridge of the nose. Russ observed the artifact's design and found its mechanism straightforward. A storage compartment held the energy, an amplifier boosted its flow, and a built-in noise-canceling device ensured everything ran smoothly. Rust paused, perplexed by its own presence in this place. Numerous possibilities existed for reconstructing everything from the ground up, each offering a different path forward. The discussion persisted as he emphasized the meticulous nature of the construction, noting that the inner flow of magical energy offered an effective solution. Rust took another moment to closely examine the fabric, his eyes tracing every detail with renewed attention. His gaze lingered on the symbol, a dismissive thought crossing his mind. The alchemist who fashioned it must have been mediocre at best. With the arcane channels already at his disposal, merging them would allow him to create something far superior in no time. Resting his hand on the mask, Rust reflected that these artifacts could only have been crafted by someone who deeply cared for Ari and Roa. He wondered quietly just how much such knowledge might have cost them. Rust glanced over at the girls and noticed Ari gently supporting Rose's head, making certain her sister felt her presence in the quiet tent. Rose remained still, quietly conversing with her sister beside her. Observing Roa, Rust realized a sense of calm had settled over her. Clarity now illuminated the situation, and the influence of a psychological component became apparent, an element that appeared just as significant for the girls as any physical challenge they encountered. The young man mused that the feeling of safety Roa experienced from the artifact likely surpassed the power of the artifact itself. Rust responded with a gentle smile toward the girls, agreeing that this seemed to be the case. He passed a cloth to Roa and requested permission to take a closer look at her. The young man then turned his gaze to Ari. At his command, she carried the artifact back to Roa's face. Rust raised his voice, calling out the words that would dissolve the seal. In response, her features brightened, and faint currents of magic lifted her hair as the power surged through her. Rust accepted the scroll and carefully rolled it shut. Approaching Roa, he requested her hand. Hesitantly, the girl extended her hand, anxiety clearly etched on her face as she watched Rust's every move. Seizing the opportunity, the young man extended his hand and raised his voice, initiating the joint protocol. Oversight fell to the RASD transfer, while his true objective remained the ROWA. Calmly, he explained that the control transfer would be sealed within a scroll. With determination, he pressed forward, resolving to complete the protocol. A scroll rested in Roa's hands, its purpose a mystery to her. Rust, wearing a friendly smile, assured her he possessed several more and invited her to keep this one for herself. The young man insisted he had shown her the proper way to use them. At her discretion, she could take advantage of them whenever she needed a break. Rose glanced up for a moment, only to let her gaze fall back down just as swiftly. Rust found himself unsettled by the sense that circumstances were deteriorating. Roa's expression revealed her growing dissatisfaction. Overcome by a surge of emotions, the girl trembled and quietly expressed deep gratitude to him. Rust noticed how softly Roa murmured those words, yet each one reached him without effort. From behind her mask, Ari offered a quiet smile, then stepped over to her sister, her presence gentle and reassuring. Happiness radiated from both girls. Tears streamed down Roa's face, overwhelmed by emotions she never anticipated. Watching them, Rust's gentle smile grew, quietly sharing in their delight. At a quiet table, Rust leaned in, scrutinizing two masks with utmost care. Each appeared nothing more than an ordinary scrap of white cloth. No hint or aura betrayed any connection to magic. Convinced he had completed his study of both Ari and Roa, along with their mysterious masks, the young man turned his attention to the challenge of forging new artifacts. Rust's desk brimmed with piles of books, each one a key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding Ari and Roa. Though concern for his girlfriends, who had been on their feet for so long, stirred within him, uncertainty held him back from simply handing over the treasured volumes. He continued, insisting their effectiveness far surpassed expectations. Yet, as his analysis unfolded, a sense grew within him that the mastermind behind their creation shared a close connection with Ari and Roa. Still, he questioned whether pursuing this endeavor would truly yield worthwhile results. A realization dawns on the young man that surrendering the artifacts means parting ways with the old ones. Memories of their rare abilities flicker through his mind. Understanding their rarity comes easily to him. Much about them remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge still limited. Additionally, the likelihood that psychological factors play a crucial role in mastering control is considered quite high. According to Rust, if the focus lay solely on managing magical energy, there would be far greater possibilities for enhancing their beloved magical artifacts. The latest masks appear more streamlined and straightforward compared to their predecessors. Realizing the challenge before him, he considered designing a device capable of measuring the degree of control, which would allow for artifact comparison. With thoughtful determination, he picked up a pen and began to spin it between his fingers. Sitting back, Rust pressed a hand to his forehead, concentrating intently on the work ahead. Raising his voice, the guy admitted that when it comes to problems, lately his research appears to have stalled completely. The situation has only grown more complicated thanks to two persistent adversaries from his previous job, a string of bizarre assignments, and a brutally tight budget that leaves little room for progress. Russ mentioned that his finances had improved, allowing him to consider a new strategy. The man studied the masks with a thoughtful gaze. Indeed, a new strategy is required. Rather than simply boosting his stats, he should develop the power to switch them on or off at will. By selecting a brief window of time and integrating automatic regulation, he could gain much greater control. Without hesitation, the main character snatched up a sheet of paper and swiftly set the pen in motion, sketching out shapes with quick, determined strokes. According to him, unfolding the form and then making a few additions would yield excellent results. Rust spent the entire night seated in front of the drawing, intent on finishing his work as swiftly as possible. Arriving at Russ's tent, Ari and Roa found him waiting with a warm smile. He expressed his gratitude for their patience and revealed the new artifacts he had crafted for them. Excitement sparkled in their eyes as they eagerly approached his table. Glasses and a monocle rested on display, their designs refreshingly simple. Despite their understated elegance, few desired the constant attention these accessories attracted. These were vision aids of timeless, classic appeal. Curiosity sparked in their eyes as the girls turned the unfamiliar objects in their hands. Ari, eager for answers, asked what they were supposed to do with them and wondered aloud how these odd items could be used. Rust advised her to separate the slender metal arms of the glasses. Following his instructions, the girl gently pulled them apart. He confirmed that she was doing fine and told her to place the glasses over her eyes. Ari wondered whether she had followed the instructions correctly. With a gentle smile, the man assured her that she had done everything just right. At last, it was time for them to remove the veils covering their faces. The girls succeeded in their task and could now walk freely, no longer needing to hide beneath their bandages. With deliberate care, Roa placed the glasses, crafted by the protagonist, onto her face. Gently gripping the frames by their edges, she let out a startled gasp of wonder. Following Ro's lead, Ari offered a reserved smile and neatly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The girls exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Roa exclaimed with delight at how striking Ari's face appeared. With a gentle smile, Ari responded to her sister, admitting that this new feeling brought a refreshing sense of novelty. Rust complimented how well they suited them, and the guy sensed genuine satisfaction in his words. Ari admitted that she might still be getting used to it, but found herself truly enjoying it. Upon reaching the pond, Rust announced that it was time for a lesson on how to use the tools. The demonstration would begin with the Ryua. Taking her spear in hand, the girl waded forward and started targeting the creatures lurking beneath the water's surface. Rust paused to consider, his gaze fixed on the girl. He inquired about her well-being, and whether everything was functioning properly or if she had noticed any flaws. With a contented smile, she assured him that not only was everything fine, it exceeded her expectations. She felt completely satisfied with every aspect of the matter. Roa adjusted her glasses with a measured gesture, prompting a spark of anticipation in the onlooker, who expected the force to reach its peak. Without hesitation, she snatched up an armored salmon, its tough, rugged scales glinting in the light. Pickled caviar from this particular fish ranked as a sought-after delicacy. Determined, she pressed on, intent on testing the new artifact's capabilities until her standards were fully met. Armored Sam and his companions moved together against the current, forging their way upstream in unison. Their determined progress was explained by the man at the riverbank, who revealed that the hippopotamus had captured the ruler of the monster catfish pond. Rust confided quietly to Roa that even Karine's strength was not enough to pierce such formidable armored scales with a single strike. Roa responded with a grin, explaining that her attacks always found the gaps between the scales. Stepping aside, Rust pondered whether these could serve as materials for his cases. In that moment, Roa came sprinting up to him. The girl assured him that the artifact was working perfectly. Rust inquired whether she had any issues, wondering if switching modes proved troublesome for her, if the artifact tended to slip during battles, or if there were any similar concerns. Roa shook her head in response. Ari, her voice weary, gently reminded her sister to show some respect to Rust since he had been of help to them. She urged Roa to respond to him kindly and with proper manners. Lowering her gaze, Roa quietly revealed her newfound mastery over her magical eyes, explaining how she could now direct them at will. With this control, the world appeared before her more distinctly than ever before. Rust gave her his full attention, as Roa described how seamlessly she could toggle between transparency and long-range viewing modes. The girl went on, mentioning that while voice-activated switching offered great convenience, there was something oddly satisfying about handling it manually. Rust assured her he understood. In his mind, he figured she meant that in the midst of combat, relying on physical switches proved more effective. Roa explained that since she grips her spear with her right hand, she prefers to handle everything else with her left when she can. Rust extended his hand in reassurance, signaling his understanding. He told her to hand over her artifact, promising to take care of everything from that point on. Unfolding the scroll with deliberate care, the man announced the start of the magic scheme's census. He explained that every function set on the right would now be shifted to the left side. With a cheerful glint in her eyes, Roa accepted the glasses from Rust, who assured her that everything was set. Without hesitation, she slipped them on and dashed toward the pond, eager to take on a fresh batch of monsters. A warm smile spread across Ari's face as she glanced at her sister, quietly observing the delight that danced in Roa's eyes. Without warning, the girl snatched her monocle and lunged forward, spear in hand. She apologized to Rust for causing any trouble. From the still surface of the pond, a salmon burst forth and impaled itself directly on Ari's spear. Rust observed this curious scene, astonished that the armored fish appeared to have chosen Ari's weapon deliberately. The idea seemed almost unbelievable. Rust insisted it wasn't as it seemed. Ari had anticipated his move using her mystical eye, gifted with the power to glimpse the future. At his words, the girl's expression brightened into a cheerful smile. Rust observed her closely, noting how unmistakably they shared the same features. There was no mistaking they were sisters. Joy seemed to radiate from her. Ari studied him in turn, her gaze lingering before her expression shifted to one of mock offense. The young man awkwardly realized that her magical gaze functioned beyond the battlefield. She glimpsed a future where he accidentally revealed his thoughts, and that scenario seemed all too plausible. Ari, however, calmly denied it. Rust found himself unsettled, almost convinced she could truly read his mind. A gentle smile spread across the girl's face as she admitted he wasn't entirely mistaken. Warmth and sweetness lit up her expression. The scene shifts to Lihilsome, now situated in the association's sprawling headquarters. Inside the reception area, he stood across from the association's head, frustration furrowing his brow. Lihilsome demanded to know why the head insisted he bring back the roster, insisting firmly that such a request could never be fulfilled. Fury simmered within Lihilsome. The troublesome man had finally been removed, only to threaten a swift return. Life had begun to improve in the absence of Rest's meddling. Slamming his head against the table in frustration, he barked at Mr. Lihilsome to examine the growing pile of reports. Each day, Parliament dispatches these messages, all echoing a single refrain. Routine explanations fill the pages, apologies and attempted transformations falter, hindered by the substandard quality of the initial materials. Other updates highlight missed deadlines, a consequence of persistent supply delays. Meanwhile, customers demand substantial compensation in response to these ongoing issues. Spinning his chair, the department head remarked that every blow from the other branch leaders seemed to land squarely on him. Demands rang out, urging him to honor existing agreements. Even as the branch heads shouted and vented their frustrations with relentless force, he simply sat by, unmoved and inactive. He reminded Lihilsome of his earlier words, causing the man's eyes to open wide with surprise. Lihilsome had once claimed that nothing would change even if Master Rost departed, yet now the situation stood in stark contrast to that assurance. The man pressed him to account for the current circumstances. Lihil, looking defeated, hung his head and let his forehead drop onto the table once more. Words tumbled out, confessing not only his inability to step into Rust's shoes, but also his fear that he was dragging down the entire association. His explanation points to the gaping holes scattered throughout the building's walls, lingering traces of slime still fouling the air. Makeshift patches of crude wooden boards covered the association's walls, offering no disguise for their flaws. If anything, these rough repairs only drew sharper attention to every imperfection. With a flush of deep embarrassment, Lihilsome dipped his head and awkwardly searched for words. Unable to find his voice, he mumbled uncertainly. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, the man voiced his continued opposition to the idea of bringing back the Rasta. Anger tightened his fist as he spoke. His departure was quickly followed by record-breaking sales across the country, a fact he left unspoken. Others around the table pointed out the surge was partly thanks to a newly delivered batch of magic crystals. Their leader, however, cut them off sharply, insisting he was already aware of every detail. The man explained that he had entrusted him with this role to address the void left by the Rostamaster's absence. Should he prove incapable of managing these responsibilities, he would have no choice but to plead for the Rostamaster's return to the association himself. Lihilsome managed to keep his anger in check, calmly assuring the head that he understood. Beneath the surface, resentment seethed, all of it directed at Rust. Never would he let go of that bitterness, nor offer forgiveness. Lihilsome stormed into the weapons alchemy department, flinging the door open with force. Inside, amidst the wreckage of the hall, people sat in scattered groups. The department head lamented the scene, noting the abundance of gaping holes that marred the association's once imposing appearance. The workers cast uncertain glances his way, sensing the heavy cloud of his mood. Choosing to ignore the tension, they carried on with their tasks, acting as though all was perfectly normal. Lihilsome settled into the worn chair at his old desk, its faded surface showing signs of years gone by. A pair of books lay scattered across the top, failing to add any sense of purpose or stability to the room. The entire space had an air of neglect, as if it had been forgotten long ago. Sabotage burst into the department, his voice echoing as he called out to Master Lihilsome, warning of serious trouble. Master Lihilsome turned, surprise flickering across his face, and questioned Sabotage about his urgent haste, puzzled by the sudden commotion. The young man grumbled about the majority of the recently imported magic crystals from the new batch being returned. Lihilsome fixed him with a look of astonishment, struggling to accept what he had just heard. A booming voice protested, insisting there had to be some mistake. Sabotage gestured toward the stack of boxes, urging Master Lihilsome to see the evidence firsthand. Astonishment flickered across the man's face as he took in the towering pyramid of boxes returned to the couple, each one marked by evidence of the foul-smelling residue. The sheer size of the boxes underscored just how many items had been sent back. Lihilsome raised his voice, demanding to know what Sabotage failed to grasp about the job they had already been paid for. Sabotage simply responded, utterly confused, that he had no clue what had taken place. With urgency in his voice, the man ordered his employees to reach out to the wholesalers without delay. Meanwhile, an uneasy tour guide found his way to Lihilsome, unsure of his next move. With a sharp edge to his voice, he demanded to know what the man actually understood about the situation. Tortek, trembling with uncertainty, stammered that nothing at all had occurred that day. He wondered aloud how they were supposed to handle such a disaster. The man beside him, uncertain, pointed out that simply tossing everything wasn't an option. Lihilsome raised his voice in protest, his anger clear. Discarding it was out of the question. This collection represented the association's main source of income. losing it was not something they could afford. Lihilsome kept urging everyone toward the vault, his voice echoing through the halls. The task was clear: discard anything that appeared outdated and clear enough space to store the influx of new items. Determined, he promised to track down the proper placement for the crystals. An employee inquired about their next move. The response was blunt: there was no alternative. Their only option was to head to the closest storage facility. The girl wondered aloud if anything truly deserved to be thrown away simply for appearing old. The guy responded, remarking that it certainly seemed that way. He went on to explain that even warehouses came under the authority of the Department of Weapons Alchemy. According to one suggestion, a bit of tidying up would make everything fit perfectly. Stepping into the room, they found themselves surrounded by towering cabinets crowded with all sorts of items. Dust and grime coated the surfaces, giving the impression of long neglect, yet the feeling that the place was neglected or forgotten didn't quite fit the reality. Skinny inquired whether the old wooden crates would be discarded. Gazing at the shelves, she gestured toward one of the numerous drawers. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she inquired about the contents. They admitted that they hadn't realized the inscription would be removed. With a gentle smile, she picked it up and remarked that it was merely a forgotten relic from the struggling Department of Elementary Research. She noted the thick layer of dust as proof that it held little significance. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she moved to another drawer and inquired with mild interest about its contents. Reaching into the drawer, Skinny retrieved a bottle filled with a clear, colorless liquid. The girl gave it a gentle shake, observing its transparent appearance. Holding a pendulum over the water, Tordek observed its subtle movement, noting a clear response to the presence of magical elements. Since the substance remained both colorless and transparent, he concluded that defective potions were likely to blame. With a chuckle, Skinny remarked on how surprising it was that they hadn't thrown out something so utterly pointless. Clearly, that area must have seen better days. The girl wondered aloud if it would be possible to simply discard everything. An employee hesitantly inquired whether they should check with Master Lihilsome first, but the reply came, subdued and tired, that no such consultation had taken place. Lihiles's complaints echoed in his mind, insisting that nothing could be accomplished without a pointer. The man muttered that he'd only end up bankrupt once more. Without hesitation, Tordek turned to Kini and suggested they pour everything into the river. While the boxes are being moved, the task of transporting the magic crystals will begin. Countless chores remain before their work is finished. Skinny assured them she would take care of everything, but for the moment, she simply closed the container. On the underside of the lid, a warning was inscribed. The contents were a concentrated solution of magical elements and required the utmost caution in handling. In the earliest days of his research, Rust frequently relied on this potent solution. Skinny declared her intention to haul the box down to the river, planning to enlist the assistance of a beast conjured through transmutation. The girl carefully poured the solution into the water. These magical elements posed no danger to humans, so releasing the solution into the river would not affect anyone. Yet, beneath this harmless appearance, another consequence awaited. With no immediate signs of harm, the error committed by Cake and the others will remain hidden until the consequences become irreversible. Meanwhile, the fish darted merrily through the river, unaware that a new home awaited it in the near future. The entire group assembled in the Alchemists Association, gathering specifically in the communication room. Every corner of the chamber brimmed with an astonishing variety of magical instruments, their curious forms glinting beneath the lamplight. Sabas lifted the report, astonishment flickering across his face as disbelief settled in. Confronted with the need to read its contents immediately, disappointment clouded his expression. This was clearly not turning out to be a good moment. Bursting into the office, Lihilsome demanded to know what was going on. Sabasa, startled, glanced nervously at his master. The sight of his assistant's fear only fueled Lihilsome's frustration. At Lihilsome's command, the man seized the moment, snatching the paper from Sabas before he could react. Eagerness to uncover its contents left no room for hesitation. Grasping the paper, the man darted his gaze rapidly across the lines. With each passing moment, a deeper fear etched itself onto his face. A glance at Sabas revealed only a silent nod, confirming without words that the report told the unvarnished truth. Lehigh expressed his disbelief about the magic crystals. Reports indicated that old-style magic crystals had resurfaced on the market. Not only that, but a large quantity of them appeared to be circulating, a situation that seemed impossible. Utter disbelief filled his voice as he cried out, refusing to accept what the words before him claimed. According to him, imports had been entirely shut down. This meant only smuggled goods could make their way in, yet their numbers seemed overwhelming. Perhaps someone was operating nearby, though the idea seemed far-fetched. Laughter and derision broke out as someone loudly proclaimed that if any alchemist from their association had presented such a pitiful pig, expulsion would have been immediate and merciless. The man's voice grew more forceful as he demanded that only licensed alchemists with true expertise should ever be allowed to practice. Lihil halted in his tracks, suspecting for a moment that Rust might have already parted ways with the association. Overwhelmed by emotion, he nearly wept, convinced it was unmistakably Rust. His gaze fell downward, fixing on the floor. Sabas informed his master that, once again, crystals from the new batch kept coming back. With things progressing like this, their inventory would only keep piling up with unsold stock. Curious onlookers turned to witness the commotion. The scattered shouts barely caught anyone's attention. In a harsh whisper, a man remarked on the chaos unfolding nearby. Raising his voice, Lihil demanded an update on the sales. Sabas answered that a bit of control had been regained. The guy announced that their situation was utterly dire, causing the man to turn and stare at Sabbath in terror. Shock gripped Lihilsome as he learned they had slipped into the red. With disbelief flooding his voice, he insisted that such a thing was impossible, refusing to accept the grim reality before him. Frustration simmered beneath the surface as the man realized he would have to swallow his pride and request our return, a prospect he loathed more than anything. Meanwhile, Lehel defiantly declared in a loud voice that he would never bring himself to do such a thing. Tension tightened in his fists as he realized he would need to face Rust once more and ask for assistance. Just then, a young man entered the room and called out for Master Lihilsome. Spinning around to catch the request, the man listened as someone announced that the boss demanded his presence and appeared to be in a foul mood. Lihilsome quietly cleared his throat, sensing the tension. Paralyzed by fear, he pleaded with Sabas to take action. The man, caught off guard, admitted he had no idea what he could possibly do, insisting he was just an ordinary worker. With a heavy sigh, Sabas confessed that he doubted there was anything within his power to change the situation. At the top of his voice, Lihilsome announced to the whole association that he faced serious troubles and was completely at a loss for solutions. The name Ross echoed through the man's mind, repeated over and over. Meanwhile, Lihilsome let out a loud sneeze, a sign of just how much Ross had occupied his thoughts lately. Lihilsome, accompanied by several others, strolled across a sun-drenched clearing on their way toward the shadowy embrace of the forest. The air shimmered with heat, heavy and unrelenting. Forced by command, the man found himself in an unthinkable predicament, watching as everyone ate using only their feet. Disbelief washed over him, yet he had no choice but to obey. Lihilsome remembered the day he stepped into the head's office. The head's voice rang out, commanding him to return the roster in person. Startled, Lihilsome fixed his gaze on the man, struggling to accept that those words had truly been spoken. The head of state acknowledged his duty to shoulder the consequences of everything that had occurred. Meanwhile, Lihilsome tightened his hands into fists, choosing not to reply to the leader's words. That was how Lehigh found himself wandering the forest, simmering with frustration over the fact that he had to pay his escorts from his own wallet. Casting a glance at his companions, he saw only a group of inept individuals who struggled to handle themselves in a fight. Still, their presence offered more reassurance than complete solitude. A voice called out to Lihal, someone eager to make a request. Irritation flickered across the man's face as he demanded to know what the other wanted. The question came quickly. Was he certain they were heading in the right direction? Trees and thick undergrowth pressed in from every side, making the forest path difficult and fraught with hazards. Lihal cast an uncertain glance down the forest path before replying that it was probably so. Irritation crept into his voice as he warned his companions to stay focused. The man reminded everyone of the task at hand, insisting they keep their priorities clear. The man handed the group a weapon, crafted specifically for their protection. Lihilsome explained that each one contained magic cycles capable of shifting its elemental properties, a unique feature he had designed himself. With a wicked grin, one of the men confirmed they would carry out Sir Lihil's orders without hesitation. The plan was clear: ambush this Rust from behind and deliver him up with a perfectly crisp finish. Lihilsome instructed them to pay close attention. The plan begins by drawing the target out and eliminating him. Afterward, the monsters must be enticed to devour his remains. The man mentioned his considerable wealth and confidently explained that he was crafting traditional magic crystals. The two brothers exchanged glances, their lips curling into sly, anticipatory smiles. Lihilsome added that since everything would be divided evenly, it was best for everyone to stay silent. The man glanced back at the brothers, assuring Lihilsome of their support. One brother scoffed, muttering that their only trouble might come from some scrawny, bookish type. Without a word, Lihilsome stepped in line behind them, unwilling to face the forest's shadows alone. Muttering under his breath, the man seethed at how awful these people were. Sweat clung to his skin, and each breath was heavy, as if the air itself had turned to steam. The blame for this impossible journey, leading him straight into dangerous monster territory, fell squarely on Rust's shoulders. The head's words echoed in his mind as he shouted, declaring that this president was just as detestable. The president cared too much about appearances. The man then instructed him to convey a message. If the president returned, his funding would increase. With a smirk, the man predicted the president would soon come rushing back, eyes wet with tears. A small monster emerged, baring its teeth at Lihilsome with a menacing growl. Startled, Lihilsome sprang back, his eyes wide with fear, and called out desperately for Daden to join him and help deal with the threat. Someone soon drew near Lihil and inquired about the situation. Glancing down, Lihil noticed a creature sprawled at his feet. The man beside him dismissed it, insisting it was merely a minor monster and nothing worth worrying about. Eden called out to the brothers, urging them to handle the situation. In response, one of the brothers drew a gun and declared that he'd take care of things himself. The man strode up to the diminutive creature and fired, dispatching it with little effort. A low chuckle escaped as he assured Daden that the task was almost effortless. With a knowing grin, the man agreed, confident that with such advantages, nothing posed a danger to them and all would proceed smoothly. Monsters steadily emerged from behind the rocks, their numbers growing with each passing moment. Eden, wearing a calm smile, declared that he would claim the next one for himself. He reminded the others to stay mindful. Many creatures in this area could react to even the slightest sound. Dedan called out to his friends, urging them to pay attention to what lay ahead. The monsters advanced on their own, creeping ever closer, almost as if daring the group to attack. Expecting fewer of these creatures, he glanced apprehensively at their numbers. Beside him, one of the brothers spoke up in a trembling voice, worried that there were simply too many. Daedrin urged his comrades to pick up the pace and open fire on the advancing monsters. Meanwhile, Lihilsome positioned himself behind the group, raising his voice above the chaos for everyone to cease fire. Battle had drained their resources, and they needed to swap out the magic circuits. In his mind, he worried that altering the elemental spells demanded an unsustainable amount of energy. Daden stared in horror as the figures continued their relentless climb. In a panic, he fired his weapon rapidly, yet many of the bullets missed their mark. His voice trembled with shock as he called out about a misfire, confusion clouding his mind as he struggled to understand the cause. Panic seized the men as the number of monsters grew. Desperation spurred them into action. Rust once remarked that the new model had a tendency to misfire. Dedan's voice rang out, declaring the numbers were growing. Urging his brothers, he demanded they finally open fire. One brother claimed he had figured everything out. His attempts to escape proved fruitless, despite trying multiple times. Panic settled in as the young man shouted that the magical elements had been depleted. Cries erupted around Lihil just as their supply of crystals dwindled and one of the guns malfunctioned. The group demanded he provide them with spare crystals to fuel the magic cannon. With a sharp edge to his voice, Lael snapped that he possessed no extra crystals. The others stared at him, stunned. None of them could believe that Master Lihilsome had left without taking the crystals. Their eyes darted to their guns, then, without warning, they bolted from the monsters. Behind them, Lihilsome's furious voice echoed, demanding they halt and angrily demanding to know their destination. Monsters swarmed close, gathering in tight circles around the man's feet. Lihilsome's voice thundered, filled with anger, as he declared that handling these creatures would fall to him alone. Unrolling the ancient scroll, he called out in a commanding voice to initiate the ritual. A radiant glow encircled him, casting shifting patterns across the surroundings. A spatial link forms, causing the path to become one with his very flesh. The parasitic creature claims him, marking number 1 as a force of destruction. A sharp grimace twisted Lihilsome's face as pain surged through him. His hand gradually melted into a thick, jelly-like substance, and from this strange ooze sprang clusters of mushrooms, their caps rising and unfurling in grotesque abundance. With a voice booming with fury, the man proclaimed that these wretched insects were about to face his wrath. 30 years ago, Lihilsome carried a striking appearance, his good looks shadowed by a constant air of melancholy. At that time, all the transforming beasts under Lihilsome's command manifested as parasitic fungi entwined with his own flesh. The sight was dreadful, yet this fusion offered him his sole means of attack. For this reason, Lehi absolutely loathed getting involved in combat. He turned to battling monsters by relying on parasitic fungi, which scattered their spores in every direction. As the monsters seized their prey and toppled to the earth, strange mushrooms started to burst from their bodies, swiftly bringing death to their monstrous hosts. The creatures found themselves powerless, unable to battle against their own flesh as it succumbed to the relentless spread of the fungi. Lihilsome gazed across the clearing, where a thick blanket of parasitic fungi cloaked every surface. Relentless monsters emerged from the shadows, advancing without pause, each one stepping forward to fill the place of a fallen companion. The man caught sight of the threat and immediately swung his hand in response. Raising his voice, he urgently called for backup. With relentless ferocity, Lihilsome dispatched the monsters again and again. His booming declaration echoed through the chaos, promising that each foe would fall in turn. A single monster crept stealthily up behind Lihilsome. Oblivious, the man lifted his foot to crush another foe. Without warning, sharp teeth sank into his thigh. Pain shot through him as Lihilsome clutched his hip and cried out in agony. The creature clung relentlessly to his leg, determined to inflict as much harm as it could. Terror filled his eyes as he stared down at the monster, still reeling from the sudden bite. Desperately, he kept shaking his foot, trying to dislodge the vicious attacker. With all his strength, Lihilsome struck the monster, sending its lifeless body tumbling from the man's hip. Lihilsome fixed his gaze on the shredded clothes, now revealing the deep wound beneath. The creature had injured the man severely, leaving him in obvious agony. Despite the pain, hope lingered as he reasoned that the potion would surely bring relief. Lihilsome delivered a final blow to the monstrous creatures. With deliberate care, the group scanned the ground, making sure no enemies remained hidden. Lihilsome concluded their search, remarking that it appeared to be the end. The threat from the monsters had finally subsided. As the man willed his hand to return to its human form, a low moan escaped him, each moment thick with pain that lingered, until the transformation finally ended. Fury boiled in his voice as he hurled blame at the infamous Rasta, convinced that all misfortune traced back to that menacing figure. Yet the dense forest swallowed his words, for not a soul lingered nearby to hear his outburst. Lihilsome uncorked the potion and swallowed it in one gulp. With a weary swipe, he brushed his face, each movement betraying the exhaustion left by the recent battle. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke of the overwhelming relief he would feel upon reaching Rust. Though summoned back by the association, his unshaken resolve promised a confrontation that would end in bloodshed. Taking a hesitant step forward, he cried out in pain as his leg throbbed. There was nothing Lehi could do to help. Pressing on was inevitable, no matter how much it hurt. Gritting his teeth, Lehi continued down the path, his voice thick with anger as he vowed that Rust would be held accountable for all of this. Rust walked up to the behemoth, a smile playing on his lips as he announced it was time to move on. His mind was set on fulfilling one of an alchemist's primary responsibilities today. In his view, nurturing and expanding the regions ranked among the most important tasks. Far ahead, the faint outlines of tents began to emerge against the landscape. The man explains that they need to extract magical elements from the soil before the farmers can begin their work. Grain refuses to thrive in earth saturated with too much magic, so these elements must be drawn out and released into the atmosphere. Russ scooped out a shallow hole, considering the effort required to carve openings in this unevenly tilled patch of earth, cleansed earlier of every stone. Each hollow needed just enough space for his hands to fit comfortably within. Mentioning the firmness of the ground, the boy assured everyone that he could manage just fine. Meanwhile, Rust noticed the gentle nudge from the behemoth and turned to meet its gaze. The young man offered to swap places, prompting Rust to ask what treasures might be buried where he pointed. The hippopotamus responded with a vigorous nod and immediately set to work, digging rapidly with his sturdy paw. Watching the progress, the young man called out with genuine delight, praising him for his impressive effort. Behemoth kept digging hole after hole, only stopping when Russ finally signaled for him to pause. Gratitude filled him toward Hypopopo for the help. The creature fixed its curious gaze on Russ, clearly eager to see what would unfold next. Rust pulled an onion from his pocket, explaining that it was time to bury these transformed bulbs. He believed the key was to draw the elements directly from the earth. An onion dropped into the pit, prompting mournful sounds from the behemoth. Rust gently patted his companion, chuckling as he assured him he understood. This task was simply too much for a hippo. Even so, he expressed his gratitude to his loyal friend. With a gentle smile, Rest unfurled the scroll, assuring that everything would remain secure. He initiated the activation, drawing in magical elements from the air. Gradually, a glowing arcane symbol began to shimmer above the scroll. Mysterious symbols shimmered above each pit where a bulb had been planted. Observing this, Rust's face lit up with satisfaction, confident that their endeavor was proceeding flawlessly. His fingers brushed the scroll, setting off a shimmer of magic along its surface. Rust reassured him that all was in order. Now, the only task left was to draw out the excess elemental energy. As this process began, the bracelet slipped from his wrist. The young man glanced over, his curiosity piqued. After returning from the artifact tests, Roa handed the bracelet over to him. the girl explained that everything had worked out because of that artifact. In gratitude, she promised to gift him a charm crafted in the tradition of her hometown. A gentle smile played on Rust's lips as he inquired whether she had crafted it by hand. Roa averted her gaze, a soft blush coloring her cheeks, and gave a shy nod in response. She mentioned that if necessary, the bracelet could be removed. Rust gazed at it once more, feeling a quiet gratitude toward Roa for crafting it for him. Yet he wondered how effective an amulet could truly be if it could be taken off so easily. Leaning against the massive beast, Eileen lifted his arm, the bracelet catching the light. The man explained that the process would require a bit of patience, and while waiting, he planned to look through the documents left behind by his predecessor. Unrolling a scroll filled with his observations, Rust announced that he had found exactly what he was looking for. He believed it to be a comparative analysis of magical element concentrations within the soil and the millet thriving atop it. Prior to his departure, he carefully copied every record left in the Department of Basic Research onto this scroll. Rust remarked with confidence that Lihilsome would most likely discard everything. As his fingers brushed over the scroll, he mentioned that its contents held something particularly intriguing. The young man believed that adding a few magical elements to the soil could enhance the flavor of food for people. This idea was based on the theory that the human brain could be tricked into perceiving stronger taste sensations. Russ, however, argued that such changes would have no real effect on her own sense of taste. The study explored how magical elements influence the human body, unfolding a curious narrative. In the midst of the research, the behemoth quietly uttered words in his own language. Upon realizing the significance, surprise flashed across his face as he acknowledged that the moment had arrived. With genuine appreciation, he thanked the behemoth for sharing this important information. Rust offered a silent prayer to the behemoth, his focus unwavering and absolute. The subtle break in his concentration came when Ari's voice reached his ears. Without hesitation, the girl hurried over to his side. Noticing her urgency, Rust asked with genuine surprise what had brought her there. Ari explained simply that someone was searching for him. A hint of excitement colored the girls' voices as they admitted they doubted his character, urging him to stay alert. Surprise flickered across the young man's face as he realized this stranger lacked any notable skills. Curious, he turned to the girl and asked whether the man had mentioned his name. Still catching her breath from the run, Ari nodded in confirmation. The girl reminded him that he had introduced himself as Lihilsome. An angry smile twisted across the man's face. Russ mentioned that Lehi had appeared as well, and he was glad she had learned his name. As they continued down the road, he asked Ari for more details. Meanwhile, the guy couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the situation. Extending his hand toward Ari, Rust watched as surprise flickered across her face. Despite her hesitation, she placed her hand in his. His grip tightened reassuringly as he promised to help her. Without wasting a moment, Rust swiftly pulled Ari onto the behemoth's broad back to make a quicker journey to the camp. Glancing at her, he instructed her to hold on, promising the hippo would carry them swiftly with the wind. A rosy flush colored Ari's cheeks as she wrapped her arms around Rasta from behind, gripping tightly to keep her balance. The behemoth charged swiftly into the camp as Ari nestled her cheek against Rust's back. Despite racing across the harsh wastelands, the ride felt unexpectedly calm and smooth. Ari considered that the great beast must be carefully pacing itself to keep them from bouncing around. Introducing himself as Aura's former colleague from the Alchemist Association, the man carried an air of perpetual restlessness. Trouble seemed to shadow him wherever he went, perhaps a reflection of his constant dissatisfaction with the world around him. Rust explained his presence, attributing it to the allure of the magic crystals. He had anticipated such a situation might arise, yet events unfolded more swiftly than he had foreseen. Ray hung on the guy's every word, her expression slowly clouding over with sadness she didn't seem to notice. Thoughtfulness settled on her features, hinting at worries she kept to herself. Noticing the change, Rust offered a gentle smile and quietly asked if something was troubling her. Uncertain, the girl admitted her vision had been unclear. Ahead of them lay a challenging battle, and the future promised anything but ease. Ari continued, her voice steady as she spoke of an imminent conflict, when she could only describe as an all-out war. Fleeting visions flickered before her eyes, never lingering for long. Despite the ominous signs, they pressed forward on their journey. Nestling against Rust, the girl remarked how flawlessly the artifact he crafted was functioning. Thanks to his skill, she was able to witness the battle unfolding before her eyes. With a nervous glance forward, Rust realized Ari had already responded before he could even complete his question. Apparently, there were no issues with the artifact, and everything appeared to be in order. With a serious tone, the young man demanded to know if Ari was suggesting that she and Lihale might end up in a confrontation. Ari, her voice heavy with sadness, admitted she was nearly certain that would happen, though the thought filled her with dread. Curiosity flickered in Rust's eyes as he pressed the girl, sensing there was more to her story. Ari responded uncertainly, admitting she truly didn't know what to expect. The strange new feeling unsettled her, and fear lingered in her voice as she confessed she had never experienced anything like it before. The girl offered a quiet apology, her voice tinged with sincerity. Rust responded with a gentle smile, assuring her that no apology was necessary. Gratitude filled his words as he thanked her for sharing the truth with him. An abrupt scream tore from Ari as she snapped her head up, startling Russ. Bewilderment flickered across his face. Whatever had just occurred was beyond his understanding. The way the girl stared, as if peering right through him, sent a chill through the room. In a hushed tone, the girl revealed that the turning point lay just ahead. She had already arrived, and the decision of the Rostamaster could take a new direction. Some choices may be better than others, yet Rust remains the path others might select. Ari's quiet voice persisted, assuring that each option holds an equal chance of shaping the direction fate will follow. Sparkling with a hidden light, Ari's eyes revealed her astonishment at the vision unfolding before her. Pieces of fate assembled, weaving their mysterious pattern. The wind picked up, its breath carrying the song of the wastelands across the emptiness. Within this scene, two figures appeared, soon joined by the shaman's outstretched hand. Rust found himself taken aback by the faint glimmer of magical energy flickering within Ari's eyes, while the enchanted monocle in his hand reacted oddly to her presence. With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he studied his girlfriend, searching for an explanation. Processing speed has hit its peak, yet the monocle remains fully synchronized with Ari's magic eye. The man persists in his claim that her eyes can glimpse into the future. The phenomenon is astonishing, though the true range of her foresight remains a mystery. Ari leaned away, recoiling from the unsettling image hovering just before her eyes. The girl struggled to bear such an intense vision so near to her face. As she began to topple backward, Russ quickly reached out and caught her. Alarm flickered across his face as he steadied her, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Russ called Ari's name with a desperate urgency, his voice ringing out, but Ari, lost in unconsciousness, could not hear his pleas. For several long minutes, she remained adrift in her dream, oblivious to the world around her. Gradually, color returned to the girl's cheeks as she composed herself. In a soft, tired voice, she called out to Rostra, expressing her gratitude for his concern. She reassured him that she felt much better and insisted there was no further need for worry. Rostra regarded her with surprise, noticing that the troubling visions of the future appeared to have faded away. The strain from using her magic eye overwhelmed Ari more than anticipated, causing her to lose consciousness. The young man reassured her, gently insisting that there was no need for concern and that everything was under control. With unwavering resolve, Rust declared that regardless of what destiny had in store, he would stand firm and shield everyone from harm. Rust stumbled over his words, trying to remind Ari that, in the end, they were family. Ari's eyes widened in surprise before she wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. A flush of color spread across her cheeks as she quietly admitted he was right. A faint blush crept across the man's cheeks as he cleared his throat, a flicker of discomfort showing in his posture. Rust insisted they pick up the pace, urging Ari to grip tightly in preparation for the coming burst of full speed. Roa hurried over and called out that they needed to head over immediately. Rust assured him it would be all right. The young man offered his hand to help Ari down and asked what her next move would be. Suggesting she should rest, he noted she didn't seem well. Ari, unwavering, insisted she would go along to stand by his side and lend her support. Ari mentioned her desire to witness it personally. Rust turned, offering her a warm smile. Side by side, they strode off to lay the Lihilsome together. Roa warned Mr. Rust to tread carefully, sensing a darkness within him. Surprise flickered across his face at the suggestion that malice lurked in his heart. With her insight, Roa glimpsed something hidden deep inside. Although the idea seemed impossible, he decided to heed her warning. Karine faced Lihilsome, clad in formidable armor. As a heavy knight, she wore a suit forged from meteorite iron, not for defense, but to weigh herself down, giving greater force and impact to every strike she delivered. Karine glanced over at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she welcomed his arrival. Rust returned her smile, apologizing warmly for making her wait. In an instant, his expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on the Lihilsome observing him. The two faced each other, tension thickening the air between them. Anxious concern and simmering anger were clear on Lihilsome's face. Rust was certain this was the real man himself, a master in every sense. Karine would struggle against him, her expertise lying in head-on confrontations rather than subtle tactics. Rust extended his hand, creating a gentle barrier between Karine and what lay ahead. Karine's eyes widened, surprise flickering across her face as she glanced at him. Planting himself firmly in front of her, he promised to handle everything himself and told her to leave it to him. A faint attempt at a smile flickered across Lihilsome's face. Expressing genuine relief, he confessed that meeting Master Rust had been his goal for quite some time, and at last he had arrived. Curious, Rust inquired about the purpose of Master Lihilsome's visit, and also noted a strange odor lingering in the air. Lihilsome addressed Master Rust with words meant to inspire happiness. The Association of Alchemists had resolved to officially revive the Department of Basic Research, and the president offered Lee the chance to return to his esteemed role within the organization. Rust confirmed that he was pleased by the news, regarding it as a true honor. The man then extended his hand, inviting Rust to join him. Rust stared at him, disbelief etched across his face, and admitted he had never done such a thing in his entire life. He added quietly that he would never return. Disbelief flickered across Lihilsome's face as his eyes flew open, astonishment clear while he fixed his gaze on the young man before him. Rust explained that his decision to leave was simply because he wanted to move on. While the dissolution of the Department of Basic Research marked the beginning of his departure, he felt that this was actually the turning point where his scientific work could truly progress. The young man announced that if nothing more needed to be said, it was time for him to go. Karine gave a pleased nod. The girls kept a careful eye on Lihil, studying his every move. Meanwhile, the man started to chuckle quietly. Rust fixed him with a piercing gaze. The man erupted into wild, uncontrollable laughter, tossing his head back as the sound filled the air. Weapons drawn and ready, Karine, Roa, and Ari braced themselves for any sudden move. Meanwhile, a wide grin spread across Lihilsome's face. The man calmly declared that in that case, there was nothing left to do. No alternatives remained. Admitting the truth of the situation, he decided that destruction was the only path forward. Rust's eyes widened in disbelief as the man launched his assault on him and the girls. With a commanding shout, he signaled the start of the activation. Ari, Roa, and Karine quickly stepped aside, making room for what was about to unfold. Ancient scrolls unfurled, surrounding both him and the girls, transforming into shimmering shields. Rust's voice rang with fury as he accused Lihilsome of breaking the alchemist's code that forbade deadly combat. In his mind, Ari's warning resonated. At that moment, a sudden transformation swept over Lihilsome. The gravity of the situation finally dawned on the man, prompting him to raise his voice and warn that, at the very least, Lihilsome would lose his alchemist's license. In disbelief, he demanded to know if Lihilsome truly failed to grasp the consequences. Meanwhile, Rust seethed, anger simmering at the reckless choices being made. With a twisted motion, Lihilsome transformed his hand into a mass of toxic mushroom-infused goo. Madness flickered in his eyes as he spiraled out of control. Fury lacing his voice, the man declared his intent to eliminate anyone who might bear witness. Without warning, debates started flooding the scene. Each one fell to the earth and transformed instantly into mushrooms. Rust quickly shielded his nose with his hand, alarmed by the thought that these airborne particles were potentially hazardous spores. Extending his arm, he blocked Ari and Roa from stepping any nearer. He warned them in a raised voice that these creatures had mutated from the slime mold archetype. It was vital to stay back and avoid breathing in the spores at all costs. Mushrooms sprang up from the earth in an instant, lifting themselves skyward with slender hands that emerged from their stalks. Roa stared in disbelief as the mushrooms began to sprout arms and legs right before his eyes. Doubt clouded Rust's mind as he realized these were no ordinary beasts. They were transformed and acting on their own. While each creature didn't appear especially powerful alone, their sheer numbers presented a real threat. Coupled with the fact that Lihilsome orchestrated this, Rust had no doubt the animals were laced with poison. Determined to resolve everything at once, he extended his hands, ready to take action. A cluster of scrolls materialized before him, forming a barrier between himself and the mushrooms. With an apologetic tone, he explained that he had no choice but to dispose of them. A swirling mini-tornado took shape around Rust's arm. Calling out with a determined voice, he signaled the grinding to begin. Rust readied himself to strike at the poisonous mushrooms that had sprung up due to Lihilsome's influence. Roa inquired whether this was the very process he employed when crafting magic crystals. Rust raised his voice, ensuring his strike landed with maximum force, aiming straight for the grinding scroll. With fury blazing in his eyes, he glared at the tiny adversaries and demanded the restraints be lifted. Rust unleashed every ounce of his power, channeling it into a fierce tornado that tore through the ranks of advancing monsters. Mushrooms shattered and scattered, breaking apart as they swept through the whirlwind of Rust. Each fragment fought against the fierce current, striving desperately to reach the young man despite their fading strength. Frustration simmered within Rust as he calculated the need to reduce these creatures to tiny fragments. The uncertainty of their abilities after transformation made caution essential. Meanwhile, the man maintained his firm grip on the swirling tornado. Karine, Roa, and Ari observed Rust as he grappled with his challenge. Calm assurance shone in their eyes, for defeat seemed unthinkable for Master Rust. Still, concern lingered quietly in their hearts. The mushrooms broke ranks, scattering in every direction as chaos took hold. Clumsy and flustered, they collided with one another in their frantic attempt to escape. Most failed to dodge Rostas's relentless assault, while a few resigned themselves to their fate, unmoving as danger closed in. With a swift movement, Rust conjured a magical sigil and pressed his hand to its center. In his mind, he decided the troublemakers needed to be banished from the camp. Meanwhile, a sudden gust sent droplets of slime splattering Lihilsome, coating him from head to toe. Ari explained to Rohead that the tornado's powerful suction had flung the crushed mushrooms in every direction. In response, her sister let out a laugh, remarking that the chaos had turned their harvest into an unexpected mushroom smoothie. Lahil's eyes followed as a bizarre mixture of sand, slime, and mushroom mash hurled toward him. Weariness crept over him while his body gradually submerged into the viscous liquid, and soon his face vanished beneath a thick layer of mucus-like goo. Rust believed his curiosity had been rewarded, certain he had shattered every mushroom in sight. Gradually, he let the tornadoes dissipate and scanned the battlefield, eager to witness the aftermath for himself. A jolt of terror tore through the young man as he witnessed the unexpected result of his strike. An unusual substance cloaked Lihilsome from head to toe, leaving just a single eye visible and part of one finger peeking through. Rust observed these few exposed features carefully, noting how completely the rest of the man had vanished beneath the coating. With a satisfied smile, Karine rested on her sword, remarking on Rust's relentless nature. One of the sisters let out a startled cry, still reeling from how swiftly events had unfolded. Rust's strength, exceeding all expectations, left her in disbelief. Another replied, agreeing that his power defied imagination. Rust absorbed the girl's praise, his chest swelling with pride at his triumph over so many monsters. As he rolled up the scroll, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he secretly wished the earth would swallow him up. Sand clogged Lihilsome's mouth, prompting rough coughs and muffled screams as he struggled to breathe. Laboriously, he clawed his way upward, the grains clinging to him until he resembled a figure made of earth. With effort, he finally cleared his mouth, gasping in frustration before his voice rose in a thunderous shout. With a tone thick with mystery, Lihilsome lamented the disappearance of all his mushrooms, accusing Rust of an audacious theft. In that moment, his appearance was so disheveled and unseemly that it was hard to believe he was an alchemist at all. Rust felt a deep sense of disgust watching his former colleague's behavior. Confusion clouded Karine's expression as she struggled to grasp the situation. Though the sisters' faces were concealed by masks, their keen interest remained unmistakable. Lihilsome managed to wrench his hand free from the clinging muck. Drawing upon his powers, he summoned a scroll adorned with two ominous magic seals. Thick black smoke coiled around it, signaling its malevolent purpose. Watching Lihilsome's movements, Rust grew uneasy, suspecting that it might be a declaration scroll. As the man reached out and pressed his hand against one of the seals, it sprang to life, rapidly swelling into an enormous mushroom shape. Thick smoke billowed from the giant formation, quickly spreading until a dense cloud smothered the entire battlefield. Rust considered whether it might be a smoke screen, but dismissed the idea, seeing nothing to support it. The man offered another theory, suggesting that since gas is heavier than air, it would rapidly settle and spread along the ground. Still, Rust couldn't determine exactly what it was or predict how it might behave. Rust's gaze lingered on the spot where Lihilsome had just stood. As the mysterious smoke slowly faded, Lihilsome came into view, already making a swift escape. With a puzzled tone, Rust remarked that he had simply bolted. Uncertainty lingered as Curran's presence was questioned, while Roa's urgent voice broke through the confusion, urging everyone to give chase. The young man raised his voice, insisting that she stop immediately. He was certain it was some kind of poison. Rust summoned the scroll once more, his voice echoing as he called for the activation to commence, swiftly followed by the command to remove the restriction. Observing these peculiar rituals, Rust reflected that, even with such odd behavior, Lihilsome likely possessed the skills of a master alchemist. The thought lingered that Lihilsome was truly capable of achieving something fearsome. Upon touching the seal, the young man quietly recited the words to initiate the purification ritual. A cluster of magical symbols encircled the mushroom, trapping its toxic fumes beneath an invisible dome. Ari remarked on the strange distortion of the space. Rust explained that the effect was necessary for separating gases and warned him to keep his distance for safety. Rust examined the mushroom with a thoughtful gaze, remarking that handling it would likely demand intense focus. First, the young man believed he needed to isolate the gases, shaping each into its own perfect sphere. He then imagined that inside one of these bubbles, there would be nothing but pure oxygen. Rust raised his voice, signaling for the activation to commence. The man considered waiting before making his next move. He gave the command to trigger the projection. Meanwhile, Rust realized the need to heat it up with some sunlight first. A glass lens hovered above the mushroom, focusing the sunlight into a blazing beam. Realizing the high oxygen concentration, the young man anticipated that the added heat would trigger a burst of thermal energy. His prediction quickly proved accurate. Roa remarked on the peculiar scent but slipped up and drew in a breath. The man swiftly produced a jar, using it to gather every wisp of smoke and safeguard the air. Observing the deep violet haze, Roa suspected it to be toxic, reasoning that the man's jar must be designed to purify whatever it contained. Rolling up the scroll with deliberate care, he announced in a clear voice that all preparations were complete. Roa pointed out that their next target was Lihilsome, who was directly ahead. Rust glanced at Karine and announced that he would pursue Lihilsome right away, confident because Roa possessed such sharp eyesight. Suddenly, Ari called out to Rust, urging him to turn around. A strange presence approached from the horizon. Rust glanced upward, astonished, as distant black specks appeared in the sky and steadily drew nearer. Harnessing her abilities, Roa drew nearer, eager to discern the true nature of the strange creatures before her. Massive fish-like monsters with the ability to soar through the air appeared before her eyes. The girl cried out at the sight of an armored, winged salmon among them. These creatures launched their attack, revealing their new evolutionary traits. Rust stood aghast, trying to grasp why such an event was unfolding at this very moment. Gazing into the distance, Rust's mind raced with uncertainty, caught between the urge to pursue Lihilsome and the pull to stand with the others in defense of the camp. Karine's voice rang out as she spotted the heavenly salmon up ahead. Turning to Ari and Roa, she instructed them to move forward quickly. Raising her voice once more, Karine urged them to keep their distance from the creatures so she could observe and gauge their threat level. Taking command, she assumed responsibility for directing the soldiers and organizing the evacuation of any non-combatants. The girl emphasized that survival takes precedence over all else. Everything beyond that falls into the background. Karine let her eyes drift shut, slipping into silence for a few moments as she weighed her next move. Karine fixed her gaze on Rust and declared, her voice ringing out, that Master Rust was bound to pursue Lihilsome. Whatever choice he made, she would stand by it. The young man turned to her, astonished by her resolve. Karine's words left the young man reeling, a heavy sigh escaping him as he tried to process her unexpected command. Rust wavered, doubt swirling within him, while a quiet, urgent instinct pressed him to pursue Lihilsome. The young man pressed his point, insisting this was the pivotal moment Ari had foretold. He believed his next step must be either chasing after Lihil or standing his ground to protect the camp. Rust shut his eyes, realizing that Karine and the others struggled when it came to aerial foes. Meanwhile, the heavenly salmon steadily approached, their presence growing ever nearer. He tightened his grip, bracing himself. Rust envisioned a swarm of enemies descending from above. Their bodies, protected by tough scales, would be nearly impervious without the aid of alchemy or magical artifacts. The fight would become a grim struggle for survival, defensive at all costs, and countless lives would likely be lost. Determined, he tightened his fist. Rust tightened your fists and pressed on, insisting that the victims of the camp's schemes or anyone sheltering Lihil deserved release. The truth remains that only one reason exists for forbidding master-ranked alchemists from clashing among themselves. The young man realized that an all-out battle could quickly spiral into widespread destruction. The rule had not been created for the safety of the alchemists, but rather to safeguard everyone nearby. Considering the situation, a full-scale attack on his part would dramatically escalate the danger. The weight of responsibility was clear to Karine. As a feudal lord, her foremost duty lay in safeguarding the camp, yet she chose to let the final decision rest with him. Russ assured her that her intentions were perfectly clear to him. With a determined gesture, the young man placed his hand over his heart, vowing to protect the camp. Karine fixed her gaze on Rust, studying his expression. Meeting Karine's eyes, the young man felt a sudden spark of understanding pass between them. Any harm that results from her choice to pursue Lihilsome will become a burden she alone must bear. With responsibility for this place resting on her shoulders, she knows sorrow and regret will be hers alone. Rust kept insisting that she would never share these feelings with anyone else. With a confident smile, he assured Karine that Lihil would be handled in due time, certain that their paths would cross again. Karine's eyes widened with surprise, but a smile soon spread across her face. She agreed enthusiastically. The Rustmaster readied himself to face the heavenly salmon, raising his voice to announce that he fully understood his task. A gentle smile played on Rust's lips as determination took hold of him. The weight of destruction pressed on his thoughts, yet her hopes were clear. She wanted so much from him. Resolving not to disappoint her, Rust prepared himself for what lay ahead. Suddenly, she sprinted toward Rust, raising her voice and urging Master Rust to stop. Resolute in his mission, he set off after Lihilsome. The girl pressed her hand to her eye, her voice edged with deep concern. Startled, Rest turned to observe her reaction. In a sharp, commanding tone, Karine ordered Ari to be silent. Authority in battle belonged to her alone, and now the time had come to fulfill her responsibility. Ari bowed her head in acceptance. Without hesitation, she agreed to carry out Madame's instructions, and the group prepared to move forward. As she left, Rust watched her go, his heart heavy with regret. The conviction in the future she had foreseen persisted within him. At his previous job, a dull indifference took over, unnoticed by his own mind. Countless hours slipped by as his gaze remained fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Rust believed the path ahead was his to decide, a sense of trust settling within him and hope lighting his way. For a brief moment, the young man watched Ari disappear, then turned and sprinted toward the chaos of the battlefield. With each stride, a single desire drove him forward, to protect something utterly irreplaceable. The warmth and friendship he received from Karine, the girls, and everyone at the camp had left an indelible mark on his heart, a memory that would remain with him always. Over the camp, the heavenly salmon soared through the sky. Rust paused, turning his attention to Stoya. In his mind, he pictured the salmon splitting into two distinct groups, one gliding toward the camp, and the other perhaps making its way to the capital. With a hint of uncertainty, the young man admitted it might actually be a good idea, though he couldn't help but question the reason for heading to the capital. Russ observed Ari and Roa as they carefully aimed their spears, each attempting to strike a salmon darting through the water. With pounding footsteps, he raced in their direction, his voice ringing out as he announced his approach. The girls, undaunted, called back with assurance, insisting that Master Russ need not worry. Every one of them was skilled in combat, and they promised to handle the situation themselves. Rust paused, his eyes widening in astonishment before a proud smile spread across his face. With confidence, he announced that he had just one question. He wanted to know where the others had gone. The girls explained that everyone else had been sent to the food storage area. Russ found the reasoning sound. With their foes descending from above, keeping supplies hidden underground made perfect sense. He assured Ari and Roa it was a wise decision and let them know he relied on their support. Without hesitation, Rust spun around and made his way toward the tent, convinced that lingering any longer would be a waste they simply could not afford. Dashing into his room, he hastily gathered an assortment of potion bottles. Unrolling a handful of scrolls, he poured their contents over them, urging the magic to begin the transmutation without delay. Potions gradually transformed into arcane symbols, eventually finding their way onto the surface of parchment. With meticulous care, Rust repeated these steps for every potion at his station, determined not to overlook a single detail. Raising his voice, he commanded the gravity field to be lifted, a crucial move to condense the magic-infused liquid. The process continued, and he initiated the formation of 9 separate orbs. Orbs brimming with liquid materialized beside the glowing magic symbols. Rust recognized them as top-tier ingredients, understanding that now was not the moment to be frugal. Rust studied the scroll, oddly aware that his actions aligned with his usual habit of saving money and getting the most out of every resource. At that moment, however, he found himself working with materials of great value. Despite this, the young man assured him in a steady voice that he would produce even more in the future. Rust believed that rescuing the campers would make everything worthwhile. Weariness gradually settled over the man, and fatigue became visible in his expression. In his mind, swift transmutation demanded intense focus, much like guiding a needle with precise care, striking multiple targets in a single motion. Mastering such a feat proved to be an immense challenge. Rust reached out and gripped her arm, stopping her in her tracks. With a tired voice, he reminded her that there was still a small part remaining. His mind raced with the thought that a single lapse in focus could undo all their efforts. Insisting that he lacked the necessary materials for another try, he pressed his argument. The head of Rasta slowly began to droop shut. Struggling to resist, he fought to remain alert, but his weary body refused to cooperate. Dread filled him as he battled on, convinced that catastrophe was inevitable. His grip on himself weakened with every passing moment, his sense of self unraveling further. Fading consciousness threatened to pull him under as blurred images of Karine, Roa, Aaron, and the gathered villagers flickered before Rasta's eyes. With a sudden jolt, he forced his eyes wide open. A sharp cry escaped him as he tightened his grip, determined not to let her drop the potion balls. Letting everything go to waste simply wasn't an option. Rust released a joyful exhale, his relief so intense he nearly lost consciousness. Leaning in, he examined the scrolls that glowed with a pale, ethereal light. Convinced he was crafting scrolls to battle airborne foes, the young man carefully combined magic stones and enchanted currents. Each scroll demanded a significant investment of materials and hours of meticulous work. Creating even a single one proved to be a considerable undertaking. Rust concluded by noting the immense challenge of creating 9 at once. The scrolls soared upward, arched gracefully through the air, and settled precisely in his waiting hands. Confidence flickered in his eyes. Everything was finally in place. Rust's gaze fell upon the bracelet Rella had given him. Her parting words echoed in his mind, a reminder that he could remove it if ever the need arose. Turning the bracelet over in his hands, he quietly expressed his gratitude to her. Rust glanced toward the tent's entrance and tightened his grip on the amulet in his palm. Resolute, he set off to aid his friends, silently wishing that everyone remained unharmed. Rust hurried into the square, where a swarm of celestial salmon swooped overhead, swirling and diving through the air. As they rushed toward Karine, she greeted them with a calm smile, swiftly raising her armor to conceal her expression. Her predatory grin was visible to everyone. She swiftly tore through the ranks of monsters, cutting them down without hesitation. All the boy could do was watch as chunks of salmon-like flesh hit the earth, remnants of creatures carved apart by Karine's merciless sword. Russ spoke with genuine admiration, remarking on how incredible it all seemed. The memory of catching a glimpse of Krine's jet-black armor lingered vividly in his mind. As he considered it, he realized that her distinctive nickname traced back to that remarkable suit. Raising his voice, Rust declared Karine a true war heroine as monsters fell before them. Towering over them, she charged forward with the fury of a jet-black bull, wild and untamed. The man stared in disbelief, stunned by her reckless determination as she barreled straight into their midst. Observing the clash between Karine and the heavenly salmon, he noted her remarkable strength, far surpassing that of any ordinary person. Yet, in his estimation, she was missing a crucial element, true weight behind her blows. Rest believed that the weighty, reinforced armor combined with a massive sword could counterbalance this weakness. With each piece of armor and the heft of her sword, Karine gained additional weight and strength. Karine touched down beside Rust, the impact leaving a marked dent in the earth beneath them. Observing the scene, Rust was taken aback for a moment, realizing she had used her own raw strength against him. With a calm smile, Karine asked if he was prepared. Rust met her gaze and replied with unwavering confidence that he was absolutely ready. Above, heavenly salmon swooped in graceful circles, their watchful eyes following every movement on the ground. Karine called out with delight, noting his usual speed. She felt her muscles just beginning to loosen. Watching her, Rest remarked that from an onlooker's perspective, she seemed perfectly capable of handling the situation on her own. Uncertainty colored the girl's voice as she admitted her doubts, gesturing toward the lifeless monster sprawled before them. Without missing a beat, Karine urged him to carefully examine the celestial salmon. Rust glanced down and noticed a monster lurking below. Karine warned that if she awakened now simply to destroy the salmon, caviar would scatter across the entire neighborhood. With everyone depending on him, Rust realized he needed to help put a stop to this. A broad smile spread across Rust's face as he assured them of his grasp on the situation. Confidently, he promised to wipe out the opposition in one clean strike. His fingers brushed over the scrolls, confirming they were safely in his keeping. With a swift motion, the young man tossed the scrolls high into the air, his voice ringing out to announce that their task was about to begin. Rust followed by uttering the activating words, repeating them 9 times to ensure every scroll responded. Bright flashes erupted within the camp, catching the attention of Roa and Ari. Ari, eyes wide with wonder, remarked that this must be Master Rasta's alchemy at work. Moments later, Karine hurried over and announced that they could take a break for the time being. Rust settled in to wait for the salmon flock to draw nearer. If his goal had been to tear them apart, he would have called upon his grinding technique without hesitation. But with their current position in the heart of the camp, any action like that would spell disaster. The young man persisted in his argument, claiming that the scrolls represented the exact opposite. Raising his voice, Rust called out with determination, demanding the scroll's power to reveal itself. The pack halted as a wall materialized before them, serving as a shield for those behind. From the shimmering magic symbol on the surface, a rose slowly unfurled and began to grow. The same force slammed into the barrier of magic. Thorny rose vines wove themselves around the entire flock, binding the creatures tightly as anguished cries erupted from the monsters. The magic started to wane, leaving no trace of the monsters. Only emptiness remained where they once stood. It almost seemed as if Heavenly Sam and Never Existed were nothing more than illusions all along. A gentle sigh escaped Ari, her surprise mingling with relief. A broad smile spread across Roa's face, her joy unmistakable now that the struggle had ended. Karine remarked on the spectacle, yet emphasized that the real victory lay in the defeat of the monsters. Slowly, the rose's vines started to fade away. Rust considered the possibility of putting the manifestation scrolls to use. Carefully, he relocated sections of the rose, shifting their positions with precision. Once everything was in place, he activated them through the scrolls. A grateful smile crossed his face as he expressed his thanks to Rosa. In Rust's estimation, the salmon had remained right where they were. These creatures appeared much larger than the armored salmon he had encountered previously. From his vantage point, their powerful, developed fins seemed to give them the ability to fly. Observing further, Rust surmised that their tough scales consisted of magical elements. Curiosity lit up Russ's features as he pondered whether those beings harnessed magical elements to take flight. He mused aloud about how fascinating that possibility sounded. At that moment, Rose extended a gentle vine, softly brushing it against his cheek. The man apologized and explained that once things calmed down, he would proceed with the autopsy. He mentioned that Rosa would need to put in considerable effort, though he suggested accepting the situation for the moment. Above the camp, the remainder of the salmon soared through the air, appearing as though they were headed elsewhere. With a confident grin, Rust declared it was the moment to get rid of them. Their persistent presence posed a real danger and annoyance, threatening anyone should they choose to attack. Rust raised his voice, commanding the scrolls to scatter. As the wind surged, the scrolls tore away, darting off in separate paths. Observing the scene with a satisfied smile, the man sensed that the conclusion of the battle was near. In the meantime, Lint handles a range of tasks. At times, he manages the camp's food supplies, carefully storing provisions. On other days, he takes up his role as the cook, preparing meals for everyone. Swinging a massive axe, Linta battled alongside several others as they faced the relentless onslaught of monsters. In his weary mind, the chaos seemed to blur into the earliest moments of the assault on the food storage. With exhaustion heavy in his voice, he remarked that the monsters showed no signs of stopping. A fighter marched up to him, irritation clear in his voice, announcing that he would inform Commander Lint about his plan to move forward and draw their attention. With a bright smile, Linda called out that the answer was no. The circular formation remained unbreakable, and she went on to mention that he was no longer in charge. A grin spread across the young man's face as he struck down the swarming monsters. Nearby, one of the celestial salmon glided toward him. Watching its approach, he waited with a steady smile until it reached him. At that moment, Lintus called out, urging him to take action. With frustration, Linta remarked on how relentless these creatures were, describing them as persistent and troublesome. Each time they reappeared and attacked, it hindered any progress. The warrior, striking a monster mid-conversation, inquired about their plan. He stated that if things continued like this, they would end up crushing all the creatures. Despite their exchange, not one of them paused in their battle. Lenta traced his fingers along his cheek, deep in thought. Every path forward appeared blocked, yet he knew he must find a solution, one that was clever, swift, and with a touch of flair. The message from Lady Karine was clear, and he relayed it to the weary warrior, simply hold on. Confusion flickered across the warrior's face as he questioned the extent of their endurance, exhaustion tugging at his words. Uncertainty loomed over how much longer they could persevere. With a quiet resolve, Linda answered that their only choice was to place their trust in her. Responsibility rested on her shoulders, and it was necessary to amend her commands. Confidence radiated from the man as he insisted Karine could always be relied upon. He remarked how such dependability had become their habit. Any deviation from this pattern today seemed unthinkable to him. Lenta had never considered defying Karine's directives before, and such an idea would not take root in him now. Raising the axe high, Lenta commanded the crowd's attention and urged them to listen closely. Confidence grew among the people as he explained how they could fight back against the monsters. The crowd responded with determined voices. Once more, the celestial salmon descended toward the earth. An evil smile flickered across Linda's lips as the realization struck. He had definitely managed to lift their spirits, yet the battle remained evenly matched. The moment had arrived to consider a strategic withdrawal. With unwavering confidence, Linda declared that he placed his trust in Lady Karine. A sharp cry from the warrior drew everyone's attention upward. Lenta reminded them once again, with a hint of exasperation, that he was not their commander and insisted they stop using the title. As the question of what hovered above filled the air, Lenta cast his gaze skyward and spotted the monsters, their forms tangled amid a web of twisting vines. One by one, they vanished into the sky, their departure marked by a piercing scream. Lint was questioned about the possibility of a new monster taking form above. Narrowing his eyes, he examined the peculiar scene overhead. In a steady voice, he assured everyone that it was not a monster they hadn't seen before. Linto's eyes widened in disbelief as he admitted the truth. It had been feasting on the celestial salmon. A sharp, urgent voice cut through the chaos, commanding the leader to focus on the monsters that had just forced their way through. Turning his head, he spotted a swarm of monsters launching themselves at the crowd. Amid the chaos, desperate people attempted to fend off the attacking salmon with mines, but their efforts quickly went awry. Lintus faced the crowd and raised his voice, warning them of the enemy's approach. Orders to maintain formation rang out as he tightened his grip on his axe, bracing himself for the coming assault. The monstrous creature loomed so close that its breath brushed against his face. Terror gripped Linda as she imagined this was how it would all end for him. It seemed impossible to accept that his fate would be sealed by a celestial salmon. Without warning, prickly vines coiled tightly around the remaining salmon, trapping them mercilessly. Painful cries rose from the monsters as they struggled to break free, but every attempt to escape or pluck the roses failed. The vines refused to loosen their grip. Lenta watched, frozen with shock, transfixed by the terrifying scene unfolding before his eyes. With evident disbelief, he remarked that vines actually emerge from the scrolls. These are almost certainly the handiwork of the Rastamaster. His eyes remained fixed on the vine, watching as it devoured the salmon whole. Lento explained that every single fish was ripped apart in an instant, yet not even the commander's axe had touched them. The young man quietly remarked that the sight was nothing short of unsettling. As Linton mingled with the crowd, people approached and struck up conversation. One man, his voice tinged with disbelief, remarked that they were barely hanging on. His companion responded, acknowledging that the alchemist masters were truly formidable beings. Linter gathered himself, struggling to make sense of the bizarre turn of events. The seemingly light-hearted boy possessed techniques far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Linta fixed her gaze on one of the soldiers, instructing him to give a report of their losses. The chosen man nodded and began his account. No lives had been lost, he explained, though about a dozen men had sustained minor injuries, mostly bruises and scratches. With a warm smile, Linto expressed his happiness upon hearing those words. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined a more perfect opportunity. Awkward and unsure, the young man confessed he needed a word with the commander. Linda, her voice heavy with fatigue, reminded him yet again that he should stop using that title. With a somber tone, the man confessed that they served no purpose. The other man stared at him in astonishment before turning his gaze aside. Lenta muttered under her breath that he was simply foolish. He wondered aloud who would have led the evacuation if not for their presence. Lenta raised another concern, asking what the outcome would have been if the monsters had immediately breached their defenses and how many lives might have been lost. Through his words, the young man emphasized just how crucial their involvement in this battle truly was. Gazing toward the sky, Lenta remarked that encountering immense strength and recognizing one's own limitations was simply a part of living. The warrior regarded him with wide-eyed astonishment. With a hearty laugh, the young man clapped the warrior on the shoulder, assuring him all would be well. Gratitude was due, after all, for having Master Rust as their ally. In this world, everyone held a unique role and purpose, each with their own responsibilities to fulfill. Linta remarked that their collective presence had prevented a far graver outcome. Amidst the commotion, a voice rang out, urging the commander to address the issue with the mules being attacked. Startled, the man turned and inquired about the situation. Lint calls out for volunteers, his voice ringing with unmistakable urgency. Determined to see his mission through, he believes the best defense lies in pressing forward. A warm smile graced the warrior's face as he regarded Lent, assuring him that his role as their commander would never fade. The sun hung clearly in the sky above, its rays unburdened by the shadow of monsters. Lihilsome trudged through the forest, his body slick with the strange liquid that had drenched him during the clash with the rust. Ragged clothes clung to his frame, while exhaustion from the ordeal weighed down every step. Disappointment clouded his thoughts as he struggled to understand why fate had turned against him. Chin's husband dragged his feet, each movement heavier than the last. Lihilsome's breath came in ragged gasps with every step, his strength rapidly fading as the world threatened to slip away from him. In the man's mind, chaos began the moment this repulsive individual joined the association. From that point, everything unraveled. Rust's arrogant stare pressed on him, leaving an uneasy weight he couldn't ignore. As soon as Rust became a member of the association, he declared his lifelong fascination with alchemy and expressed a desire to delve into fundamental research on magical elements. Meanwhile, Lee couldn't help but see that every word and gesture, dismissing Rust's passionate interest in alchemy as sheer nonsense. As a child, Lihilsome discovered a mushroom sprouting beside a flower. Filled with delight, he called out to his mother, eager to show her the new mushroom that had appeared overnight where there had been nothing the day before. He continued, likening the phenomenon to a kind of alchemy, connecting it with simple life forms such as mushrooms. The woman suddenly cut him off, her voice rising in outrage as she declared it revolting. Her protests grew louder, demanding that he remove it immediately before it could spread any further. Young Lihil almost protested, but fear of his mother kept him silent. G9 had already instructed him to let the matter go. She inquired about his plans for the day. Hesitating for a moment, Lihil met her gaze but found no courage to respond. His eyes dropped to the floor. Lihilsome grew up believing his parents were extraordinary alchemists. Their words buzzed with lofty hopes for his future, pressing upon him the weight of their expectations. The path seemed laid out before him. He would rise to become the youngest master alchemist of his time. Convinced he had at last ascended to the pinnacle of the department of military alchemy, the man was met instead with a creeping sense of decay. Whispers in the halls named him the youngest master, a prodigy in his field. Even Lehigh had caught wind of these rumors, dismissing them outright. Genius in his mind was an empty label, one that did not belong to him. Fury burned in his voice as he vowed that the vile traitor would answer for this. Forgiveness was out of the question. With determined steps, the man pushed deeper into the forest. Breathing heavily, he admitted that he was not alone in his suffering. Revenge would befall all those connected to this betrayal. He vowed that Rust would never succumb to despair. After all, he had thoroughly disgraced him. Lihilsome continued, insisting that Rust was behaving out of character. No one could say what drove him, except perhaps the fortune of being born with remarkable talent. The man cast his gaze downward. A look of terror crossed his face as his eyes fell upon the leg, and he gasped, demanding to know what had happened. Lihilsome produced a potion and loudly claimed to possess something remarkable. The man, surprised, wondered aloud how fortune had led him to this place. Frustration colored Lihil's voice as he demanded to know why the potion failed to take effect. Suspecting a larger dose might be necessary, he started applying the remedy to his foot, one bottle at a time. Determined, he resolved to use every last drop. Still, a troubling silence followed as no change appeared. A peculiar sense of uncertainty settles in. Suddenly, it becomes clear that only the association could provide potions of the highest quality. Reaching their doors now takes top priority. Lifting his tattered cloak, he drew a small squirrel from within its folds. Lihilsome remarked that he disliked relying on the creature, as it always left stains on his clothing. With a weary tilt of his head, the man acknowledged there was no turning back. It was too late for regret. The scroll unfurled in his hands, and a spell took shape on his lips. A subtle thread wove a spatial link between them. Lihilsome pressed on, whispering for the presence to remain close. The fourth in the line of transmuted parasitic beasts now appeared, reigning as the sovereign of the Mixamycetes. From the scroll, a strange white being slowly emerged, wrapping itself tightly around Lihilsome. The creature swallowed him whole, following his command to head for the capital. Without delay, it stirred to life and glided across the ground, propelled by leg-like threads. Assuring him of a swift journey, the creature promised safe passage to the capital. After some time, let us help manage to reach the capital. Standing boldly before the castle gates, he commanded the creature to halt and sealed it back into the scroll with a clear, decisive return. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the open gate, urgency burning in his mind to secure the potion before it was too late. On any other day, the guards might have barred his path, his appearance far too suspicious to ignore, but today was different. Observing the crowd of civilians and the swarm of guards, he muttered under his breath about figures dropping from the sky, comparing them to fish gliding through water. Nothing seemed to harm them, not even weapons. The guard stepped forward, inquiring about the fate of the military. The urgency in his voice made it clear they needed a rescue team immediately. Without warning, a dense, shadowy substance seeped from Lihilsome's wound, sending waves of pain through his body. The hope of relief lay tantalizingly close, just up ahead where the Alchemists' Association waited, promising a potion and salvation. Turning the corner, the man found himself staring at the ruined remains of the Association's building. Nearby, crowds surged about in disarray. Confusion flickered in Lihilsome's eyes. Perhaps he had come to the wrong place, or misidentified the building altogether. Surely this is the place. Perhaps a wrong turn caused some confusion earlier. Yet standing before him now, the building leaves no doubt. This is exactly where he needs to be. He fell to his knees, staring in disbelief at the mountain of debris before him. The Association building lay in ruins. It seemed impossible to accept. A lifetime of loyalty and service, all for her sake, now reduced to broken stone and shattered memories. She shouldn't have fallen so effortlessly. A stranger called out, questioning whether the figure before them was truly the renowned master, Lihilsome. Curious and skeptical, they sought confirmation of the legend's identity. In that instant, it dawned on Lihilda that they stood within a barrier, hidden from the view of the outside world. With a sly grin, he gestured towards Lihilsome's wound and remarked on the curious mark that had appeared there. Shifting his attention to the looming structure ahead, he inquired whether this was truly the Alchemists' association. The scene soon revealed its own wonder, as an entire flock of celestial salmon descended gracefully from the sky. Their flight traced a direct path to the association building, drawn by an irresistible force, as if a secret treasure they cherished waited within those walls. The mysterious figure explained that the incident involving Sam and the attack was, in fact, nothing more than a remarkable coincidence. Yet, the arrival of that vexing swordswoman changed everything, leaving all the other buildings untouched except for this one. Regret filled his voice as he apologized for the unfortunate turn of events. Lihilsome scrambled backward, his movements clumsy as he toppled onto the ground. In a hurried voice, he blurted out his name and tried to explain the reason for his presence. The stranger simply smiled, offering no reply. With a soft chuckle he remarked, "What does it matter? Nothing special, nothing intriguing, just another man after all." Gratitude seemed expected, yet Master Lihilsome merely paused, his gaze steady as the master withdrew and questioned what exactly warranted thanks. The stranger explained that faulty magic schemes had doomed the entire plan to failure. Without warning, he materialized before Lihilsome, his hand shooting out to seize Lihilsome's face in a firm grip. With a measured motion, the stranger raised the Lihilsome and started channeling waves of dark matter into his core. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. It seems he stumbled upon something exceptionally tasty, and now he's quite fond of it. Within Lihilsome, the demon was swelling with astonishing speed. His natural connection to mushroom magic only heightened the situation, making the darkness inside him bristle with negativity. The fusion of these forces created something truly remarkable. Expressing his appreciation, the stranger explained his desire to present Lehel with a gift as a token of gratitude. All at once, a surge of dark matter burst from Lehel's wound, pouring out of his body in thick, shadowy waves. The promise of a new life now stretches before Lihilsome, offering the hope of rebirth. The wonder of it all fills him with gratitude for having remained in this place. The moment had come for him to make his escape. With the ever-present possibility of that woman appearing at any instant, Lihilsome faced his new demonic existence, fortune favoring his next steps. As Lehel woke, relief washed over him when he realized the pain in his right leg had vanished. As people hurried over, concern etched on their faces, Lihilsome slowly opened his eyes. Strange, colorful mushrooms sprouted from his skin, their caps shimmering with an eerie, magical glow. A chorus of screams erupted as the mushrooms appeared. Among them, Lagel's voice stood out, sharp and piercing. Transformed into the fearsome, demonly Lihilsome, he drew contemptuous stares from those around him. He surveyed his surroundings, remaining motionless. Amidst cries from the crowd, some labeled it a monster, while others insisted it was a demon disguised as a human. Evidently, he had summoned the salmon that had swooped down on them from above. The crowd scattered in a panic, voices rising as they cried out for someone to slay the demon Lihilsome. Urgency swept through the hall as the call to destroy the threat grew louder. Suggestions flew: summon the army, gather the knights, request alchemists. Yet, glancing around, only injured students remained, their hopes pinned on dwindling reinforcements. Sam, known far and wide as the demonly hailed, found himself frozen in confusion as every gaze in the room became fixed on him with terror. A cold sweat began to trail down his face, betraying his growing unease. Cries of alarm swept through the crowd, urging everyone to escape and warning against shoving others in their haste. The demonic Lihilsome called out for them to wait, extending his hand in their direction. Before he could proceed, a bullet tore through the air and struck him, halting his advance. Turning sharply, he caught sight of a man standing with a smoking gun, the source of the attack. Lihilsome found himself facing a formidable line of knights, each one aiming a pistol directly at him. The lead knight called out, making it clear that they would only fire on his order. The weapons waited, poised, and prepared. With a swift motion, the chief knight signaled, prompting the soldiers to prepare their weapons for action. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive cluster of fiery bullets erupted, streaking through the air and tearing through Lihilsome's body. Calling out to his subordinate, he ordered the removal of the magic weapon. They hadn't been deceived. That creature was unmistakably a demon. Neither bullets nor elemental attacks had any effect on it. All uncertainty vanished from their minds. Raising his hand straight above his head, he declared that they were desperately short-handed, especially for this task. One of the knights suggested launching a direct assault, addressing Captain Harold. However, Captain Harold responded with caution, explaining that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. According to the latest report, the demon released poisonous fumes. As a result, everyone had to switch their magical elements, preparing to unleash their spells in a single, coordinated volley. The knights echoed with calls confirming this plan. Excitement buzzed through the air as the crowd erupted into lively chatter. Lihilsome opened his mouth to speak, yet only a jumble of hesitant, muddled words escaped his lips. Spinning on his heel, he caught sight of a window, its glass casting back a reflection that revealed his transformation into a demon. Lihilsome stared in disbelief, unable to accept the monstrous image as his own. Captain Harold barked out orders, commanding his squad to open fire. Lihilsome, his voice rough, announced with a growl that the heat was getting to him. Captain Harold observed that the flames proved ineffective against their foe. Recognizing the demon's resistance, he called out for his squad to cease firing and ready their swords. A swift order sent the knights charging toward the enemy. Amid the chaos, Lihilsome shifted his gaze downward. Standing beneath a manhole, he shifted into liquid form and melded into the darkness, vanishing from view. The realization struck Captain Harold with disbelief, as he considered that the demon had truly vanished into the depths of the sewers. With determination, the captain announces that Lehigh navigated the sewers and managed to slip far from the knights' pursuit. As Karine raised her voice, she reported their losses from the recent salmon attack and estimated the earnings they would receive from selling the magic stones. She went on, expressing a desire to properly reward those who had distinguished themselves during such a challenging ordeal. Casting a glance at her friends, she called out to Ari and Roa. The girl explained how they swiftly measured the enemy's strength and ensured this vital information reached everyone else without delay. Those around her nodded in agreement. Karine turned her attention to Linta, commending his courageous stand against the enemy. Because of his actions, no civilians suffered harm. The townspeople, known for their impulsive nature, could have easily thrown themselves into danger, but Linta kept them safe. With a modest smile, he admitted those kind words flattered him. Lintus explained he had already stepped down, though he expressed gratitude for having been of assistance. Karine picked up the conversation and smoothly transitioned to introducing Rust. With a firm gesture, the main character pressed a fist to his chest, signaling genuine attention, as he assured her that her words had his full focus. According to her, he wasted no time launching an attack that obliterated the salmon. His swift and decisive actions deserve praise. Owing to his quick thinking, the group came through nearly unscathed. Just a single misstep could have spelled disaster. Karine admitted that she couldn't find words strong enough to convey her gratitude to Rasta. With a warm smile, she expressed how delighted she was to have Russ join their group. Russ offered his gratitude for her kind words. Applause erupted from the crowd as Rust's act of heroism saved the day. Joyful faces filled the streets, each person sharing in the happiness of their newfound safety. With joy sparkling in his eyes, the main character gazed at his friends. Warm smiles greeted him from all around, filling the room with a sense of camaraderie. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over Rust, lightening his heart. The memory of Lihilsome's escape faded into the background, taking all his worries with it. A gentle smile played on Karine's lips as she explained she had already filed an official report with the Alchemist Association, detailing the Lihilsome assault. She went on to remind them that the salmon, as everyone had witnessed, had also launched an attack on the capital. The association seems to be facing difficult times. Russ had considered never returning, yet a fondness for his old hideout drew him back. According to Karine, uncertainty and hesitation now gripped the capital. People there have stopped waiting for orders. Rust responded with a grin, suggesting the moment was perfect to begin selling their magic crystals. Karine offered a warm smile and agreed that it was time to begin selling them. Meanwhile, Rasta anticipated a significant workload ahead as preparations for large-scale production and sales loomed on the horizon.